Life for Africans in the diaspora can be challenging. It can be fun, it can be rewarding. But just how much do Africans in the diaspora realize the impact they're making on the lives of those on the continent? From sending remittance through impacting fashion trends to contributing to political discourse, the diaspora is definitely connected to its roots. My name is Fatima Sesay, and I am your host on Inside the Diaspora with Fatima. Inside the Diaspora showcases different aspects of life in the diaspora. On this show, I invite you to join me uncover salient issues that affect Africans living away from home. It's politics, it's fashion, it's entertainment, and it's fun. It's all here on Sahara TV.
Hello. 30 minutes ago, the finals of the 2022 World Cup kicked off in Qatar. The defending champion, France, is playing Argentina for the coveted cup. About 4 billion people are watching across the globe. If Argentina wins, it will be the first time the South American team will win the cup since 1986. That was when Argentina's great Diego Maradona led the team. Winning the cup will cap the glorious career of Messi, who has done everything anyone could do in football except win the World Cup. If France wins, it will be the first time since Brazil in 1958 and 1962 to win the competition back to back. Other than Brazil, the other country that won back to back was Italy in 1934 and 1938. Yesterday, Morocco lost to Croatia in the third place match. Morocco, the first African team to reach the semifinals, took home $25 million. The winner of today's game will earn $42 million, while the second place team will go home with $30 million. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 10:30 a.m. in New York City, 5:30 p.m. in Johannesburg, South Africa, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On our show today is Fatima Sesay. For fans of Dr. Damage's show, she was the famous Tomato Jos. Take a look.
Our fifth email is from Achua Renee in Moi. Wait. Sorry, how do you say that name? Achua?
Why that's
I don't know.
It's a French name. I don't know.
Achua Renee from.
Yeah, from in Paris.
Okay.
That's the last name. Moi.
Hey.
Okay. Try to sound French, sophisticated. I've been training you here to be sophisticated.
Anyway, our fifth email is from Achua Renee Moi.
Yeah.
Paris.
Yeah. So, yeah. So that was Fatima Sesay. She's now a big-time actress, publicist, social media marketer, and much more. What do you call her now? Young Oprah. Young Oprah, welcome to the show.
Hello, Dr. Damages.
Wow. It's nice to see you again. How have you been?
I've been living. We thank God.
You've been living. Wow. It's been I don't think I've seen you in more than 4 years or so.
I think
And
so.
you're in New York.
I am. Well, I was in Jersey for a while, and then I came back.
Okay. You
Yeah,
came back to New York City. Good. So I know you don't. Do you watch the World Cup? Do you care who wins?
I actually don't. I'm supporting everyone.
Everyone.
I'm
You,
supporting.
you, did you follow Mexico? Were you following any African team during the competition?
I a little bit, and I know what is it, Morocco,
Yeah.
and pretty well. I know about that.
Mm.
But other than I'm not a sports person.
Of
However,
course.
yeah, of course, I would want Africa to take the cup, but
Yeah.
Morocco, I believe Morocco did not call themselves Africans, huh?
That's
So,
another issue. That's another issue for another day. We
but
pretend that they are.
I'm rooting for everyone because they've actually worked hard to get there. So,
Also, I know that you are connected to the entertainment industry, and you know that the video is actually performed
uh,
today at the opening ceremony.
I've
Did you catch that?
I actually haven't had a chance. I haven't had
Okay.
a chance, but I'm always rooting for Davido. He's someone I don't know what it is, but my spirit takes him. There's a lot of artists, a lot of Afrobeats artists that they're doing well, and so, but Davido, I don't know what it is. My spirit just takes him, and I always wish him well. So, and my condolences to he and Chirma, of course.
Yeah, we are going to get to that because I know you've been hanging out with Burna Boy, and that may make Davido feel bad about about everything. But let me first of all get to you are from Sierra Leone. How are things in your country?
Well, actually, I was in Sierra Leone December, back in December up until February, actually. Prior to that, I was in there 5 years, and then prior to that, I was in there for about 15. So the gap between the time that I left to now, I could say a lot has changed, but I could also say a lot has not changed. People are still complaining about hardships, the government in terms of, them not getting jobs. In all the African countries, that's one thing that we all agree on, that the youth need jobs. And my time over there, I still saw, people my age who were basically jobless, and they've gone to school, they've done the needful, but however, jobs are not in the market. So yeah.
There was a demonstration that happened there recently. Young people were complaining about cost of living. What was that about?
There are many demonstrations actually, like literally every day, whether it's the nurses, the doctors, the teachers, there are many demonstrations of people complaining. Um, huh. Basically, the hardships, the cost of living. My last time there, actually, because my mom is still back home. I've lived here for over 20 years, 21 years now. My mom is still back home. So I'm still in tune in terms of what goes on, so on and forth. But the people are not happy. They're not happy. Therefore, they felt the need to go out and protest. However, the government, like some of our many African countries, they're intolerant of that, and therefore there was violence. People were killed. I believe even some police officers were killed brutally. Some people were jailed. Actually, there was a girl that lived in the U.S. who moved to Sierra Leone. She's been jailed since, I believe, last February or March. She and her fiance have been jailed, and that's in regards to another protest that went on because a famous rapper, LAJ, was incarcerated because they said he stole something in a patrol station, and he's just been in jail. Apparently, he's been brutally abused, and some people are saying there are some political reasons as to
Mhm.
why he's still behind bars, he and his cohorts. And of course, elections are coming up. So
Yes, I know that elections are coming up in Sierra Leone, just like in Nigeria.
yeah,
What are the permutations of what's going on in Sierra Leone?
there's too much. Rudolph, I can honestly tell you, like now, I try so hard to stay away from the news, the current news, because mentally, like it gets me unstable, and that's from here in the diaspora and back home. It's like during the pandemic, I literally had to take a step back because it was weighing in on me and my mental health, and it's unstable because back home where I actually have family very dear to me, they're out there struggling, and over here, imagine I have to struggle in both in both continents, but I I try to stay away from the news. That's what I would say because
Now, the one that you can't stay away from is the Nigerian news. You are former Oga at the top, Omoyele Sowore is running for president. Are you following his run this time?
not as much as the first time. Not as much
Why?
as the time. Well, the first time, obviously, I was still at Sahara. Um, so we have to keep up with what the boss is doing because he might, Shori now, he might say something that's gonna greatly affect Sahara. So we must pay attention. Now I am still supporting him, because I know that he does have a vision, that he will not stop until he makes sure that that vision comes to light. I do still support him, but it's just, again, like I said, I try to stay away from too much politics and the news because it's, there are times that I see him post some things that I'm just like, hey, sure, be careful. Be careful, So, it's like when you have someone that you look up to and they're like in the ring of fire. So it's like you don't want to look too close. You're like, something might happen to this man, or like just be careful. But yeah, well wishes to him, and let him continue doing it. Aluta, like he will say.
Okay, let's watch a video of you doing your thing here in New York, and then we come
Hey,
back and no, yeah, it's not. It's one of the shows. When we come back, we talk about what you are currently doing. Let's take a look.
Akon. Does he have like 6 kids or 7 kids?
Beat me. You beat me.
What's his name? I know it. Wait.
She's from Senegal.
it's a he.
I believe that's Akon.
Is it K9? No.
It's on the tip of my tongue and I can't tell you. God, I feel like a moron not being able to say it. Okay, give me a letter.
An A.
Akon.
I am a French rapper.
Oh my God, are you?
I'll
am I
give you a
serious?
letter.
Okay.
A.
Akon.
Yes.
So, what are we talking about Akon? How big is he right now? Did he have another kid?
I don't know. I don't follow his life.
It makes me hate living, dealing with racism. Some taken away and some stay given. I can't make a living stuck in a state prison. Dear John, it seems like a bunch of fake women. I'm free mentally, so it's like the gate's missing. But every night I'm still having hate visions. I'm done.
All right. That was Fatima Sesay, our guest today. That was from Inside the Diaspora.
Absolutely.
I know that you continue to do things in the diaspora. What do you do currently?
Many and what do I do? That's a good question. I'm a publicist, social media marketer. Actually, my time at Sahara, most of my duties comprise of managing the social media handles for Sahara and Sahara TV, and that has really picked up. So I've worked with several companies doing social media for them, growing their followings, and yeah, it's been pretty good. with Inside the Diaspora. I've tried to still do event coverage. And I've also done marketing for huge events like One Africa. I was recently in Mexico for Afromundos. Is the first Latin African collaboration where Oscalade was actually there, Scales was there, and a few other people.
So I used to know when you were promoting a musical group, dancing group, the Excellence. What's the group?
Your Excellency.
yeah, Excellency. What happened to that? What happened to the group?
Actually, happy birthday, Princess. I was out last night celebrating Princess. Well, actually, one of them got I don't want to say disinterested, but they decided to follow a different path, basically. So they decided to dissolve the group, but I'm still in close contact with them. They're my sisters, so we're still.
Then I don't have the video, but I saw you hanging out with Burna Boy at a album listening party, and I've seen you with all the big stars. How is that going? What's going on? How why am I not invited when you meet these people?
My team.
Why am I not invited? Yeah, when you meet these people.
Are you sure you want to be invited?
I don't know. Maybe there's something going on. Am I not missing something?
Well, for a small fee, I could be your publicist.
Link me up. You could link me up. Now. I saw you in Atlanta, or I got a call from Tunde Ednuts. You were hanging out with Tunde Ednuts in Atlanta. What was that about? What was going on?
Well, there's actually a movie coming out starting, I don't want to say starting next year, but next year there's a movie that's coming out that, was shot in Atlanta. So
Were you in the movie?
That's a secret. It's a surprise.
Yeah, you're not allowed to say anything.
So
no. Yeah. What's the movie about?
I can't say much, but some of the people in the movie are Mr. Ramsey Noah, fantastic actor, Miss Regina Askew, and a few other people. So it's directed by Wole Ogundare, who's your Nigerian brother. So yeah, and Tunde just so happened to be in Atlanta as well. I believe that's where he lives. So it was good actually seeing him in person. He's a huge fan of the show. So seeing him in person and having him express that, he said, "Where's Dr. Damages? Where's Dr. Damages? I must talk to him."
Yeah. Interesting. So let me ask you about the diaspora, because you cover it and you know what's going on. What do you think is the biggest challenge that Africans in the diaspora face, especially in America, or you can say in America?
The biggest challenge? That's a very good question. I actually haven't thought about it. The biggest, because there are many challenges that we face.
Yeah, there are many. Yeah, but what's the biggest one? That because you talk to people and you connect with them, and what do you think? What is the biggest thing that is a challenge to Africans?
Funny, the biggest challenge, one of the biggest challenges, I would say, is the disconnect, between us here and back home, and not only that, but the disconnect between us, the Africans, and the Black Americans, But funnily, I think Afrobeats music has been able to slowly, bring us together. Actually, I was out last night for Princess's birthday, and for the first time, I went to Lagos Lounge in Times Square. So this is owned by a Nigerian young dude who, he's had the restaurant before, but I believe that one was shut down. And then now in the middle of Times Square, can you imagine an African restaurant where you can go have your jollof rice, So it was very inspiring for me to go there for the first time yesterday
And it was just like any other high-level establishment. They had security guards. The music was playing. They were playing sports, different. It was just very inspiring. So I'm very proud of that. So I would say Afrobeats is slowly bringing us together, but I feel like the one of the biggest challenges is the disconnect that we're still trying to bridge, which is where my show comes in terms of bridging the gap.
Now, you mentioned Afrobeat, and I recently have been listening to American radio stations, and they play a lot of. Huh? What are you saying? I didn't hear you.
I said you listen to American.
Yeah, because I wasn't listening to hip hop radio stations until recently. I listened to NPR most of the time, but I saw that they play Afro music like Burna Boy, Wizkid, David. So who is leading in that competition? Because there seems to be a competition. Some people are for Wizkid, some people are for Davido. I know you follow these people very well. Who's leading?
Who or just the Afrobeat artist leading?
Afrobeat. Yeah. Who is the top guy now?
I want Wizkid FC to come after me, or 30 billion gang to come after me. But I would say that so far, this year, I'll talk about this year. This year, definitely Burna Boy. Burna Boy, this year, he's been at the forefront. He sold out Madison Square Garden. Wizkid actually also sold out Madison Square Garden, which I attended, and the concert was amazing. Yeah, but I would say this year alone with Burna Boy, he took the crown. He definitely did. And in terms of females, I would say Thames, obviously, and also Ira Star. From the
There was an incident that happened yesterday. Was it yesterday in London when an Afrobeat musician performed and people there was. Yeah, who is he? I don't know him. I just woke up one day and there is somebody else I have to know.
He is Mr. Money the Vibes. You don't know Ashake?
I have no idea.
I see why
I graduated from a Naira Mali, and then I had to know Portable, and that was enough for me for a year. And then there's a new person. How do these people come? Where do they come from, man?
Alone. No, Ashake, and this is one of the things that he said. They never, like Ashake's song, with Fireboy Bandana, they never see me coming. You know what I'm saying? Nobody was ready. Nobody was ready for Ashake. He just came from nowhere. Basically, I believe he's under the other Olamide. He's under Olamide's label, and it's a thing where, I guess they've been prepping him behind the scenes. So once he came out, it was just straight up shooting. So he's another person actually that I would say did very well this year. But at the top internationally, I would say Burna Boy.
All right. So someone like Portable, can you explain to me why he's important? Why I have to know him? Stop everything I'm doing to know who Portable is?
Because this pandemic, a lot of stars were born. Some are very talented. Some, they just have the vibe. I would say Portable is talented. I'm not trying to say he's not talented, but he just have that vibe. Whereas during the pandemic, people are bored and they just want to see something extra, which is what Portable brings. He gives you the extra oomph that you will keep wanting more. You will look at him and say, this is someone that I like, but from afar, but he has the vibe, in my opinion.
So, does it mean, you know what, let me play this video and then we can talk.
Okay.
419 of the book, Tomorrow is Another Day, by Joan von Gan von Gogh.
Okay. You said von Gan.
What? So, did we miss the opportunity to be as big as Portable? What happened? Can you hear me? I can't hear you anymore. Unmute yourself.
Hold on. Okay, back.
So I'm saying we missed the opportunity to be as big as possible. You know, what did we do wrong?
You said we missed the opportunity.
I'm asking, did we miss an opportunity to be as big as possible? What did we do wrong?
Doctor, what would I say to that? That's a very good.
But hold on, beyond. I know that you know actors and actresses now, and I wanted to find out, how are they making money now in today's movie industry, the Nollywood movie industry? How are they making money since they don't sell DVDs? And basically they release most of the movies in theaters in Nigeria, and then it goes to find them on YouTube. How are they making money?
Well, definitely streaming online. Everything is basically virtual now. I would say they're making money online, streaming, and the deals, endorsement deals, definitely. And of course, now when you upload your stuff online, you get paid for it.
Where do people get paid for it?
Instagram, for instance, YouTube, Facebook. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I didn't know that. We need to talk after this. We need to talk.
I'm telling you, for a small fee, I can take you to the next level.
You've been saying this since I knew you. How long ago? And I'm still where I am. You know. Now,
my team and I, no, we do great work. I work with different creatives. I work with different marketers. I work with just talent, basically, and anything you need. I have someone who can do it. Even if I can't do it, I have someone who can. So.
Okay. So for those who need that kind of packaging, is that what they call it? Packaging.
Packaging, yes, from start to finish. All the artists, all the creatives, all the talents. My company does it inside the diaspora. We do it. And I also have other companies that, I collaborate with to make sure the work gets done.
Yeah, I saw that you also promote some musicians when they come here to perform, or how far do you go? Do you bring them here?
Well, I wouldn't say I bring them here yet, because that won't cost money. I need sponsors. If I have sponsors, definitely. But actually last year, this December just made a year that I did my first official show under my company inside the diaspora. And I did it at Amazora, and it featured one of the biggest artists from Sierra Leone, Emerson, and it was eye-opening for me because it was my first time doing it by myself. Of course, I collaborated with other people, but it's a different ball game when it's your money involved, and you're not just
you're not just going there to cover the event. It's your money.
Yeah, it's your money involved, and I'm not just. Usually, I would be working with another company that is doing the event, and I will provide services. But this one, literally, I curated the event, and it was a very good experience. I enjoyed it. A lot of people who did attend, they did enjoy it. But one of the challenges that I faced was people made it political. My Sierra Leonean people, they made it political because Emerson, he's known to have been outspoken about the previous government. And this one, he's been less outspoken about their wrongdoing. So, people felt sometimes.
So people now think that he was paid to keep quiet.
Absolutely. Among other things. So, they take that anger out on me. But it's okay. We move.
All right. Let's watch another video of you in action, and then we'll continue.
Bonanza. Here's an amazing opportunity for both of you to beat Grace Mugabe's record of a PhD in just 3 months. Dr. Damages, you can actually become a double doctor now. I have some leaked PhD questions from the University of Otuoke. They are so easy. Below is the notice from the examiners. Now, PhD exam questions number 1. Complete the statements. How much did Jim Wobodo? A. Stealing. B. Stole. C. Steal. D. Stolen.
I know that one. I got it.
Dr. Damages.
Jim Wobodo. Stole.
Whoa.
Yeah,
How
stole.
much did he stole?
Yeah.
Does
stole.
that sound correct?
Next question.
Question number 2. The following are examples of corruption, except A. Stealing. B. Impersonation. C. Forgery. D. None of the above. Tomato Jos.
None of the above.
No.
No, that is not correct. Dr. Damages, another chance.
Stealing.
That is correct. Mr. Dam, you are going for a double. He is going for a double title.
So stealing is not corruption.
No. Stealing is not in Otuoke. University of Otuoke. No.
Corruption.
On to the next question. Number 3. Which date is usually celebrated as New Year's Day? A. June 12th. B. May 29th. C. December 28th. D. January 1st.
I got it.
Tomato Jos.
January 1st.
No.
Tomato Jos, unfortunately, that is not correct. Dr. Damages, you have a chance at getting a double degree.
December 29th.
You are on a roll. Correct.
Yeah.
December
29. Yeah. University of Otuoke. December 29. New Year's Day.
On to the next question. Number 4. When you are in Lagos, you are almost in A. Cameroon. B. Ibadan. C. Kaduna. D. Nigeria.
Ibadan.
No. You're almost in Nigeria.
Correct. Dr. Damages, you are on a roll. I feel like Dr. Damages wrote this question.
Winner.
You read this thing.
Winner. So those were the good old days. Thomas Jos. Do people still recognize you as Tomato Jos when you go out there?
I went to an event, I think last week, yes, and there are people who just call me Tomato Jos, no matter where they see me. Tomato Jos, and I'm just like, that's been years. But they see some of the show, and it's like they keep wanting more. Oh, when are you coming back? And it's like...
You don't even know where the studio is.
What was that?
You don't even know where the studio is anymore.
I'm just laughing.
Now, coming from Sahara, I don't know if you get this question. Do people also come to you and say you're responsible for bringing Buhari in Nigeria?
I've had those talks.
So what do you say?
You said, what do I say?
Yeah, what do you say to them if they come to you and say you're responsible for Buhari being the president of Nigeria?
It depends on who's asking. So there was someone who's prominent in the community, actually, who, they're always curious about Shawari and what he's doing. And I usually have to tell them, that man is his own self. You keep asking me about Shawari. Maybe you are sent or something. But I don't know. That's always been my answer to them when they ask me, oh, so what is Shawari doing now? Oh, are you guys proud? And I'm like, proud of what? Oh, wasn't you guys that was in the forefront for Buhari? And I would say, at the time, he seemed like the better candidate, so we did our job, from my perspective. I'm not sure what goes on behind the scenes, but for me, as a journalist, I did what I thought was the right thing to do.
Okay, we're going to let our audience members, people who are watching, to join us if they have questions for Tomato Jos or Young Oprah. I'm sorry, you've grown beyond Tomato Jos. You're now Young Oprah. So while we wait to have them join us, let me ask you. So do you want Buhari? Not Buhari. Do you want Showore to be the next president of Nigeria?
That
If you're
would
going to.
that would be very favorable for us.
So based on what you know about him, do you think he's capable of running the country?
I think he is very capable of running Nigeria. However, I don't know if Nigeria is ready for him, or if they're accepting of him, I should say. Yeah, because I do believe he's very capable. But I'm not sure what it is. You know, some people obviously geography plays a part of it. Tribes play a part of it. You know, and just favoritism of different parties play a part of it. So, you know, and he started his party from scratch. So I think it's gonna take some time for people to fully warm up to him.
All right. Just for those who are watching, Brazil. Oh, sorry, what am I saying? I just can't believe some things that I'm getting. I'm getting a comment. I'm getting some comments here. But Argentina is leading France 2-0. For those who do not know, but I believe everybody is watching, it's leading France 2-0. That's a surprise for me. I thought that France will win this cup.
But you
Anyway.
never
Yeah,
know.
I mean, it's. I think they've gone far. I don't know. Anyway, we keep monitoring that. So let me get some people in to join us in this conversation. I think there are a few people who are here.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Hello. Ofusi. I can't pronounce the name. Help me out. Ofusi. You know, Fatima, you are the one that used to help me out with pronouncing some names. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the show.
Vanolis?
Huh?
Oh, you're talking about
Yeah, Ofusi Lima. Ofusi Lima, how are you? Welcome to the show. Oh, he's gone. All right. They're surprised that they are on live on the show. So beyond the question,
camera is off. Still on.
Yeah. Let me see. They were not ready for this, probably. Okay. So what about the Sahara team? Who are you in touch with? Are you still in touch with anybody at Sahara? Not the coach. I mean the former ones, people at Sahara.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'll say I'm still in touch with Keisha. Sure, from here and there. I know he's busy with his campaign, so.
did you people sometimes they will meet me and say, why are you not promoting do you get that question? Why are you not promoting Showore?
I think I've gotten it a couple of times, but I just try to to stray away from the question.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's hear from Paul. Paul is joining us from Arizona. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you and good morning.
Yeah, hello. Good morning. Paul, this is Tomato Jos, formerly known as Tomato Jos, Fatima Sesay.
Yeah, Tomato Jos, the good old days, but I don't even know whether Tomato Jos have ever find herself in Jos to see
that's
why
a good question. No, that's a good question. Have you been, Fatima? Have you been to Nigeria?
You know, that's the funny thing. I was supposed to go this December.
What happened?
Some things didn't happen.
How can you answer Tomato Jos and you've never been to Nigeria?
No, of course I can. It's what's here.
Okay.
Okay, do you know the reason why they call you Tomato Jos?
No, why?
Oh, your skin color.
Oh, is that why? I had no idea. By the way, how did that name come about, Fatima? I don't remember.
It's actually a fan. I was thinking about it this morning. It was a fan that gave it to me. I think first joined, we were deliberating on the name that I should go by, and then we asked, what name that.
Okay. And someone said Tomato Jos. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, no, Paul, hold on. Okay, Nonso, welcome to the show. Nonso, can you hear me?
Hello.
All right. Nonso is just joining so that he could watch, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nonso, if you can hear. Oh, okay, good. Nonso, how are you?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Nonso, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hi.
Where are you joining us, Nonso? Where are you? Okay. Nonso is having difficulties. Let's wait until he sorts that out. All right, Paul. So Paul, when did you start watching Tomato Jos on Dr. Damage's show?
Yeah, I think I start watching, if I could remember where, it's between 2011 or 2012.
Oh, wow.
Thereabouts. Yeah.
Okay.
So
you saw how she transformed and,
Oh, completely. It was a big war because then I used to steal Wi-Fi to watch it. So my boss so much hates Tomato Jos sometimes when he dress. And this is a man that have like 3 wives. You understand? So what is women turning to these days and every other thing? You understand? We can't talk anything, but we gossip a lot. We just laugh and say, do you know all the woman this man run after? They are like Tomato Jos. You understand? But she criticized him. No, mind him. He like him. He know if he talk. So it was very, very funny. I was stealing the office Wi-Fi just to watch Tomato Jos, just to keep ourselves going at work, the stress of the cold, the heat, and every other thing. It's been a good time, and due to the show rating too, that was when Showore was very, very active. So I follow Showore. That makes me also watch. Then there's this girl too in the entertainment part. I can't remember his name again. What that's something Philip. I don't know.
Oh yeah, Toyo C. Phillips.
Toyo C. Philip, yeah. Those period was really, really good. I really, really keep up very well.
Very good. Thank you for hanging in there with us. Nonso, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, good. Yeah, Nonso, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Where are you joining us from?
Right now I'm in London, UK.
Oh, UK. Okay. So
yeah,
do you know
our internet is frustrating all the time.
Is it everybody in London? I thought it's only CM.
I used to see you struggle with CM, man.
I thought it's only CM. Is it London wide?
No. I think it's the whole London. I know it is.
Doctor, I guess they put their router with the Queen. Their router follow the Queen.
was buried with the Queen.
Tomato Jos, it's nice to see you. I've been trying. I was following you guys when you were there, actually, in Dr. Damage's.
Oh.
Then later I got angry at Dr. Damage's because of the condition Nigeria get into. Because I remember when we used to be at the platform watching Dr. Damage's. There's some certain things that we start sensing that this this Buhari regime was actually brought to Nigeria by them, So we start to withdraw ourselves. But
by who are them, Dr. Damage's? Not Tomato Jos.
By Sahara reporters, all of you guys, all of you, Adiola, so you, and you are, in fact, they are the architect of everything, But today we are hoping for a new change in Nigerian government. But I'm really happy that we're getting there. Meanwhile, Tomato Jos, it's been a long time,
Hello.
Many, yeah, many Nigeria, many of us, we really love you at that time.
Did you send emails? Nonso, were you the Nonso that was sending emails to Tomato Jos? I'm just kidding.
No, I never sent emails.
There was one Nonso that was looking for private number and private conversation.
No, it's not. No.
I told him how much to pay. He didn't call me back. He didn't respond to me.
No, Dr. Damage, if I needed Tomato Jos at that time, I had his brother is my anyway, somebody from Sierra Leone is my friend who know her very well. I would have go through the guy, you know. That's not me. Yes. He played football in Sweden that time. What is his name? Brema Koroma. I don't know if you know him. Yeah, he's a football player. Actually, he played for your national team. So he's my friend. So had it been I needed, he say if I need Tomato Jos, he will just get me the number. So I will
No, you see that I was an obstacle to anybody trying to get to Tomato Jos, so it wouldn't be possible. They have to see me first. Anyway, let's welcome Adewale. Adewale, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Thank you. Hi. Excuse me. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank you for having me on
the
the show.
From? Yeah.
I'm joining you from Alberta, Canada.
It looks like Canada. I saw that thing behind you. I know this looks like Canada. In America, we don't put that kind of paint.
That's an American, though. That's an American.
Okay. Anyway,
yes.
so
thank you very much for having me. I'm glad to hang out with Dr. Damages, Tomato Jos. The only people missing are Adiola is missing. I can't remember those people anymore, man. I used to watch you guys back then.
Do you know Tracy?
I know Tracy. Yes. From way back in 2011, 2012. You guys really, man. Once we came abroad from Nigeria, you guys kept us in the loop in a satirical fashion, and it was just interesting. I'm looking at the beautiful Tomato Jos, man. Do you have a new YouTube channel?
I actually do, Inside the Diaspora.
Inside the Diaspora?
Yes.
Okay, I'll check it out. I will subscribe. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Adewale. The Black Stone, welcome to the show. Blackstone, you are not in the UK. Can you hear me? People in the UK, they don't have good internet anymore. Where is Noisemaker? Somebody was asking, where is Noisemaker? The Blackstone, can you hear me? Your audio is, nobody can hear you, Blackstone. I know you're in Germany, I believe. The virus is everywhere. So, Adewale, when you... Go ahead. Who's speaking?
I have a question for you. If you can do it, that would be very, very grateful. I don't know whether you keep those long nails that you use in checking the people that send all the requests, all the messages, and everything. There's a way you carry your phone that you'll be scrolling. Doctor will be fighting you. Are you sure you carry those messages?
You said I carry those nails still?
Yeah.
Well, I have this on today. Is it too long?
Not as long as it used to be back in the days.
Okay. I'm toning it down.
Okay.
I'm worried.
Blackstone. Thank you, Paul. Blackstone, can you hear me? Oh Lord. This is a virus. Yeah. So for those who there were so many things that people were used to ask me and to ask Tomato Jos, like behind the scene, what was it like? Tomato Jos, can you explain that to the people here? Because that's what people ask me now. What was it like behind the scene on Dr. Damage's show?
It was chaotic.
I should have checked with you before I asked that question. What do you mean by that?
This is why I needed the questions ahead of time.
What do you mean by that? It was chaotic.
I'm just kidding, of course.
Mm.
But it was like an adrenaline rush, you know. So I worked at Sahara full time, and Rudolph will only come in most of the time when we have to shoot Dr. Damages, which is once a week. So when Rudolph will come in, it's like, oh, Tomato Jos, do you have your script? Tomato Jos, have you practiced? Tomato Jos, have you read the emails? Tomato Jos, everything Tomato. So there will be some times that he would come in, and I will probably be working on a story, you know, sharing on social media, etc. And I would have to stop what I'm doing and attend to the doctor because he won't leave me alone. He would ask, you know, have you prepared, you know. But working with Rudolph was, what would I say? It was interesting.
She's editing herself now.
It was, what should I say? It was
She's
very
editing herself.
No, it was very interesting working with him though. No, I learned a lot from him in terms of patience. You know, there were a few times that Rudolph could have, you know, gotten upset about certain things that not me, because me, I'm nice to him. That other people
All right.
no, probably, but always kept his cool. And he is very meticulous in everything that he does. You know, and he also likes to help other people from behind the scenes, you know, whether it's Adiola that they work hand in hand, you know, things like that. So it was very inspiring to work with him. And yeah, I'll leave it at that.
All right. Thank you so much. So for those who are watching at home, if you want to join us, please do. And Paul, do you have any other you may not see Tomato Jos. Next time you see her, she's coming. I mean, she's in a movie. She doesn't want to tell me the details. She will be.
She just said so.
Yeah, she will be. Remember, Tomato Jos, can you tell them the story of the day that Lupita came to Sahara? I don't have that picture you took with her. Lupita, what's her last name?
Nyong'o.
Yeah. Yes. So she came to Sahara, and I wanted her to introduce Dr. Damage's show. She told me no, that she has this big project that is coming up, that she's not allowed to appear on any show without approval. And I was like, this small Kenyan girl, who are you? You know, and then boom, she became an Oscar winner. So Tomato Jos is actually that. This is the last time you might see her on a small show like this.
So Tomato Jos, I want to ask you another question that will relate to we the Nigerians more.
Sure.
What does it take to work with somebody like Omoyele Sowore? Because I know he's very, very strong opinionated. He's strong with his opinion very well. How do you balance working with him when he's so strong in one direction and be able to convince him to do things maybe much in your own way?
Well, I'm Tomato Jos. No, on a serious note, actually, I started working at Sahara in 2012. I actually just went for an intern. I had just graduated from college, undergrad, and something inside of me just told me that I wanted to be around my people. So I literally went on Google and searched for an African media house, and Sahara popped up. I made an appointment. I went in for an interview for an internship, and I got the internship. Within a few weeks, I was hired full-time. So, of course, you know, Sowore is very strong-minded. Working there, I got to learn, you know, the type of person he is, his beliefs, etc. So it's a thing where spending so much time at the office, I got to learn how he thinks. Not all the way, obviously, but I got to learn how he thinks and how he operates. So it was easier for me to speak to him in the manner that he understands. And if anything arose that had to get taken care of, I was basically his personal, among other things. So, you know, we had to work hand in hand. So I think that time that I spent with him, it made it easier for us to work and along.
All right. Thank you. Who interviewed you, Fatima? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Who?
Chica.
Oh, okay. Chica. Wow. Okay. All right. You are going in and out. I don't know why. Maybe you are far from the. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. So who you said who? Chica interviewed you
right before she left. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. The Blackstone, welcome to the show.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Good.
Okay, thank you. It was my earpiece.
Okay. Yeah. So Blackstone, do you know Tomato Jos?
Of course, I know her. I know her from your program. I even wanted to ask you where has she been? Where is she? I've been trying to remember to ask you where Tomato Jos. Has she gone back to Jos? Because we have no more tomatoes in Jos again.
Okay, she's here. And,
how are you doing? Very long time.
Thank you.
Nice life with you. Yeah, it was nice watching you in the Tomato Jos show.
Thank
you. Did the emails.
Blackstone, did you write any emails to Tomato Jos? Were you the one in Germany?
I never did.
There was.
I know I did not actually.
Thank you.
But I enjoyed her presence in the show because she makes it very more interesting. After you damaging all the people, then she bring back life to them. She bring life back to them actually.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, the Blackstone. Ovia, welcome to the show.
Assalamu alaikum.
Malaikum salam.
Salam.
You think Fatima is Christian, not Muslim, but she speaks.
I just say peace unto this house.
Okay.
I know. Hello.
Yeah. I would from a place of respect, of course. Until I start listening to you this morning, I know nothing about Tomato Jos or the person before. No, I'm serious.
There are people like that. You know, there are people like that. Ovia is a young person that just left Eboma. You know, actually, Eboma is a big city compared to where Ovia is from.
Eboma is like 10 times my village.
It's a big city, but if you put a dot for Eboma in a map, you already covered where Ovia is from. So that's why
you are not far from that. Yes.
Welcome.
Yeah. So seriously, on today, I mean. Okay, I wasn't a fan of Dr. Damage's show or Sierra Report that from day one, but my friend, who I have to see him every day because we live together, is a fan of. He's always, he listens to everything. So I have no choice than to know what about Dr. Damage and the other lady. But apart from that, that's it. That's
wow.
What I know. Report.
Adiola, you called Adiola the other lady.
Okay, Adiola, I'm sorry if you're listening. No, I don't mean as I said, from a place of respect. So I have no clue until even when Paul was asking, do you know why they call him Tomato Jos? Have you been to Nigeria and all that? That's when I was like, oh, I have no idea. If you remember, even there's another white guy that I think is in Kenya now, was on your show.
Remember, yeah.
And I was like, who is this guy? He was like, no, this guy is Sierra Report. I was like, okay. And when it was Sierra Report, I know show you and Adiola, that's it.
Hey.
Okay. No, these are people behind the scene. Fatima, they are the people who are actually there 24 every day. You know, we just show up once a week. You know.
Yeah.
So.
Nice.
Right. So you do. I mean, for you, Ovie, she knows Shore more than any of us. So, if you want to go political on her, she might give you insight into into show.
I have two requests. I want to have her on my show so I get to know her, my fans get to know her, my fans get to know her better. That's what. If you grant me that opportunity, I will appreciate it.
You have to meet me.
You have to pay her for that.
You have to meet me, and then
Doctor have to give me permission.
Then since you said that you know Shore more than anybody, I hope you come with Shore too.
Well, Shore is on a different platform now, but that's up to her. Anyway, Fatima, anytime if you want to talk to Ovie has a show called All Na Politics.
Okay.
So you can.
But
any other question?
I have to go full-time research, do my research on you and everything, so that I'll come prepared.
No. Yes, you're right. And one of the things I think where Fatima is like a resource for anybody is she's been covering the diaspora, and she knows a lot about what Africans abroad are going through, and that's one thing we don't talk a lot about. Africans, especially in America, and the same thing in North America. All right. Anybody has any other question?
Yes.
Go ahead, Adewola.
I couldn't find your channel on YouTube, and I've subscribed to Ovie's channel, All Now Politics, by the way.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good question. I did when someone asked her about her channel, and she said, "Is it African diaspora or something like
that?" Inside the
diaspora. Instantly, I went on Google, YouTube to look for it, but I couldn't find it.
So if it's possible, you paste the link to your channel in the comment section or something.
Yeah, Fatima, you can do that.
Okay, sure.
And before I leave, can I just say one more? I just need to make an impression of Dr. Damages.
Okay.
Welcome to the Dr. Injakiri Damages show, to the greatest city in the world, New York City. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, Adewola, thank you so much. It's nice.
Again, I know Sasha. I know Sasha too. Even I've not met.
You know Sasha?
I would love
to
I would love to be Sasha.
Yeah, Sasha.
Yeah, that's true. Most people think that Sasha. Somebody wrote a comment recently on the YouTube channel that you are copying Adeola when you talk about Sasha. That Sasha is not a real person. Sasha actually was a real person that was on the show.
What about Mama Udoka?
Mama Udoka, yeah. Mama Udoka is no, actually, Mama Udoka is around, and do you see her, Fatima? You actually brought her to the show.
Oh wow, but we are in contact. So
You're
that's another.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my baby. So definitely.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing.
That was Dr. Damage's wife in the show. Always fighting with him. When Dr. Damage is going after Tomato Jos, then Mama Udoka is jealous.
yes. There was a lot of fights along that line. It was interesting, yeah.
I'm trying to write in the chat. Why? I'm not. Did anybody see what I wrote?
No.
I see inside diaspora. That's just the name, but that's not the link.
Okay.
That's the private. You mean the private chat?
Yeah.
In the private chat.
I copied it and pasted it. Still, I didn't get it.
Yeah, we can't find it, right? And I typed in your name as well.
Just try and
Fatima Sesay.
Just try and be a specialist in how to search YouTube. Try again.
What did he say? Blackstone?
I said
she try to be a specialist in YouTube session, so I can try again. And again.
I will get it right now. Thank you guys so much. It's Inside the Diaspora TV on YouTube.
Okay.
I got you on Twitter, but YouTube is still not okay. I think I found your YouTube now. If you tap and if you use our name on Google, then I think Google should lead you there. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you do that. Type her name on Google and no. All right, but
okay. I see
what
this
I'm seeing here. No.
Wait, just give me 1 second.
Okay. While we wait for
are you obedient? Maybe that's why. That's why I couldn't find you. Are you an obedient friend?
I won't answer that one.
Okay. See, that's why.
Today was
let me play
this guy
video.
had no heart. He had no heart.
Okay, sir.
He killed 10 people. Mamu Doka. What are you doing here?
What do you mean by that? What am I doing in my house so I can't come home?
This is not home. This is my medical practice.
Are you serious? What is yours is mine. I came to check that which is mine.
Dr. Njakere Damages and Sons.
And who am I?
You're not a son.
Am I not your wife?
No, and Sons. He didn't even put your daughter down.
Who gave you the sons?
It doesn't matter. Okay,
but
why are you here? Why are you here?
I came to see you.
You should call now. You should call.
No.
I mean, you should call to
call you.
Call Tomato Jos and then
Tomato Jos again.
No, you should call and let me. No, wait.
This is a season of love.
This is professional.
This is a season
is it about?
Don't be mentioning Tomato Jos in my home.
It's about.
This is a season of love.
It's about Valentine's Day. No, I forgot. No. I forgot. I thought you were patient. No. This is like love portion, but you know. You want some? So you can love me. Okay, but Valentine's Day. You know, I've been thinking about. What do I have for you? I had something for you. Oh yes, I have.
It's dead.
Wait. I have not said my.
Is this for me or for Tomato Jos?
Wait. No, this is for you now.
This broken rose for me.
It's from. Look at it.
That's
1-800.
That's such an insult.
1-800 flowers.
You're still telling me about it. What do you have for me? This is love season. You're showing me a broken rose.
I bought it's New York. New York rose.
What next?
New York rose is expensive. Buy yourself.
Singles. Singles. But if it's Tomato Jos, you give her 100.
Okay. This is Powerball.
You're not ashamed. I have concluded. You're not. Do you know my marriage with you is over?
It's 600 million.
You're not ashamed.
600
Your
million.
mates have 600 million in their account.
But I don't have to
You're counting on Powerball that you will win. Do you know how many billion Americans who play this?
I've already won.
You're not ashamed.
Check the news.
Back at the Kunya. Look, let me tell you something. My marriage with you is over. I'm no longer interested.
Mamu Doka.
Listen, look at me. Look at me. Men are looking for me. I am tired of you. My marriage with you is over. Take your thing, go. Get out. See, and tell Tomato Jos she can have you for all I care. I am getting ready.
Wow.
To go and look for a man.
When was the last time I saw you? When was the last time I saw you? We have to talk more. You know, I think this show. I'm not sure this show today. I think I'm done for. Can we go to? Can we go to a hotel?
Have a nice
Let's talk. Presidential. No. Let me treat you. You know, Valentine's Day. Mamu Doka.
Wait. So, is she the one that played that character?
No, it's not her. That was Mamu Doka. Mamu Doka. Someone mentioned Mamu Doka. So she actually
I did, yeah. Mamu Doka, yeah.
She actually
Who is Mamu Doka? I've always wanted to have that question. Who is she?
She's who is Mamu Doka, Fatima? You brought her to the show. Sometimes I don't know these people.
Is she from the north? No, she's
clearly from the north.
She's from outside.
No, she's not from the north, but she grew up in Jos, you know.
Yeah.
So she speaks.
And still, she's not the Tomato Jos.
No, she's not Tomato Jos. No.
Okay,
she grew up in Jos. Yeah.
I think there's more to this story that they are not telling us.
No, it was interesting because
we shall find out in due time.
In actual sense, my wife is now, people now call her Mamu Doka. So people confuse her with the actress who was playing Mamu Doka on this show, and so but that's all interesting. So
Dr. Damages.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll let you go. I wanted to ask Tomato Jos a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So
Tomato Jos. Doctor, because also calling your son Udoka on your
Yes,
you know
yes,
that's
yes.
that
So
also caused it
that's
too.
how Doka came up. Yeah, Doka became my
So
son when
Fatima, I have a question. You know, I've been seeing the Sierra Leonean government issuing out citizenships to African Americans that have some ancestry. I just wanted to hear your opinions, your thoughts on that situation. What do you think about it?
Do I
It's a tough
think
one.
they should or they shouldn't?
I mean, in my opinion, it's open. I feel like if someone can trace their ancestry somewhere, they deserve to be granted that right of citizenship. And also, a lot of Africans in the diaspora that don't have a direct connection, they deserve to have a motherland.
They
So,
want.
in my opinion, I feel like I'm okay with it, no problem.
Okay. There's an actor, I believe Isaiah Washington. He's traced his roots to Sierra Leone as well, and he was probably granted citizenship. So just to flip it, right? So there's a Lebanese artist named Nasser Ayub, I believe his name is. So he was born in Sierra Leone. He's lived in Sierra Leone all his life, right? And he's now going through a struggle in terms of not getting citizenship from Sierra Leone. So for him, he's fighting a battle, whereas he's basically saying, "Oh, it's because of his skin complexion."
Skin tone.
That's why he's not getting citizenship. Literally, I believe last week he made a post about it. You know, he's been struggling for years to get his citizenship. He was born there. So this is not even, to say the African Americans who are coming from the diaspora to want to be a citizen. This is someone who has lived there. So to me, I do believe that he does deserve to have the citizenship. And I can also say that I understand why the government may not want to give it to him, but I do believe he deserves it. So to answer your question, I do think that those people should be granted citizenship because, we're talking about coming together, bridging the gap and also welcoming people to our homeland. So we have to have open doors for people who do want to associate with us.
Okay, there is a slight difference between the Lebanese individual and African Americans, though, because the African Americans they can directly trace their lineage to the Mendes, to the the different ethnic groups out there. So it's
Right.
completely different. The Lebanese person, I believe, as an African person, even if you were born in Lebanon, you're not going to get a citizenship. If you were born in Oman, Qatar, UAE, all those Middle Eastern countries, some European countries, you're not going to get a citizenship. So in countries like United States, Canada, these are newer countries that were colonized and taken with force. So it goes against morality to deny people of their citizenships if they were born in these types of countries, as opposed to native countries like Sierra Leone, African countries in general, European countries. Those are native countries. You can't, in my opinion, this is just my opinion.
No.
If people are born in such countries and they are foreigners, and the governments of those countries decide not to give them citizenship, it's still understandable because those are indigenous countries to their people.
Right.
But when you come to a country like Sierra Leone, a guy from Lebanon cannot be crying and complaining about not getting citizenship because he was born over there. Because this is an indigenous country to the people. It's their choice to give you the citizenship or not.
No,
but if their descendants that have traveled somewhere else for hundreds of years can retrace their ancestry to the Mende group, for example, I think they deserve citizenship.
Okay.
Can I come in there?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I think I will disagree with you a little bit, right, in the issue of a person that was born in a country. at least every country has a pathway to citizenship if you are born in that country, right? No matter where you original origin or where you come from, once you are born in a country, the country provide a pathway to
No,
become.
I don't think Blackstone. I don't think it's universal. It's not. Some countries.
And I mean, it's not universal, right? But most countries are adopting it now, right? So most countries in the world are adopting it and the creative pathways. Europe was very difficult if you are born in Europe from citizens from a different country, they will not give you citizenship. But now they have ways. Like in Germany, after 5 years, your child can apply for citizenship as long as he has been living legally for 5 years. It's automatic. You apply within 2-3 months, you get your citizenship, right? So because at least there should be a change, right? It doesn't matter if you are from Lebanon, from any other Arab countries or things like that. From where we come from, once we are born, at least the country should provide a pathway. It's okay after living here for so years, can you have a citizenship, right? Not people from diaspora or native who trace their roots to certain countries in Africa and everything. At least they should, though they have the right to claim it, but it should also go through some processes if you want to get them that citizenship, because you might trace it, it might be right, it might be wrong, right? There's a white lady from the UK. He said that he traces citizenship to Nigeria, to another country, but she's purely a white lady. So how do we?
Okay. Hold on, guys. I just want to make sure that you know that the World Cup is now 2-2. France.
What?
Yeah, I'm watching it right now.
I don't know how that happened.
Fantastic goal from Kylian Mbappe.
2-2 now.
Penalty and then fantastic goal from Kylian Mbappe. Yeah.
No way.
It's insane. Yeah. It's building up to be a cracker.
Yeah.
This
is a heavy.
How many minutes left? How many minutes left?
They're not in 84 minutes.
So about 6.5 minutes
to go.
Wow.
So full time.
Okay. Good. All right. Ovia, you wanted to ask a question, yeah?
Yes. I wanted to say something about the citizenship thing, if you don't mind.
Okay. Ovia, hold on.
Okay.
Go ahead, Scribe.
Oh, okay. I just want to say, like, I think it's unfair that the Lebanese guy born in Sierra Leone it should be automatic. That is just a fair. I mean, I don't know. I've not reviewed their constitution or whatever, but an Australian an Australian who maybe three generations of he has up to a third generation in Australia can go back to the UK after I think 5 years, you become a citizenship. So now speaking about the African Americans, I think what the African governments are doing is a very good thing. But I think what they are failing is to put an economic twist to it, because we're just kind of giving them the citizenship, and technically we're not really getting much back from it. Another thing that most African Americans don't actually know is that the African Union has all African Americans in diaspora have an ambassador. So technically, they are citizens of Africa. By I think there was a law that was passed in the 60s or something that made them technically Africans. So by right, no country technically can deny you citizenship because or entry or something like that if you know how to present the case. So I think it's good, but then there should be because there has to be a twist on it, because if you look at it, it's now turning into some kind of fanfare with no direction. What is the actual what are we actually going to gain from all this kind of stuff? Who are we actually giving these things to? It's a good thing, don't get me wrong, they should be able to find their roots, but the thing is, in the whole ancestry thing, it's by percentage. So how do you actually weight it? If somebody could be Gabonese, Gambian, Nigerian, everything all at once, and then for some reason just 2%, because there's some he knows who is who, and then all of a sudden 2% he's giving a passport. So that's my goal. Like, there has to be a rationale and a direction, and the African Union needs to sit down and come up with a rule around this thing, given this new wave of ancestry DNA tests and everything. There has to be a law to it.
Okay.
We know, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
All right, thank you. Paul, you wanted to let me get to Ovia first. Paul, I'll come to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate that among all the animals on earth, we are the only one restricting ourselves in terms of movements, or where to go, where to stay, right, and all that. Every other animal move freely in this jungle called Earth, but this is where we find ourselves. For me, to add to that, African American or any black person around the world who wants to come back home, I think it should not be a good question of either why but we should question intention and all that, but it should not be anything legal. It should be restriction or that. It should be a right. If you want to come back home, it's a right. And for me, this reparation that the African American asking from the Western government, they should be asking back home in terms of land freely for them to come back home. Because if you actually want to look at it politically, the only way the black man will actually attain 100% freedom is when we come together in these three ways: economically, government, and one economy, and one military. However, that we are going to make that happen. That is the only way that we can actually fight our freedom, or anywhere the world want to assemble, we will have a say on the table. Because today, war is all about economy. How much do you worth? That's why yesterday when we were asking that we should not be going to Washington when they invite us. On what ground are you actually you want to say no, you don't want to go? So it's about, by the time we're able to come together in this form, our African economy will be in trillions. Then we'll have a say. Then we can actually say yes, we can actually attain our full potential. But the fact that we have to put legal strain, Ghana were doing it the other time, the year of return. To me, that's bullshit. Why should people decide if they want to come back home? Come back home. Give them land. Let them, foster. This is their home. They are not loved abroad. We are not loved abroad as much as we want to anyway. So what's the whole point? So it just baffles me that among all the animals, the way we claim to be more civilized than every other animal, we harm ourselves for fun. We like to say ourselves go through hurdles just to make sure we say yes. In order to, it's all about classism anyway. If not, why should I even want to secure visa to go to Ghana, for instance, or go to Sierra Leone where Sesay come from? Why should I even think about it? To say, okay, I need to do this. I should just wake up and just go. But
all right. Okay, thank you. We have that conversation. Fatima, I'll come to you. There's a question here for you. Paul, hold on, okay? It's from Ijoma. She wants to know that you mentioned that one of the challenges facing African diaspora is disconnection. She wanted to know if you can kindly give more details on that issue, the issue of disconnection.
Okay. I mentioned two. I said one with the Africans and the African Americans here, and one with the Africans and the Africans back home. Which one is she referring to? Or both?
Oh, I don't know. It's just a question on the comment section. So, okay. But you can talk about it too, yeah.
Okay, so in terms of here, I can speak from my own experience, basically. So there has been times that, there would be things happening in the community, etc., that affect the Africans out here in the diaspora that I know that a lot of African Americans are not aware of. And if you tell some of them, they will seem like they really don't care because it doesn't affect them. So it's that disconnect that I'm talking about in terms of the issues that we all face, because we do go through similar issues, but we don't know that because we're so, stuck in our own worlds in a way that the Africans are joined with other Africans and the African Americans are joined with other African Americans. It's just recently that I would say a lot of African Americans are gravitating towards Africans because obviously, like I mentioned, the music, they're curious about the food, like fufu, for instance, the jollof rice, which one is better? They would like to try it. I was actually asked by I don't want to say white, but a Caucasian lady a couple of days ago about my favorite African restaurant. And I couldn't choose one because at the time I didn't feel like there was any restaurant that I can say I can go there and feel the full African authentic, feeling. But like I said, going to Lagos Lounge last night, the ambience was great and everything. Not that I'm saying it's culturally inclined, but I like what I see, and I feel like if they put a little more culture to it, that would be a winner. In terms of the disconnect back home, when we're here, we know what we face. The people back home, most of the time, some of them just care about you sending them money back home and not really, oh, what are you going through out in the diaspora? There was a video that came, I think it was a lady that went TikTok viral on TikTok, telling people that when it's Christmas time, when it's the holiday time, that's when you guys will be calling us. You'll be checking up on us unusually, just because you know that it's the holiday season and you want us to send you something. But it's like, do you really care about what we're going through here? I feel like it's a flip, whereas we're more in tune with what they're going through back home, and them, it's they care, but not as much as us that live here because we left them back home. And I feel like there might be a little bit of what's the word, guilt, because we know what they're going through, the sufferings. And I'm not saying abroad is heaven or anything, but abroad the government will provide food. If you're homeless, there are shelters. I can't say the same for back home.
All right, thank you. Paul, what question do you
have? So talking about the African Americans, so somebody make mention, she also make mention about the Lebanese thing and everything. You don't get citizenship in those parts of the world. So it's just like a visa thing, one of the reasons why we get 2 years visa in Nigeria, some other place get 5 years visa, like I'm talking about American visa, is because what we give to them is what they give back to us. So if in their country, they don't give us citizenship in those Middle East, why do you want us to give a girl because she was born in Sierra Leone, Nigeria, and the case? It's hard. Few Lebanese that get citizenship in Nigeria, I can tell you, it is the president of Nigeria that gives them. It's not about them. It is because they've proven themselves in terms of business-wise, so which means they brought money into our economy. So they not like by birth. It is you proving yourself. Then the African American thing, I think it cut across 2 ways. I don't want to speak for 54 countries, which I know the slave thing didn't happen in 54 countries. Let me trickle it down to Nigeria. In Nigeria, it cut across 2 ways. One of the ways, our own people sold these people out. Then some of them, they forcefully take some of these people out. And in Nigeria, families own lands. If I can go back, there's land for me, which I do have land as I'm speaking right now. I strongly believe if an African American is coming back home, he's a son of the land. Give him a land. So he can always have a pathway to come back home. He can always have a reason to. I go back to Nigeria today. If I visit Lagos and I don't go to Delta where I come from, people curse me that you didn't go to Nigeria. I want to go back to my ancestral home. So I strongly believe that we're supposed to welcome them well because they forcefully take them or they sold some of them. So they should come back and enjoy everything. I don't think we really need to put a clause. America bringing 54 countries to America, it's just a threat of China and Russia, But with African America, if we bring these people and welcome them well, they will be real with us than thinking business with strategy. You understand? The America will think of themselves first. But if we welcome the African Americans who happen to be one of our own, I think that will be very, very, very good. Because Tomato Jos, you also said something about the biggest challenge we're having with the African America. I once lived in the East Coast. Now I'm living in the West Coast. So to some extent, I know the challenge. And some of the challenges that we Africans have not really sold ourselves very well. Currently, I am watching more of Spanish and Italian movies. But guess what? In Netflix, they translate this music with American accents, you know? So it makes it sell more. But like for example, Nigerian movie is one of the biggest in America today. We still use the Nigerian English, which at the end of the day, the Americans still struggle to understand it. So it's we, the Nigerians or Africans in diaspora, that is still watching the movie. So it's time for us to learn how to sell ourselves very well. That is one. It's time for us to learn how to sell our food. We still cook our food for a Nigerian person to enjoy Nigerian food. But the Chinese make their Chinese food for other race to enjoy it. If you go to a Chinese man house, if you eat their food in their house, you will never want to eat with them. But if you go to Chinese restaurant, if you eat that food, you want to go back there again. You see the difference? They find a pathway to make it pleasant. I can't cook a food and use African chicken that is hard as hell and wait an American man to eat it. They are scared of bone, but we eat the bone. You know,
you're not
those bone marrow, those juice. So these are the things that we have to work on ourselves and meet them pathway.
Paul, do you care about the healthiness of the food between the African chicken and the chicken of 7 weeks old that you are eating?
Now we're talking business.
Yeah, no, yes, but if it's healthy, people will find a way to pay for it.
Mr. Paul, I'm talking business. You cannot force people to eat what you want to eat. I'm just talking business now.
Mr. Paul, it's all branding, right?
You cannot serve everybody now.
We have our own culture. We have our way of food. Understand me?
You don't take your culture.
Wait.
The Chinese man.
Okay,
hold on, guys. Hold on.
There's a suggestion. I always encounter this thing anytime I'm watching your station. Is that anybody can just start encountering somebody without, getting to their turn. You understand, to speak, and he makes it look so disorganized. So if somebody have to speak, let the person talking finish his comment first, so we can get exactly what the person is saying before we start talking, please.
Okay, thank you for coming here to say it, because the people we are talking to, they're here.
Yeah, I know. The people. Another thing, I want to ask Tomato Jos one question. That's Tomato Jos. I don't know if you, because I believe we are still watching Dr. Damages. I don't know if you want to come back or you are just gone. Because many times we are waiting for you guys, all of you people, to come back and make it more, make it to be the way it used to be before. We are really missing it.
I want to listen to the answer to this one.
No, doctor, that's a question for the doctor. Thank
you so much. I get questioned by people about noisemaker too. When is the noisemaker going to come back? He's my friend, but things have changed so much. We don't have a studio. We used to have a studio in Manhattan where we used to shoot, and everybody is far away from each other. But let's see what the new year. The COVID came and messed up everything. Worse than it was before. Let's see how the new year. We may do special projects. I have some ideas about special projects we could do. Tomato Jos is an actress now, so we may have to do some movies, real movies. And it's not the script that is a problem. It's just coming together and making it work. But we are working on some things. We will see some things soon. Let me go to Raf. Raf, what's your question or comment?
Greetings, everybody. Greetings, especially Fatima. I've been watching the show all this time. It was until Adewale asked that question on citizenship, and I started hearing some answers. So I was like, okay, maybe I'll finally come on stage. And then my brother Paul took us to Mongolia. I was like, my brother, why they carry us go as usual? Citizenship is something that I think we tend to get wrong. It also, always points to our inferiority complex, and it's not our fault, but There's a case in Liberia. I don't think it has been resolved yet. Liberia has a new law that if you were born in Liberia, you get citizenship. That was just, I think, earlier this year or mid of this year that they finally, their legislature passed that law. So to Mr. Scribe's point, there are many countries in Africa that don't have it ratified in their constitution. And why was there this? Why did this case come out? A gentleman, I think he's originally from Sierra Leone or Guinea, where his family. But due to one of these fightings, he ended up in Liberia. He was born there, raised there. He's black, but he's not a Liberian citizen. Now, based on the number of years on this in this new law in Liberia that qualifies you for citizenship, he does not qualify. So when I was listening to this news report, they had the Minister of Interior Affairs in Liberia, which I think they should be doing in many countries, who was defending the law. And this gentleman on the same program, and the minister was like, "Oh, I'm sorry that you don't qualify, that you just missed out to become a citizen, and you don't know any other country. But you're still not a Liberian. But guess what? If that boy plays football and he turns out to be the next George Weah, will Liberia say, we don't want you to play for Liberia? Or will you say if France takes him as usual, as France grabs everybody? Will you say he belongs to France, like Alfonso Davies belongs to Canada? We all will now be shouting. So you need to look at your laws. The Lebanese boy now, if he wins Oscar, if he wins Grammy, will Sierra Leone say he's not Sierra Leonean? Will you now say he's not? But you will now say because he's Arab, he's like because you hate Arabs. Somebody has told you to hate Arabs, so you not think, you know that Arabs have been in Africa since as far back as 12th century. We have records, we have proof. Go to Mali, go and it's on the internet. You are part of them, they are part of you. Arab is not white, it's not yellow. Arab is it's a culture. So there's black Arabs, there's light-skinned Arabs, but somebody has made you put this inferiority complex in us. If you are born in majority of the GCC countries, the Gulf, some Gulf cultural countries or something like that, but it's called GCC, which is from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, Qatar. If you are born there, if you have a child there, if you're an expatriate and you have a child, no matter which country you're from, that child belongs to that country, not a city. You belong to that country. I lived there. My boy who lives in Qatar now, we were all in Bahrain together. I think he's from Kano State. There's another one from Plateau State, another one from Zamfara. They all run to America. When their wives were pregnant, they all run to America to come and to give birth here, so that their children do not become citizens or belong. The language is belong to that country. And we'll be saying that you cannot. No, different countries have different rules, but they've already made their own rule that it don't matter the color of your skin, whether you're white, black, brown. Once you are born in those Middle Eastern countries, you are their country. You belong to their country. Now, does it mean that we have to use that language for ours? I don't think so. But you know that in Nigeria, when it comes to citizenship, on October 1st, it's printed by the Federal Ministry of Interior in the newspapers. I don't know if they still do it all the newspapers, but I know back in the day it used to be in the newspapers. Who were the majority of the names that you saw who became naturalized citizens in Nigeria? They were mostly from Lebanon. Some Filipinos, but everyone who married a foreigner, your name ended up there after you've met the criteria to become a citizen of Nigeria. I've never seen people having an issue with that. Why? Because they are not poor people. It's when we now have poor people, which tend to be mostly black, then we now start bringing this, But if it's black Americans coming home, which they have a right to, we are fine with it. But we still don't have we have never addressed the issue of somebody born in somebody from across the border from Togo in Nigeria. And why can't they become a citizen of Nigeria? Oh, no. But if automatically you become a Nollywood star, oh yes, now you become a citizen. There is something fundamentally wrong with how we talk about citizenship. There's something fundamentally wrong with all of us, myself included. All of us how we look at this, that it's like the way France made that black young man, or gave him automatic citizenship after he jumped like Spider-Man to save that baby from the burning house. And people didn't understand that there was something problematic, that he would have been deported without him putting his life on the line. So if that baby had slipped out of his hand when he jumped all the way up, would he get citizenship or not? And people were like, oh, like, look at an African hero, black man, power. And I'm like, so what would have happened if the baby fell out of his hand? We do the same. And this Sierra Leone example is another one, because that Lebanese boy, the moment people heard Lebanese, he just switched up. He doesn't qualify to be a citizen. He qualifies. He's born there. That's his home. He doesn't know any other place. So he belongs to you. Embrace it. And he doesn't have to be a musician. He doesn't have to be. He's already contributing to the country. But we wait.
Can I give a rebuttal? Sorry,
please. Go ahead.
Yeah. So thank you for that point. You know, I agree with most of what you said. The thing about citizenship is that it's different depending on what part of the world you're in. In Nigeria, for example, as a foreigner, male foreigner, you don't become a citizen by getting married to a Nigerian woman. But a female foreigner becomes a citizen by getting married to a Nigerian male. Also, in Nigeria, we all know Nigeria is almost borderless. It's an extremely porous country. You can easily walk in. You can ride Okada from Benin Republic, cross into Ogun State. You're already in Nigeria. You can cross from Sokoto, Katsina, Borno. You're already in Nigeria. So we have tons of people in Nigeria from other places without any documentation. That's how it works. Now, to get a citizenship in Nigeria, all you need to do is go to in Abuja, in Central Business District, go to one of those houses, Katsina House. Before you get to Katsina House, make sure you have forged a document that proves that you are an indigene of Katsina. For example, I'm just giving an example. When you get to Katsina House, they're going to ask you a few questions. Oh, who is the emir of this community? You give the answer. They would stamp that document. They will sign that document. With that document, you go to Nigerian immigration and get a passport. You are in Nigeria. So you can easily become a Nigerian citizen. That's the point that I'm making. But at the same time, we can't compare ourselves. If we truly had a solid border that was well maintained, and we have the immigration system that has integrity, you can't compare us with, for example, the United States of America, because we are an indigenous nation. The United States is a country that is made up of, first of all, it was stolen from the original people. And then the people that took the country, they now feel obligated to give people from around the world citizenship by birth. In our case, we don't have to follow the same rules because that's an indigenous nation. It wasn't stolen from anybody. If you understand what I'm trying to say. So those are the discrepancies that I see. But as far as the original conversation of African Americans or African diaspora from Brazil, from Jamaica, the Caribbean islands, as far as them going back to Africa to gain citizenship, I fully support it. I have no issues with it. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, Doctor, let me just say one last thing quickly. One last thing. If you noticed my examples that I made, I never brought up United States. I mentioned Middle East, and I gave Liberia situation, which is a recent situation. So if you people keep comparing Nigeria to United States, then I think that's on you guys. The issue is still that African countries, we are still struggling to identify citizenship. Just because we have a problem does not mean we shouldn't fix it, and it cannot be solved. Digitalization has helped to solve many things. It's like the ghost worker problem that we have with our civil service. We can easily knock that out, but who wants to take that first step? Who wants to go and bail the elephant? So with citizenship is there. The issue of foreign men, getting married to Nigerians and we don't recognize them as citizens. Yes, that is something we should tackle, but doesn't mean that we should wait until the perfect scenario. No, we should still mention it, because a lot of things we do now is still until this person is like the next Cristiano Ronaldo, then citizenship. No, because if you cannot recognize the guy on the street who is fixing shoes, that person qualifies for citizenship. If they've been in Nigeria for 25 years, paying tax, they qualify. But if that person cannot run for, because all the ones, you can go to Oluyole and get any certificate and qualify, right? But if you want to run for office, after doing all the good things, being a good law-abiding citizen, will we recognize you as a citizen? That's when the cocoa lands. So that's the point I'm making. Thank you.
Thank you. We one more question for Fatima. Maybe we'll let her go, and then we can have more conversations that we may want. So, like now, I saw you are with all the people here are Nigerians, and I know that at Sahara there were people from Zimbabwe, from other countries. You know, there's something that Nigerians do not, maybe they don't know. I don't actually know how it feels like when other people from other African countries are in the midst of Nigerians. How do you look at Nigerians, being that you've seen a lot of them in action? How do people from, I used to make fun of you, from small countries like Sierra Leone that we need to take over and make it a state in Nigeria. But anyway, how do you see Nigerians from your perspective? Because I'm thinking, taking myself out from here, thinking if I'm around people from Sierra Leone, how will I feel? How do you feel? Are you now, is it now like natural for you? Do you feel weird? How do you see Nigerians?
Do you want my honest opinion? Or
Yeah. We want the honest, not the edited one. Yeah, we don't. These people can take it. They can take it.
No. You know what's funny is a lot of people think that I'm Nigerian. A lot of people. I've had so many people come up to me, asking me, "Oh, what state are you from? What state are you from?" And I'm like, "What do you mean? I'm in New York." But they're like, "No, from Nigeria." And when I tell them that I'm Sierra Leone, and they're like, "What? Seriously?" I think a lot of that is because, like you said, I'm around a lot of Nigerians. Growing up, I was never taught to be, I don't know the word that I'm trying to look for, but I don't want to use discriminate because we're all Africans. But I've always been a people person. So coming to Sahara, for me, it was natural. I didn't come and think, "Oh, I'm going to be around all these Nigerians." Like, no, I literally just wanted to be around my people. I wanted to have some type of impact. I spent 4 years in undergrad, and the skills that I learned, I wanted to bring them to the table, to a company that I felt like, in a way still connected to my roots. So which is why I even joined Sahara. For me, working with, Nigerians, it was normal for me. It was okay for me. However, I think me being, at the time, I believe I was the youngest when I joined. When I joined, I was the youngest. I'm a woman. And also, I was close to the boss. So I know a lot of people, I don't want to say had some type of resentment towards me, but I can tell by their actions that, they were not okay with it, that I was a Nigerian. And I honestly did not care, because for me, I was there for a purpose, and I believe that I did serve my purpose. And I do believe in the One Africa mantra. So that's how I live my life. Outside of Sahara, like I said, a lot of people always ask me, "Are you really Sierra Leonean? Are you sure?" And part of that is because I think of the way I carry myself. I don't like to toot my horn, but I am very smart. I'm street smart. I'm book smart. So, in the African community, they've associated that with Nigerians, that, oh, good things, mostly good things, come from Nigeria. So in a way, a lot of people, they wanted to claim me, like, yes, Tomato Jos belongs to us in a way, which, I am everybody's sister. I think I can be anywhere.
Do you feel do you people from let me say the way I say it, Sahara, small countries like Sierra Leone, do you people feel kind of resentment that these Nigerians are dominating things like the music industry? I know you promoted a Sierra Leonean artist. The Nigerians embrace him the way that other countries in Africa embrace our big guys like Burna Boy? And do you feel, is there any resentment?
So I will tell you, just to touch on your first comment, actually, I've gotten resentments for that because I'm associated with Nigerians. Part of the reason why my show actually was not very accepted among Sierra Leoneans is because they felt like, oh, it's a Nigerian show. She only cares about Nigerian issues. And it's sad to hear that, because I try to touch on every country as much as I can, because it's a small country. Company for now. We hope to branch out. However, it saddens me to feel like my own people don't embrace me as much as Nigerians do. And I can say that today, and it's been like that. I can say for as much as I've started my career, my following is mostly Nigerian. Nigerian in the UK, surprisingly. Nigerians, and yeah. If you go to my profile, you will see that the people who comment when I post, the people who like, are Nigerians. So it's a thing where I go where I'm embraced, and I think everybody do. You follow where it's peaceful. I find peace around Nigerians because they embrace me. So not to say that I don't find peace around my people, but I feel like they are more critical, or they feel that I should belong to them, which I do. However, I belong to all of Africa. So if that sums up. Yeah.
All right, that's good. Thank you so much. If there's any other question for her, she can take it now, or we tell her
Yes.
to. Okay, go.
Do you actually blame the Sierra Leone 100% though for not embracing you as much as you want, knowing the fact that you overshadowed, just as you put it there, you're overshadowed by the Nigerian presence around you always? It can be domineering, I understand that, but don't you think that you hold them a little bit more by being understanding and showcase more of the Sierra Leonean aspect of you, either by the way you dress or talk? Or I think that shock is there. I understand, because I found myself in the Sierra Leonean among Sierra Leonean people at one point, and I can understand it, even though they bear the same name like the Olu and the rest. I was like, but they try to distance themselves that no, we are Sierra Leonean. In fact, if not because of us, blah, blah, that kind of conversation. So you think you hold it a little bit more, by understanding and showcase more of your people?
So that's the thing. There are times where I've tried to work with Sierra Leoneans. My show that I had last year was basically my coming out, like, hey, I do want to help this industry, with the talents that I have, the experiences that I've had over the years. I want to bring it back to my people. However, I feel like it wasn't as receptive. One, because I'm a woman. Two, because a lot of them felt threatened at the fact that, oh, this small girl, who does she think she is, And the place that I was having it at, Dora, I believe I was probably one of the youngest or first woman that would have an event at that caliber, at that venue. So it's a thing where, a lot of them don't want to support because they're scared of what I would become. But the thing is, I am going to succeed with or without, because what's destined is destined. It may take a little longer, but but I'm welcome. I'm welcoming everyone. I welcome everyone to join me, but if they're not giving that support, I cannot sit down and keep, wanting them to support.
Don't give up on your people. Don't give up.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
But at the
Yeah.
same time, I don't want to sound negative. I'm a very peaceful person. I like my peace. I don't like drama. So it's a thing where, of late, I don't know if you follow what goes on in the Sierra Leonean community. There's a lot of drama. You know, even the bloggers that are out there, the things that they post is not my style. So I try to stay away from it, because at the end of the day, I do have a brand to protect, and I plan to keep that, respectfully.
Yeah. One last thing before, unless someone has something else to say.
I
I
have a
know
light
that.
question to ask.
Okay. Okay. I saw you traveled to Liberia during one of your recent trips. What was that? What were you doing in Liberia? Or
So
is it secret also?
no.
Okay. Okay.
I'm an open book, nah.
Okay.
So his point that he was saying in terms of, coming back to my people and stuff. So last year, a company owned by a Sierra Leonean, they flew me out to Sierra Leone because they wanted to launch a brand. Um, so, I was working behind the scenes. I helped with publicity, etc., communications. So, one of the things that they did was put together the trip to Liberia, because they do want to branch out and not only work in Sierra Leone, they also want to have an office in Liberia. So we took that trip. We met with I believe, the minister of, I can't remember, but we met with a few notable people, basically, to make sure that things are going correctly behind the scenes. So just to your point, I do try, when I am embraced, I do, give it back. However, I won't keep pushing for it if it's not being funded.
All right. Thank you, Ralph.
All right. So, since you have a big background with you're more popular with Nigerians than your people. I still see that as an opportunity for you to still fly your flag. And before I left Nigeria, there was this artist. They had been around for a little bit, but I don't know where they are now. I think they were called Ecstasy. I can't remember the full spelling, but I think it started with an X. And they sang in Yoruba. And Lorile, I think Paul, you go sabi the song. It's an X-rated song, so I want to go into it. But yes, exactly, sabi that song.
Yeah,
but
Street King.
yeah, but very cool song, yeah. Because I danced that song, and they're Sierra Leoneans. I remember the first time I found out that it was Sierra Leoneans.
Wait,
Sierra Leone. Yeah, and I think it was a lot of Sierra Leoneans were relocated to Nigeria due to refugees and as refugees, and but this was way before the Nigerian music scene blew up to what it is, so that was when P Square was coming up. So but they weren't afraid to tell you that they were Sierra Leoneans. So that's just something that I would just encourage you to keep doing as you continue to rise. So this boy that featured Idris Elba in his song Shoebi, I've been listening to his song lately. So I just wanted to know which other Sierra Leonean artists, if I ask for 3 or 4 from you, which ones will you give us that we should keep on our playlist?
I would give you iTribe. He was actually just in London. He just returned. iTribe. I would give you Shady Baby. I would give you. I need to get. Star Z. She's featured. Stone Boy, etc. Star Z. I would give you. Who else should I give you? LXG. That's a group. It's so many talented individuals from Sierra Leone. But the thing that they lack is proper management and proper publicity. I had a show, I think it was last year, where I mentioned that. And from me mentioning that during our independent show, I noticed a lot of people did try to start, the branding, etc. A lot of Sierra Leoneans, they did try. So I do see the improvement, but I think we have a lot of work to do, which is why, I'm I've been offering my services to them, basically like, listen, I'm willing to work with you. You know, it's not much about the money. You know, it's just I know they have the talent, so it's just making sure that they get out there too, because the talent is there. Again, it's just the publicity that they need.
Fatima, all I heard are slaves' name. I expect to hear Omoladu, Omolo Pain, or those kind of musician. You know?
Yeah. Man, one quick thing. The Sierra Leone movie industry, does it have a name, a moniker like the way Nollywood, Conniewood, and others have?
Solly, I think it's Sollywood. Yeah.
Solly.
Yeah, Sollywood.
Oh, okay. As in SUL or SUN?
Solly. Wait, is it Sollywood? I have to, but
Okay.
it's.
I'll Google it, but anyway.
Is it? I don't know.
All right.
It's okay. You're a Nigerian. It's okay. We understand.
Rap. The name you're looking for is called X Project. The artist name is called X Project.
Those boys for
X
Project. I knew it started with an X. Yeah.
X Project. Then also, let me go back to the other side a little bit. Your former boss, Tomato Jos. Let me call you as your name used to be. What type of cars does Omoyele Sowore drive when you were working with him, and how many cars do you drive when you were working with him? How many cars does Sowore drive? Omoyele Sowore, how many cars is he driving, and what type of cars is he driving? Is he driving a fast car, sports cars, and the likes?
Hey, that one is I. You know what's funny? I really don't know. I can honestly tell you, I don't know, because most of the time when he comes into the office, I'm already there. So I don't know how he comes and goes. I just know he comes and goes.
I'll help you out. Now New York, he did not train the guy they ride. He's very humble. He rode the train.
I have no comment.
Doctor, what about you? I know it's.
Oh, you want to ask me the question? Actually, I don't know his car. I know the car. I've been in it. I don't know the name. It's not something remarkable. It's an old Jaguar car. It's a Jeep. It's green in color, but I don't remember the name. It's not something significant. You know, it's full of papers and everything. You know. His work.
That's how Nigeria can be. To be green, that's the best.
He works. His office is in his car. Was in his car. You know, everything is there. So I don't think. No, it's not. It doesn't have any fancy car. I think my car was better than his
because
car.
all we get, they say Jonathan buy him some fancy car. They say
forget about that
from you guys.
No, forget about that. Yeah. All right, Fatima, thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully, I'm planning a kind of reunion with all the Sahara people on a show. So I will get in touch with you for the day we are recording that. Okay?
No problem. I'll send my assistants.
No problem. Thank you.
Please, I will reach out. Please, be the one to answer me, not your assistant. Please, when I reach out.
All right.
Thank you. Nice to see you again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I'll add my handle right now. It's @InsideDiaspora on every social media.
Okay.
Yes. So feel free to follow back.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good thing. Can you you posted it? Yeah. Okay. So it's on the private chat for those who want to follow her. Is there? Fatima, thank you so much again, and we will see you next time.
Pleasure meeting you all.
Okay.
Thank you. Nice to meet you again. Bye.
Nice to meet you too.
So we take a break and we'll be right back. Oh, I'm frozen. Okay, let's see where we are.
World Cup update. Argentina is leading 3-2.
Time 1:16. 4 more minutes to go.
Making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I am not gonna fool around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Yeah. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, who are the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. So long.
Okay, you like my uncle dressing?
France don't equalize, 3-3.
No way.
Penalty.
Are you serious?
Otamendi.
What?
That's Otamendi. You know, Argentina, they use World Cup play. That guy.
What?
If you murder him, 2 penalties, now you don't give away. I don't understand that guy.
Wow. I hope France wins this. You know,
I think Argentina deserve it. France
Deserve fire. Deserve fire, my friend. Go on.
No, bro. I they talk objectively. What you consider?
The only team that's deserved is Morocco, none of them.
No. That's even okay. The best team on paper at this World Cup was Brazil. So, but
yes,
that's not the point.
And that damn Croatian team that only specialize in taking non-white teams to penalties. if I see any Croatians,
My guy, you
I
Rudolph, at the verse. The 5 seconds where you give to celebrate my uncle, they don't give on to European made they celebrate them. Take up my World Cup. We are talking about Magic Kodumi. We are talking about Magic Kodumi.
Sorry, Uncle don't take away from
a true sort of Benin. Now
I thought Fashek was a Yoruba guy.
That's why everybody always thought.
Everything.
When no Sabian.
Okay, I didn't know that.
No. He was great, you know.
No, he's a great guy.
The greatest.
Yeah.
I sent down the rain. I used to remember
Rainmaker.
as a kid, in Trident radio, right? If you remember those old Trident radio, they'll play it on this, and literally the rain will start falling. No be joke. Like they start playing "Send Down the Rain," and rain will start falling. Man, I used to think the guy was like, he had mystical powers.
Mr. Scry, let me tell you, the time that they will play it and there won't be rain, you won't remember it. It's only when they are playing it and it's raining. That's what you remember.
Fair point.
Now they station now. They look at weather, so they know what is going on.
Whenever it's raining, they play Magic. Whenever it's raining, they play Magic.
I like his outfit.
It's of conscience when he come out with the chains, the handcuffs,
that clip. I have a friend who is doing the documentary on Magic.
Wow.
So he wanted to use that clip of his appearance on the Letterman show, and he was told to pay $30-something thousand just to use a clip from that, less than 15 seconds. So
and that's why they wonder why you always play the clip on your show. Like YouTube doesn't come after you.
No, for some reason they don't come after me. So I keep
that means they never notice you. Because
when they notice,
is it because you are playing it in between conversation?
No, I don't know. Maybe because I don't know why, but
they would think we're analyzing it because
that's even if you're analyzing it, that even makes it
actually, someone had to report it.
Okay, that's true. Yes, that's true.
YouTube on them don't just stop it on their own.
That's true.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. So this issue of citizenship that we were talking about, I thought it's an interesting topic. There's something I wanted to put out there just for anybody who cares. There are a lot of Americans and people from the islands who are doing DNA tests, and it's linking them up to Africa, telling them they are from Nigeria. In fact, there's a documentary I'm working with somebody from Haiti who traced her origin to Nigeria and to Igbo people, about 40%. But one of the things that it's an opportunity for anybody who is listening who wants to go into that business. We don't have Africans, real people like us who grew up in Africa, doing our own DNA tests and putting it into the system. So they tell me that I have my cousin because somebody else, another black person here, will do a test and then they will say, this is your cousin, link them up. But because the Africans who DNA is all in Africa, we are not doing it. So we can't connect to them. They connect to other people who are here, who are not at home. So there's a big industry that is not opened yet.
If we want to actually do that and go back the way history, all of us are one way connected now. So now just that the way the population grows, everybody begins from that.
Excellent. Ovie, great point there. If I may continue from your point. Rudolph, was it you that was telling me to do DNA test? When you
you told me
to do DNA test, right? And I was telling you that I was planning to do it as a birthday gift to myself. And I think I was talking to somebody else who's also from West Africa. And we were like, I think we are planning to do it around the same time. But I think I've talked to another person like, oh, no, I don't want to find out anything. Because there's this fear that, if you've said I'm a true blood Igbo man, I'm a pure Yoruba man, then what will you find out when you do DNA test? You will now find out the Fulani that you hate. Fulani that is this, and then Fulani, 20% Fulani. You do like this. That's why all of us need to do DNA test. All of us need it.
It's just crazy.
Apart from finding out our cousins.
You don't put some time for Gary rap.
No, wait, my brother. Wait. Oh, this thing is important because part of this xenophobia that's so strong right now in our communities that is so powerful. Like me, I was believing this thing for a long time, but even one time I won't even mess with Yoruba woman at one point in my life because I'll be like, man, I hate Yoruba people and all these kind of things. Yoruba is this and that, we don't understand how this thing has eaten so deep into us. And our people have been messing around for a long time. So you don't even know which blood, you don't even know which DNA is in your body. But you have this thing of just because you were born in Nigeria, what is now Nigeria, and you belong to one tribe, then you now say, or two tribes, and you now say, I'm a pure this. My father is this tribe, so I'm this, I'm that. Who are you? You don't even know what you are. So let the science show you. And then when the science show you, then you're not like, man, for me to come out now, come the shout, say these people, I say I comment to these people too. So I suggest that all of us do it so that we stop calling some other people lost people. We are all lost, to be honest. So
let me ask a trivia question. Do you believe that the problem of Nigeria now from these three biggest tribes now they be our problem?
I don't think it's not a yet black and white, and it's not as black and white, but
because nobody cares about us.
It's a constructed
500. Nobody cares about us.
Wait, my brother. It's an artificial world that has been constructed because Nigeria is a construction. It's a limited. It was a limited liability. It's an LLC. Nigeria was an LLC. The foundation wasn't for a state, so it was a bunch of federations put together, and then it was to make profit. And then when you take away that goal, that aim of making profit for an empire, and you say, okay, you can now rule for yourself, then it now becomes who is ruling, and then people now, okay, the big three. And then that's why when you meet some Nigerians and you tell them that this person is from one part of the north that is a tribe nobody has ever heard of, they're like, you're not Fulani, you're not Hausa. People's head is now, their head is now rotating. Like, what are you? You sure you're from Nigeria? Like when I first came to Ibadan for my senior secondary school, and people will see my name. Your name is Rafi Hari. You sure you're from Nigeria? Are you sure you're Nigerian? I say, yes, I'm Nigerian. Are you sure But nobody asked me that in Benin when I was schooling in Benin. Nobody saw me and said, are you Nigerian? But in Ibadan, I kept getting that question. I go to church. You sure you're Nigerian? You go to school. You sure you're Nigerian? Every day. Are you sure you're not from Liberia? You sure you're not from Ghana?
Say we Benin people, our civilization dated back to.
Okay. That wasn't the point you had to make. That wasn't the point I was making.
That's
Hold on. Let me.
A very good point, because even though the Yoruba race, like you said about this LSU thing, even though the Yoruba race, it is just part of politics that bring them together. The Egba and the places like that, the Alafi of Oyo and the Egba, they never agree at all. You understand? They see themselves like they speak different. After many years, hundreds of years, that's when they see themselves now like one. So we were scattered in different ways, and we just try to bring ourselves together. So to some extent, one direction we might look like this biggest tribe because of they form that togetherness. They use it to dominate the other smaller group, but it's something we can put behind us.
Bible say we are children of Adam and Eve. So
let me say this. I forget that story. Let me say this. The people that govern Nigeria so far, the minorities are not, and they are there. People tend to forget. People think that is the big three that are running the show.
No, the big three use us. They use us. The big three use us to do the betting.
But you guys have been in charge too. Tafawa Balewa wasn't from the majority tribe. Jonathan was not there from majority tribe. Even Babangida was not, so but you guys have been in charge.
Why the big tribe are fighting? Why would the big tribe are fighting? We use their fight to rise to power. It's a game. We just know how to play it better.
In Nigeria. The Jaws. They are very, very good.
Okay, wait. Simple question.
Are the fourth ethnic group in Nigeria. They are very, very big. And they fought across so many states too.
Yes, but not everybody sees it like that. Many people they see that, recognize that Ijaw is big. But simple question.
Rap has already answered this question.
Who's the
Rap,
indigenous?
what you said was premised on sovereignty. We don't have a clear sovereignty and citizenship rights. We do not have it, and that's the most important thing. Whether you put Yoruba man there, Igbo man there, minority, majority, as long as it's still the neo-colonial wheel is still rolling behind the scenes, we're just wasting our time. We have to have true sovereignty and citizenship rights, and that is the core of what our problem is. So once that is established, you know, I mean, I grew up not knowing what a Hausa guy was, what a Yoruba guy was. As in, it's just in the last, I would say, very few years after this Sharia thing started with Obasanjo and things like that, the feeling started to change. You know, through the military era, I think they were very good in, you know, sort of like keeping discipline to a certain point where people were like, that wasn't much of a distraction. So my first 20 years of life, I never really was my own. I saw everybody as one. It was during this democracy that we started feeling it again, because then it's now a democracy. You know, democratic things came into play. The real sovereignty and citizenship questions began to manifest. Then we had the collapse of the 100-year agreement from 1914. Yeah. Then you begin to see people like Tony Nadi appearing in the TV and things like that. So the narrative starts to change. People begin to think differently. You understand? The whole thing started spreading. You had the iPop guys and everything. So yeah, I think that's where we should remember how things kind of went down, and we start becoming more conscious.
Mr. Scribe. Yeah, I wanted to mention that Tony Nadi will be on the show on next Saturday. I'm bringing him on the show. And then there won't be show on Sunday, which is Christmas. We have to take a break on Christmas.
No, Christmas show. I didn't come to your house, can't chop rice.
Christmas show. Everybody to my.
Am I coming to your house to eat rice?
Christmas.
Yeah.
Doctor,
Christmas show.
Doctor. It's not you to invite me to chop rice when I house and I talk Christmas show.
Show us that what if let me speak it in the language. If you go.
So I'm trying to record something for Christmas. Maybe there'll be something. I'm trying to get some people together and record it and play it on that day. But I won't be live on Christmas. I watch OVA. I know OVA is live on Christmas. I watch. And one man. Anyway, one thing.
I will do 24 hours show that day. I'll do 24 hours show that day.
Yeah, I do come on and listen to some of the shows, even on Clubhouse. Is it Clubhouse they call it? Yeah, I do go in there sometimes.
Which one is Clubhouse?
Yeah, that's my other half entirely.
It's a different ball game.
Now. Oh my goodness.
It's unbelievable what's going on there. I went to a group and they all believed that Nigeria was on the right path, and everybody there was saying the same. I couldn't believe it.
You will find everything in Clubhouse. I found Nigerian Nazis. I found Nigerian supremacists. I found Nigerian.
It's unbelievable.
It's just like Twitter space. It's like Twitter space.
Twitter space copied Clubhouse.
And they are live 24 hours. Some of them, I don't know if they sleep. Somebody will just sleep and another person will continue. It's amazing what's going on.
I have to delete that app on my
Hey, France, hey, 2 penalties lost.
Nonsense.
What?
2 penalties lost.
That's all the black people that kill for Argentina.
It is written in the stars, man. Messi has to be the
all the black people that sacrifice for Argentina. Where they kill. They don't use that juju take. Can't let this work up.
Anyway, I wanted to mention talking about DNA. There were a series of people who came here and they wanted to bring their wives and their kids, and they do DNA test in Africa. One from Ghana, one from Liberia, and they found out that the kids were not their children, and they couldn't bring them. So that's one reason why some Africans are afraid of doing DNA tests. In fact, there's a study that came out and said that 75% of first child of most Africans are not the child of the couple. 75% up to that. But we have to do this test to connect to people in the diaspora who are interested in knowing where they come from. And it will strengthen Africa and strengthen the Black world. Sometimes we limit our thoughts.
What about us? What about that orphans?
Rudolph, what do you mean by about 75% of
So
are not.
Yeah, first children, so what they are saying is that if you are the first child of your parents, chances are 75% chances that you are not the child of the father. Is not you are the person you think is your father. It's not actually your father.
No, wow.
Which report is that?
It's an alarming statistic.
I saw it in a Nigerian paper.
Yes,
I mean, it may. Yeah, but there are stories, and we know
talking about
stories
it
of.
A lot, and it's creating a lot of problem in Nigeria.
Doctor, have we become that promiscuous? That's
Yeah.
a very alarming number.
No, actually,
75%.
due to the test, this is from the test they are carrying out in Nigeria.
Hey.
Honestly, so nobody can blackmail us and come with all sort of stories.
Wait, let me clear one issue. Here in Germany, right? It is even established that most children in Germany do not belong to the man.
Yeah. That's not Germany. That's not Germany.
Wait. I'm trying to clear something, right? Because this does happen.
No, but the truth is this.
It does happen. So that's not.
It may be strange to us. You understand?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's Blackstone finish and then you.
So, now, do you know where that story is coming from, Rudolph? Okay, sorry, finish.
Where?
I'll tell you.
It's all over. Argentina don't win.
You know where it's coming from? It's coming from if you listen to the ancient story back in the day.
Sorry,
say before you marry, you need to carry your wife go meet the king of the town.
Excuse me. Let me. That's not true. The present time, most families are not carrying out DNA tests in Nigeria, and they are finding out that most of their first child is not do not belong to the husband of the woman.
How many percent of the population have done that DNA yet? That you
because even the one they have done, if 80%,
but you have to be very categorical when you say the whole country,
if 80%, no, excuse me, if 80% of what they have done prove to be negative, right? Then it's assumed that it is like accepted result, right? So if maybe that is the issue, then it is taken as could be the actual percentage that most people have the same issue.
Where this thing is carried out to is also very important. You understand? Nigeria is a big country. That's why they very hard to accept all these things that you are talking about. Nigeria is a very big country.
For me, if I may come in, that occurrence, of course, is certain statistically. But what we also need to understand is the result that was rolled out, or the information that was brought forth here. Also, we need more detail about that before we can be able to make some assertions or a conclusion on that matter.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm looking at the story. It says actually it's 80% of firstborn children don't belong to their fathers. This is from a Lagos DNA expert. So he's the chief medical director of the DNA Center in Lagos. So you can say that it's about, maybe you can say it's the problem of the elites, because most of the people doing this DNA are people who are trying to go abroad or people who are trying to get visa. It's something to do with that. Or maybe it's a city thing. It's maybe in the city. But this is something that came up. I don't know how wide the study is, but it's actually something that some people did in Nigeria.
Mr. Rudolph, I can also confirm to you, here in Germany, you have to bring your child from Nigeria. You have to do the DNA test. And there have been many cases. Even there was a case that the man has 5 children, and all the 5 children were negative. The man committed suicide.
Holy shit!
That's bad. Echo, go ahead.
But Rufus, you are a very brave man going up against the World Cup finals. Did you not know there was a World Cup finals going on, Rufus?
Okay, Dr. Damages, thank you for having me. Thank you for having me, Dr. Damages. I'm going to sign out. I'll go back to the comment section now.
Thank you.
Ovie, I look forward to your show, brother.
I would like to host you, sir, if you drop your contact for private section.
I'll go find your email.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. One man, you wanted to say something.
Dr. Damage, I wanted to say something. You asked White Label to finish. And one man jumped in when I wanted to say something.
All right. H.O., go ahead. I thought you finished.
Doctor, how about you take it turn by turn? This topic is very sensitive. So that we'll not be jumping. Just take it turn by turn.
Okay. All right. H.O. starts. I will go from H.O.
The truth is, We lost our value system. A lot of things. We lost our cultural value system, and a lot of things crept into the matrimonial home. If they should do DNA tests in Nigeria, many homes will collapse. And that is the bitter truth.
So,
those days, for my tribe, when you are married, you cannot. Because if you do, you will lose your first child or your husband. But as society evolves, they do it without consequence. How they overcome it, I don't know. And that is applicable to a lot of our culture today, where we lost the value system and a lot of things crept in. So when I hear married women are comfortably having sexual relationship outside their marriage, your heart breaks, and it's happening neat, and it's so sad.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. One man.
No, I was just speaking to the arrogance of it, you coming up against the World Cup finals. I mean, just how big is your ego? What's going on here?
I like that. I like that. You know, it wasn't. I didn't tune in. I was not aware that there was World Cup.
The good news is
Actually, my show has a specific time and date, so it's not going to change because.
Then you move it. You move it now.
No, I can't move it. No, I can't move it. I think about it like NBC. The normal shows on TV. Think about it. CNN didn't close down because there's World Cup. They continue to do their show.
Mr. Rudolph, just forget this is a very controversial person. Don't just forget that.
Controversial, right? Well, you have to stop this narrative, you know. But the good news is Messi won the World Cup, so that's what I wanted. So I'm pleased with that.
You are a fan of Messi, so that's why you tell me. You are a fan of Messi.
Everybody is a fan of Messi.
No, I'm not actually. I'm not. I'm only a fan of Nigeria players.
So let's continue the DNA thing. Paul, what do you have to say?
Oh, okay.
So one man, you want to comment? You can comment on DNA.
No, I did want to, because this is a story that I've been tracking on my space as well. The understanding is that the bastardization in Nigeria is about 60%, and when somebody as prominent as what's it called, Femi Kuti, when he did a DNA test on his children, he found that 80% of his children are not his. So the bastardization in Nigeria is very
hold on. When you say 80%, how many kids?
I don't know. I couldn't give you.
Okay.
I didn't know, but I have to go and. But most of his kids were not biologically his, and he came out in public to tell us that. But that is consistent with the received wisdom that a good 60%, which is a worrying amount of. How many times have you seen it that some guy will train up children up through university stage, only then for him to come to the understanding that maybe 3 out of 4 children, 2 out of 3 are not his. So where do you start from that? So the bastardization in Nigeria is something that is very deep. It's an unspoken of. It's a less tackled space within the Nigerian space. But then what does that speak to? That speaks to the promiscuity of the Nigerian women, because Nigerian women, they're notorious for that. But why is that? It all boils down to economics, doesn't it? So that's just it.
One man, I disagree with you. Use the word some women, some Nigeria women. When you say Nigeria women, you just generalize everybody. And me that is sitting down here, I am not part of that your generalization. So use the word some. And the men are not left at 2, because I'm going to do a show where I will ask you, the men, where is it written that you must sleep with a woman before you offer her help. That day we will get to show that day.
It's in the book of life.
Okay.
I'll talk about it when I get to my turn.
All right, thank you. Let me go to, I think I called Paul. Okay, Paul, you're next.
Paul, yeah.
Okay, talking about it from what H.O. said, sometimes we, Nigeria, let me not use the word Africa because I've not cut across Africa very well. We Nigerians, we pride ourselves so much with rich cultures and tradition, which to some extent is true. But I will tell you, when they say first child, they know what they're saying. In good percentage, first child, some of us, we are cutting. You understand? It happened, you get this girl pregnant, you go marry the girl. Who tell you that it's only you that is doing the show? Before the girl say, I'm pregnant, then you go marry the girl. You know, many women use pregnancy to catch us together and the likes. As a young boy, I was very, very lucky. I was so skinny. I never enjoyed my high school days. But when I get out from school, I was lucky to make a lot of money. Guess what? I'll use the word, the women started rushing me. If I can even go further, I'll say the women started raping me. You know, the money is there. So if I'm not being careful, some of them would have even said, some of these child are my kids. You know, so Nigerian women too can be very promiscuous because also we the men too, we take it as a status thing. You understand that I can talk to too many women at a time who can run against shows. So with the first child thing, I think it's possible. I have seen so many of my Nigerian friends who rumor and reality that also went to Nigeria to go marry, only for them to bring their child here, DNA proof that this is not their child. So these things does happen. So when you talk about culture, the strongest culture when it comes to promiscuous is where I come from. The Delta people, they do all type of things. H.O., they can speak the language where you understand. The juju where they take Ogogoro do, then give that juju Hennessy, the juju go high. The juju go high, nothing will happen. So it doesn't happen.
Those days, it was happening. So where did we get it wrong?
Poverty is one aspect of it. Poverty is one aspect of it. Women marry into wealth. You understand? Women want to marry into wealth. So if they by chance meet you, they already calculate themselves to somebody else. Immediately they discover that they are pregnant, and you that they feel that you are doing well, they give that child to you. You understand? So poverty contributes immensely. Then family names too, and every other thing. Oh, this young man is doing well for himself. Family names also contribute. Sometimes even your parents may even know, but because they like the family that they wish you to go, they'll keep silent. It does happen.
Okay. All right. Ovie.
I don't know. I don't understand when first of all, HO is talking about culture. Our culture and your own, they're different. You understand? Because where I come from, even my own family, right? I have stepbrothers that they are not of the same father. Why? Because then women are allowed to go outside, have a full-blown relationship, have kids, still come back, and they will still be accepted. I'm telling you, this one not be saying that ESA or now. I'm telling you, part of my family. You understand? That's the kind of culture I grew up. And if we want to go back to those who are saying that promiscuous or whatever, I mean, I used to say that if I don't pronounce any word for my language, it doesn't exist, right? Before all this one marriage, all these things, how was our people they live? How did they live before, right? How did they live before? That's why when somebody say the country, I mean the culture has been bastardized, the promiscuous have gone overruled. Since when has it been normal? You understand? Because if you go back to history, all this idea of one marriage, this is not just to contain our, maybe if you say SSS, I agree with you, but it's just pretty much to control, to use a very broad language here. And then let me finish, Mama. You go. Let me finish. Talking about economy and they make them. You know, we people like us were born in 1822, when before the job no did that time. No, there's nothing like a job. To not talk of unemployment, right? So how people they live there, how we met where they do them around then? Are they do it because in money or anything? So it's if you look at it from cultural perspective, culture is different, but at the same time, all these rules that we have putting weight on women. No, let's go back in there, because now I even look at women where they say, okay, independence. I want to be equality. I want to say, you are striving yourself of the freedom my mother then enjoy. My mother there, the freedom where they enjoy. When I know we see half of her, but again, they will make una believe say women were slave there and all that. No, it was never like that during what I experienced when I grew up seeing around me. It's just different. So this idea of cheating, promiscuous or whatever, it's foreign to me.
No, okay. The thing is this: when we look at Africa very well, polygamous is part of us. But when we embrace the Bible, we try to fall into this monogamy family. And yet, we are not fitting into it because that is not really our culture.
I will tell you on that one. Where does the Bible talk about monogamy and everything?
Wait, now. Not the Bible that say it. One man, one wife.
Not there.
No, wait now.
It's not there.
Wait now. We misinterpret it. Because if we read the Bible very well, the Bible talk of a bishop. But it's all of us bishop.
You are right. So
it's all of us bishop. Are all the men bishop? The answer is no. So when we misinterpret the Bible, we now put ourselves in this cage and it now breed promiscuity. So these are
not everybody believe in Bible, they follow Bible now. So you can't group everybody in that category.
The truth is this. When we look at even Father Abraham, we are following.
Now they follow him. Some people know they follow him. That's what I'm trying to let you know. Some people don't care.
The Father Abraham that some of us they are referring to. Did he marry one wife? What of David they said is after God's heart? Did he marry one wife? The evil Christianity, there is not the Christianity we are talking about is a way of life. And Abraham, now be the father of Ishmael, where Muslim came from. He's the father of Judaism, and is the father of the Isaac, where Christianity comes from. So we have modeled that Bible so that we interpreted it to our own understanding, and we are using it to create more confusion in the society. And now we are facing the consequence.
Okay. All right. Blackstone, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I want to try to expand this not only to Nigeria, because I think the issue of infidelity in marriage is cut across every country. And in Nigeria, what actually destroyed our culture is the modern civilization. Everybody wants to try to copy a civilization, a way of life that they don't actually understand, but what they see on movies, on TVs, and things like that. And I remember some few years back, a well-known professor of economics said that MTV is destroying the world culture, the world economy, because everybody is copying what they are seeing on MTV, and that was affecting the youth, the young ones. And in that case, if they pick up a different culture they don't know, way of life, it's going to affect their economy one way or the other. So coming back to that issue of DNA, there was a newspaper in Germany that published that 60 to 70% of the secretaries always sleep with their boss in the office, right? And also came out that most of the children that their wife, the ladies have, do not belong to the man. And when the men said, okay, let's try and do DNA to ascertain the paternity of the children, the women rise up and said no. And once the women rise up in Germany and say no to anything, it is no. It can't go further. So it's not only in Nigeria we have this issue. And though that's not just our country, and today, like Paul said, if you are not careful, you'll be a big victim. And when a woman starts pushing you, let's go and get married, let's get married, you have to be suspicious. Why is it pushing you? Is it trying to cover up something? Or what is going on? Right. So most of these women they get pregnant and they want to go into the marriage ceremony. Let us fill it up. And at the end of the day, if you go for a DNA test, you might find out that that child does not belong to you. You know, so it is something that actually our culture have been destroyed. There's not that fear of our culture anymore. You know, everybody want to live a life free, freedom. I have that to do. Like in Benin tradition those days, that before you marry a woman, he has to swear that if you ever sleep with another man, either the first child will be lost, the first child will die, or the man or the woman will die, something like that. But today, no guy want to take that oath. Nobody want to do it because those are something they always do to also try to caution this issue, you know, things like that. But today it's not more there. So the modern civilization.
Blackstone, do you want to go back to that period? Will you want to go back to that period?
Of course not. I don't want to go back actually. But what I'm trying to say is that at least that actually put fear in the mind of in the heart of the women, right? But what I don't like in that tradition is that the men are also a part of the issue, part of the problem. Not only the women, the men is also a part of the problem. And when we see very well, men are even more guilty in this issue than the women because it is the men that goes after the women, right? So the women follow because maybe the man has money and things like that. That somebody said that a woman will always say she's clean or she's clean if he doesn't have a man that is putting pressure on her, that's pressurizing her. I can stay okay. I am a decent woman, right? So the men are also a part of the problem. Let's not just put the problem only on the women.
Of course. All right, Blackstone. Thank you. Go ahead, Ralph.
All right, so I need to say something quick and then run because one small bed do want to happen, so I need to go chop food. So for me, the whole thing is about what is your goal for the DNA test. You know, for me personally, it doesn't make sense that a father who's raised a child into adulthood, and then you wake up one day and say, you know, so maybe somebody whisper in your ear, or you look at the pikin one day and say, this nose, everybody in my family, their nose face France, your nose face Cameroon. Let's go do DNA test. And this pikin is not my pikin anymore. You know, they say if you don't want to, if you know you already know the answer to the question you're going to ask. So I'm not going to. You're no longer my child. My reason for DNA test is I'm trying to answer a question about my family history. I want to know about my connection, and mine is not. It doesn't matter about. I'm already a bastard, so that will not concern me about. You know, I'm not worried about firstborn, no firstborn. But if your own is about you are one of those who want to, you know, you are tied to that old style of, you know, culture, which not be culture, and this is another thing that I've always pointed out about artificial wars, because like Ovie pointed out, we are saying, you know, when people come out and say it's African way, and you're like, hey, which Africa are you talking about? You know, and Ovie pointed out, you know, our people, we are not like your people. We have our own rules. We know one people we never mention the people who allow women to marry more than one husband, which somebody who just joined, that one go trigger them now too, because women know they get rights for your own side. So, you know, everybody has different ways, and they're all Africans. We have some Nigerian places where women, you know, I remember one time, you know, my mom being a federal civil servant, and she traveled to somewhere in Benue. I wish John Abba was here, and they allow, you know, as a welcome for that community, if you have a guest, the man has multiple wives, he gives you one of his wives as to keep you warm. That's the way he said it. So how many years later, then if that man wake up and say, oh, DNA test, do we consider those type of situations? You've been giving your wives to various guests in the house, but we'll say promiscuity because you just learned the word promiscuity in 2020. But in 1990, when my mom was coming to visit, because my mom was a woman, she was the director of Federal Ministry of Agriculture, so she didn't qualify to get a blanket to stay warm. But her driver got blankets, so he gave the driver one of his wives. Because my brother was 18 years old, so my mom was like, "You sleep in my room." So my brother was angry when they came back. Well, he didn't get chance for action. That's how I found out that there's somewhere in Benue that's their tradition. It's their hospitality. If you are judging them based on Christian methodology, they will say, "Oh, these people, which kind of behavior is that? These are backward people." Abi? Only thing I hope is that they use protection. But everybody has different cultures. And when you don't know who exists in your country, then you will start using one black and white language and just judge everybody in the same book. So we don't know. But if you just learn promiscuity today, you black, these people are. But then what about the women, places that their women are allowed to, women they've owned their sexuality for a long time. Even with Britain coming around, they still own their sexuality. That's why if you go to our villages in like Ijo land, Delta, I've been in some Urobo villages, we all go to bathe in the river naked. Nobody is standing there look, see naked man, see naked woman. You think we don't get turned on sexually? What we do? But when it's time to go take a bath in the river, everybody knows men go to this side, women go to that side. We understood that kind of thing, right? If you're in Africa land, when a girl is getting married in the village, the woman walks around naked, except for a loincloth. Like it looks like in Zulu land. You know they do
my place is to initiate to woman, yes.
Okay.
Like 7 days, yes.
But when I was telling one of my classmates from Ibadan, they complain about Zulu people in South Africa, or why women go to walk around naked. What kind of African behavior is that? It's not African. I say, my brother, you know what happens in places in Nigeria? You don't know. You haven't been there. You only stayed in Ibadan and Lagos. You don't know about other places in Nigeria. So there are so many. We don't know who lives in Nigeria. We don't know a lot of our culture. It's all part of our culture. That's why I'm always against when people say our culture. I'm like, which culture? There's 300 ethnic groups. You don't know. So for me, do your DNA test for the right reason. If you are trying to find your family tree, you're trying to find out who your tribe or your blood is connected to, do it for that. One final thing I will say before I bounce. When I watched the documentary that was actually on BBC's YouTube channel, I don't know why they took it off from their YouTube channel. It was called Black and British History. They said present day Newcastle, over 20% of the people there, and it's white population, not the black people there. Over 20%. Yes, that's you're right. It's possible that's why HIV, but I'm not here to. I'm not judging people there, but you have there's a possibility. But over 20% of the population in Newcastle, when a DNA test of the Newcastle population, over 20% of them have black in them, and it's tied to black sailors coming way back in the days. There's a whole history of black sailors and black people. And first black people to come to Britain, what is now Britain, was with Julius Caesar when he came to Britain to try and conquer and then build the Adrian Wall. When he couldn't succeed, there were black troops because the Roman coins had black faces on them. Not saying Julius Caesar was a black person, but they had black troops because they had black Roman soldiers with them. So black people had always been coming. And if they have been coming, it means people have been having sex. And if they've been having sex, then it means the DNA have been changing for a long time. If you watch Afro in Germany, there's proof of black people in Germany for over 400 years. What happens to those people? There have been interactions and people changing. So there's a lot of people who are white today. Their DNA shows that there's black in you. Where they come from? That's one reason why I say do your DNA test. Find out who you are connected to, find out where you come from. But if your reason for doing DNA tests is to find out, hey, my Peking are my own or not my own, that's a different ball game. Good luck to you. If you raise the child already, you already love the child. You can't say, I hate you now. If you need therapy, my brother, go get therapy. All right, guys, we'll try and see you all. I have to go chop.
To add to that, Ralph, of a naked, if you want to initiate from my place, they call it Obiko. You can Google it. We see they do it. Although Christianity comes and does say, no, we no go do it. But that's on you. But today, every year, they see they do it. It's called Obiko.
All right.
Anyway, well, like what Ralph just said, in a way, one of the reasons why people
Blackstone, hold on. Don't you care that there are people?
I don't know what Ralph said. Anyway, you have to play something. Let me just play something there.
But you won't end in more than 3 minutes.
No, just 1 minute. No, just 1 minute. Just 1 second. No, what the reason why
Okay.
most people are going for DNA test is because they want to have another woman. It's mostly because from what I've seen, what I've read in Nigerian newspapers, most of them is their girlfriend that is telling them, or their mistress telling them that you must go and have a DNA test because of maybe maybe family weight and things like that. In case the man died, how are we going to share the property? One of that was just on the that was just like a headline in Nigeria was that the man died. He has one wife, he has a mistress outside, and he has a wife was married to. When they did a DNA test, one of the children of the wife inside was not the son. So that became a problem. That's one of the reasons they will go for DNA test in Nigeria, not because they just want to find out.
All right, thank you. Rohan, you have something to say?
No.
The question I wanted to ask all the guys here: will you do DNA test if you are asked to do DNA? Will you consider that?
Yes, of course I will do it. If it is necessary.
On what basis?
If it is necessary.
On what basis?
On what basis? What reason are you doing it?
No, excuse me. When there's controversy, you do it just to clear the air. You understand me?
But so, sometimes some people, Blackstone, some of the people who ended up finding out, there were no controversy. They just did it because the American embassy said, we have to confirm that this is your child. They didn't suspect anything. They believed that this was, everything was okay. And then boom. So hold on. For Rohan, who is saying there's no basis, these people had no basis of doing that, but boom, they did it, and they were like, "Oh Lord."
Yeah.
so we cannot be sure. Anyway,
I think the reason for that, for the embassy asking, because they want to actually be asserting that they are not bringing in children that don't.
Oh yeah, of course, they have their own reason.
In Germany, it's also a process you have to do in Germany also. So
okay. All right, let's go to. I'll skip you, H.O., because you've spoken. Let's go to Alexi. Alexi, welcome to the show.
Hello, thank you. It's quite interesting.
Yes, so we are talking about DNA tests. For those who are just joining us, we had Fatima Sesay join us today on the show. And along the way, she talked about citizenship for some Lebanese born in Sierra Leone. And from that conversation, we went into who is a citizen and the issue of connecting Africans who are abroad. Africans like Africans in America, Africans in Brazil, connecting them back to Africans at home. So that conversation went on to talking about DNA, which is some people are doing DNA here. And they are doing DNA, seeing that they are connected. Some of them will say, I'm from Igbo, I'm Yoruba, I'm 40% Yoruba. So we talked about the need for Africans in Africa or Africans like us abroad to also do DNA so that they will also know, because some people come to me and say, I have a cousin in California. This is someone who is from Haiti, based on their DNA match, that they have a cousin in maybe 10th cousin, 12th cousin in California. But these are also people who were probably born abroad, outside of Africa. So I'm saying that there is an industry waiting for who we go into it, which will be to get Africans, like all of us here, to do our DNA, put into the system so that African Americans, Africans in Brazil could say, oh, not just that they are from Nigeria or they are Igbo, they could say, this is actually my 10th cousin. If, let's say, it's from your family, an Okonkwo was sold into slavery from 400 years ago, there will be more direct connection. So that's how we started talking about DNA. And we went into the fact that there are some people who now find out because they have to bring their children to America or to Germany or to Europe. The embassy will mandate that they should do DNA tests. And they now find out that, that the kids they thought were their own were not their own. And there was a study that we saw that said that 80% of firstborn children of Nigerians do not belong to the father. Right. So, Alexi, now you're up to date.
Well, that's a dangerous point to get to in trying to
help whoever is in need of that. We cannot control the world, but we all come from some level of moral standards according to our individual families and maybe even traditions. I remember in my Sociology 101, my professor then, a Canadian, said that there's no good or bad social practice, that they all start from cultural beginnings of the group. And he gave an example that he wants us not to mishandle in terms of being good or bad. He said in Senegal that the father of a child, a daughter, does the beginning of her knowledge of sex before giving her away to a husband. And they all understand it that way, that the father has to be the one to disvirgin his own daughter. And of course, some people yelled in the class because it was terrible to hear that. But he said, that's why I warned you, this Canadian lecturer, Dr. Paul. So he said, that is their culture. And we are not, in studying sociology, now here going to start pointing fingers at any group of doing what is bad. So that's the way they understand life. Now, why I remember that is, what if the child took in at that very first attempt, and then he releases her to the husband? What child is going to come from that? Perhaps her own brother is now going to be her child. So there are things that should be properly thought out to be allowed to happen. And who will be happy having a child thinking that that's his child and only later on find out that it's not his child? We're not saying he should go haywire and do something terrible, but it's not a good news for that father. And so if one way to avoid the chaos that may come out of this is not to do it, then I would rather it's not done. But if people have come to accept that level and lower level of morality or cultural problem, then maybe they should go ahead and let it be. But it were better not to have it than to be doing it. That's my own contribution.
All right. Thank you, Alexi. Forefathers.
Yeah, thanks, Rudolph, for having me, and greetings to everyone on the panel and the viewers and the chat. This one is a tricky one because for me, anyway, I look at it from a slightly different point of view, because if it was a terrible thing, there are some of people being able to have children from different areas, it probably would have been bred out by now. And it may be a way of a kind of genetic diversity being distributed, and the fact that the Benin culture actually encouraged it tells you something too, because there has to be an element of mixing and survival, and some people don't get the opportunity to procreate or raise their children, maybe because they are warriors or whatever reason that they have in society. So if they have to pass their genetically down, it doesn't necessarily mean that they can live a family life. So you can see how the women, they operate in a slightly different way from men. They instinctively gravitate towards doing certain things that enriches the group. You see that same behavior with lions, and how another man can just come get rid of all the children, and they get impregnated with the new children. They don't care whether they forget the other children quickly, because they have to do what they have to do. For me, these restrictions is something that we as Nigerians or anybody, any people that are experiencing it have to be careful about, because it could lead to a lot of breakups of families, and I'm not sure that is good for society. It would be interesting to get an idea within the figures what numbers came from the north and what numbers came from the south. Instinctively, one would think that the south contributes highly to that. It is 90-something% or so of firstborn children because of cultural practices. But if that is true, it shouldn't lead to breakup of families because the child is yours. Or apart from the health reasons and genetic lineage reasons, because you have to be able to understand what is happening with the family sometimes. And I also think that parents sometimes, if they have their own children, they tend to see certain mannerisms that other people will not recognize, but they can recognize because they can recognize it in themselves. And that is lost when this type of incidents occur. So there are consequences to it, but maybe the reason why it survives so long is because there are benefits to it too. Because think about it, in the near future, people will have their genetic lineage well defined. And then the genetic, biological warfare may become more and more mature. And if somebody decides that they want to get rid of your genetic lineage, that's it. Like that, you're gone. All of you gone in one go. As a matter of fact, I think I've observed that in one sci-fi movie where the guy was like, you know what, everybody connected to you, your genetic lineage, everything like that, flip this hand, they're all gone. So there are dangers to it too. So you can see why the mushiness of your genetic lineage could also protect people. Because human beings are weird when they want to be. And so I think that's how I look at it. I just think that we should not necessarily break up families for this purpose. And we should treat it as if, okay, we have our children. After all, kings are able to take on children that are not theirs. They are not even connected to them and make it their heir, their own heir. So you can look at it from that point of view, because maybe some other person is taking care of your own child with another woman. This is the family, village raising the child thing. So those men that are raising children of another man, who do you think impregnated the other women too? Those men are part of the game too. So maybe it's not always a bad thing when you look at it holistically from that point of view, because there are dangers to having pure genetic lineages. And these people that are doing DNA testing, they have to be careful, because there's a sting in the tail. If people have your genetic information, and they have all the people that are lined up with that genetic lineage, then they can come after you easily in the near future. This technology is maturing. In the next 50 years, what we see today as innocent could become highly, highly decisive in how who does well and who doesn't do well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. We had Ify. She sent a message that she had a story she wanted to share with us, but suddenly she's gone. But we are going to continue the conversation, maybe move in a different direction. I'm looking at one poll that just came out today, opinion poll out of Nigeria. I don't know how credible. I'm just looking at this. It's about the 2023 general election. They said this poll was done physically, so they actually went and talked to people. And this is the result they got. So I want to hear what you guys think. 37% of the people polled, this was spread across all the geopolitical zones, preferred P2B. 15% preferred APC, which is Bola Tinubu. 14% for PDP, and 4% for NNPP. 17% of the respondents are still undecided. And
please repeat that 9%. Again.
Okay. 37% for P2B, 15% for APC, 14% for PDP, 4% for NNPP, and so out of that, 17% are still undecided. 9% do not intend to vote. and 4% are unwilling to say who they will vote for.
You know, and did they talk about the samples, the number of people?
I'm just saying I've not read through. They said that the places they went were Kano, Katsina, Kaduna. There they preferred NNPP. Yeah, it's a long article. I've not read all of it, but I thought that just saying the opinion poll and this is physical.
I think that that poll breaks the structure argument, because that gap is too big. It's too big.
Ovie, are you
can
aware
only
of this
account for
poll?
about 10% or maybe 15%. It can't account for that massive gap. It's just too much.
More details.
I've not seen the poll.
NNPP has only 4%.
And what did they give to ANC?
Ovie.
What did they give?
Ovie. Is
ANC.
Dr. Rudolph looking for trouble? Why is he insisting?
I will answer him.
No, I don't see. They don't mention that one on the.
Then that their poll is biased.
Of course, I didn't do.
Because there are 80 political parties, be 70, so they should stop this bias.
You are sure,
they are marginalized.
Echo, how many of these political parties do you know? Only 5. How many of them do you know? Only 5, Abby.
Yeah, I think there are about 17 thereof.
Yes, how many of them do you know? One has withdrawn already.
And the thing is that
One of
them has withdrawn, but I don't know which of them.
We
I heard
buried the remaining one, and we only they present the one they call for us. So
I think.
Ovie, go ahead.
I know only ANC in the real term, but I can't know APC for one side because they send their packing and PDP. We still tell them say enough is enough. Then
okay, go ahead, Ovie.
NNPPC, I'll be with it.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the 2023 election, we have to wait till maybe first week of February, from ending of January to first week of February, because then you begin to see a lot of people speaking out. People that actually command this vote will be speaking out. A lot of readjustment, a lot of decamping, a lot of give and take. So there's still a lot that is still going to happen between now and the first week of January, that we put the election into more in a better perspective. Because I still believe I don't think Obi is going all the way.
30-something percent versus 15%. That is crazy. That is.
Someone asked in the comment section how many. This is very significant because I've been watching all the polls that have been coming out. This one says that it's 4% that are undecided. The last one I saw were up to 10% undecided. There were a lot of people who were undecided. So apparently, what's happening now is that people are beginning to decide on who to vote for. So that will be significant.
Votes will be locking. The party will start locking their vote down towards the ending of January till first week of February. That's when the party will start locking their vote. That's why they say, okay, this side is guaranteed, that group is guaranteed, that state is guaranteed, that local government is guaranteed. So a lot of things still going to happen.
The gap is what matters. The gap is too much. If it was like 5% or maybe even 10%, this is massive gap we are talking about. How do you close that kind of gap?
By the time we begin
forefathers, you just follow politics yesterday. The way they argue with command, they baffle me.
Maybe, but the poll, I'm not the one that made the poll. So stop.
I am not making the statement. I'm just telling you that a lot is still going to happen between now and ending of February. That will change things. That's politics.
It's too big.
Hold on, let me have a slightly different perspective.
Obi was in the camp. I still believe that.
Okay, hold on.
That's your dream, man. That is your dream of here.
No, I'm not dreaming. You will see now.
Hold on.
All right.
Mr. Scribe, what do you say?
Yeah, so see, there's something we are I've been following, and you people might think this is crazy, but listen, the net, everything that has to do with voter suppression and everything that has to do with BVAS is not reflective of these polls. And these polls are just going to serve as distraction. Because now, the disenfranchised people, all the bad data that they have now, the child voters, all those kind of stuff.
Buying of PVCs.
Yes, exactly. It's not reflective of these polls. So now and this is where the obedient movement are kind of, this is where I think they are getting it a little wrong. Because now those mechanisms or those however those fake data went into that BVAS system, it's going to serve the purpose of those who put it there. And also, too, the client machine, the mobile client machines, right? Nobody is asking the question, where is the manifest for all the client machines categorized by, geopolitical zones, local governments, down to the strata? Now, you have to, before we go into the election, these mobile machines need to be accounted for. Because now, a HTTP request works like this. That mobile client, when you make a call, it's stateless initially. It is the MAC address of that BVAS machine that will recognize it, and also the login details, how it logs in, does the handshake, everything that happens in the web request, and then therefore the door opens up to the BVAS system, and then it then accounts for the vote. I would imagine it will check the details, do whatever rules they have in the back end, right? So now, for example, now I'm speculating here, that somebody who wants to cheat on the system now has access to these client machines. And now because we don't have a manifest, and now they just sit somewhere and they start making those web requests. Even they don't even need a client, a BVAS client. As long as you know how to log in, how to initiate the connection, the endpoint, everything, and you send the payload. So because the binary for the thumbprint, you can bypass it. Depending on the rules of the BVAS. You understand? So these things are not known. The manifests are not. The manifest should be with the election observers by now. Nobody is talking about these things, right? So I think
we are over analyzing it. It's very, very easy. It's actually very easy to verify people's vote. There is what they call exit polls. There is also called all-party verification systems. So we're always making an excuse that the system is always going to be corrupted. If the poll remains consistent, hold on, let me finish now. If the poll remains consistent at almost 20% gap, there is no rigging that will make that any candidate win the election.
No.
Make it credible. It wouldn't be credible.
Listen, forefathers, listen. A sample size of how many are we here? 9, right? Forefathers, listen. A sample size of all of us here, 9, right? Let's just imagine that we've done this in isolation, right? And I go in and I put any details just because maybe I travel to Kano, but I'm from Anambra State, right? And I just I just met these guys on the street and I answered them, but they didn't ask the right questions to properly categorize me. That is the context of what I'm talking about. Now, the what is in BVAS, we don't know. How is that? What is BVAS? How you categorize it? Matching it with what the polls are saying. Therefore, that is what I'm seeing, a very wide disparity, and therefore I'm speculating that if the election now comes, that it might be a surprise as to what people are thinking. That 35 gap. So I don't believe in the polls. That's exactly what I'm saying.
20% gap is too big for that. It's too big for that.
Let me clear something about the BVAS. The BVAS is not connected to the internet. That is first thing. The BVAS is not connected. The BVAS is a manual database. It's not connected to the internet, right? So that is first thing. So that's what we have to understand. So every person's data is on that BVAS, on the BVAS, right? On that polling day, the system will automatically verify the people who are voting. So it is not connected to any internet.
I'm sorry to there are many ways to architect these systems. Okay, maybe you don't know. I'm a software architect, so there are many ways.
I am also, excuse me.
There are many ways. What you call manual? Wait. Let me.
I don't even know what the Nigeria that every state. I don't even know.
INEC has different methods. Just because you're a software guy doesn't mean you know what INEC is doing.
Let me interpret what you said. No, wait. Let me interpret what you said. When you use the word manual within this environment, right? What you are saying, I beg your pardon, does not imply. Now, what could happen? You could have what you mean by manual, or what you're inferring by manual, is an offline database. Now, but the thing that wait, calm down. Your offline database also has to have an IP address. Else, when you through whatever mechanism, whether you're using a manual script or you're using some kind of alternative to now move it from wherever, maybe what we call now sort of like a transition or sort of like a master slave kind of arrangement. So where now that is the master, and then you persist on the slaves, and then you carry it over. Now that is what will happen. But then you have to have a way to reach that offline database, right? So it doesn't work. My point is, it does, in my humble opinion, it must go through a protocol. It must observe rules, and it must find a way of validating those clients. Now, if there's no manifest before the election, and those clients are not accounted for, how can you now categorically tell me that these machines are actually valid and they are not getting into the wrong hands? That's what I'm saying.
No, Mr. Stride.
If they get into the wrong hands, you're finished.
Mr. Stride.
You're just wasting your time. How would you then?
What is the BBAS used for? What is the
very easy to verify?
No, what is the BBAS used for?
Okay. Somebody explain to me, how do you verify it? All right, explain to me how you verify it.
No,
how do you verify that each client?
What is the BBAS used for? What is the BBAS used for?
BBAS used for the election. I don't understand.
No, we're not which election. For what purpose of the election? What purpose of the election?
To accredit. It's used to accredit and also vote for perform the rights of voting.
Okay, for example, now, if you say, if BBAS is connected to the internet, you are in some areas where they don't have access to network. How is it good to accredit to the people?
No, yeah, exactly. So there is no way it can persist the data or accredit or do anything. Once it's offline, it's offline. It can't do anything. We've seen many examples of this.
So that's what I'm saying. That
I think even if it's offline, can I finish? Can I just add something? If it is offline, can I add something? This in the Blackstone. If it is offline, you can have an edge kind of this architecture whereby the processing can be done. How large is a database of about 100-something thousand details? It's not that large. So you can actually have it on the very computer locally, and you can verify individual details accordingly. And besides, you can also verify if there was electoral fraud after the election, because you can verify based on the data and the recognition, because they have facial recognition on this. You can take samples and say, let's go and verify how many of them were fake, how many of them were not. This system is quite strong. It's not as easy to break as you guys think, because even after the election, you can verify how much fraud was done.
Wait, you have to also remember, you have to deal with, because you're technically going to make those calls over the wire. You also have to deal with throughput and latency issues. So what you are saying does not apply. Okay, you cannot have it.
How does latency? Latency doesn't even come factor into this.
There has to be a life cycle. There has to be a way. There has to be a process around it. So if you're taking it to a local system and all those, what you are doing is you're just kind of creating gaps in your process. It is not going to be. That is also a way of introducing fraud. A clear way.
Because he has a verification system eventually.
I wish Eddie was here to anybody in the comment section who is into cybersecurity or anything. Please come and answer because I'm not.
Let me ask you a question.
So go ahead.
If your mobile phone that you use thumbprint or facial recognition is offline, it's not. Once you put on your phone, it's not connected to the internet or anything. It can verify your thumbprint and everything. right? Without the connection to your internet and without connection to the network, you can still verify your.
So sorry, are we having an IT master? Hold on, are we having an IT master class?
Okay.
Are you an expert?
No, hold on, guys. I just let you guys talk a little bit. I'll post the link for the poll. That's what I'm trying to do now. But I just let them to talk. I know that most of us, people like me, I don't understand what they're saying. But the point is this: what's more important is that I think every party, I'm hoping that they know. Some of this, they have people who think the way you guys think and they care about some of these issues. I also know that in Kenya, during the last election, there was an election that was nullified in Kenya. They did some things and they went in and they saw what was done after the fact.
Exactly.
And the Supreme Court nullified. So it's okay to be aware of this, and I hope the parties also they have people like you who understand all these things and they are thinking about it. But I don't think it should be enough for us to be pessimistic about the process. I believe that whatever is going to happen in February will be an advancement from what happened in the past.
Exactly.
Okay. Now I'm not saying that it's going to be error free and there won't be effort by people to sabotage it. But I don't think it's a reason to just say it's going to be hopeless and we shouldn't have an election or something like that. But I think the political parties, I'm sure if they are not thinking that way, then this is their fault. They should be thinking about how people want to manipulate this system. What are we going to do?
They're already raising concerns like the issue of a PVC buying. That's just to suppress. That's the voter suppression. You buy people's votes off voters card, and they will not be able to vote. So what you do is that you target the region that you have a disadvantage.
It's lack of information.
That's interesting, isn't it? That's very interesting what all our policies just said, obviously, because now they are not trying to make people vote, they are trying to deny them the opportunity to vote. Yeah. Because it tells you that they cannot fall to the other side. The only way they can do it now is to stop people from voting.
I kind of disagree, because as long as I don't see any manifest,
all the political parties are not
any manifests of those. Like, listen, each of your phones here either has an IMEI or a MAC address, right? And that is what makes, when the calls go, whatever, maybe Beavers has his own proprietary protocol, just like you have FTP, HTTPS, whatever. I don't know the architecture, but it's not rocket science. Okay. So if the political parties are listening right now, please ask for the manifest complete. If every mobile device, every device is going to be used at what location, you're supposed to have it in an Excel sheet. That's all I'm going to say. If we can't see these things, and then we know, that's the only way. When you go to court and you now say, oh wait, this MAC address ending with 6AAC, right? How come it was registering this thing within this period of time? Where was it? Who was using it? Who authorized it? That is what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to be pessimistic or say, oh, the system doesn't work. I'm only saying that so far I've been reading and I'm following. I haven't seen a manifest of these machines, or maybe I'm not privy to these manifests. So I stand corrected.
Okay, Mr. Stripe, is it necessary for those manifests to be released to the public? Is it, if they release to the public, will it be also become a security concern?
No, they don't necessarily have to release it to the public, but at least the election observers. I've been looking, the UN everywhere to see where the election observers have said, oh, we now know where these, we have received the manifest or things like that. That's just. I don't think they should make.
They have not gotten to that stage yet, now, Mr. Scribe. The machine are still not on their different location yet. I think it's only
the offices.
It's only one state that took delivery. I think once they took delivery of the voting machine as we speak. Only one state.
Ovie, I remember when we did that's under security clearance, but those things have to have whoever is concerned, the party agents, the party.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. We have not gotten to that stage of the process
of all
yet.
Those mobile devices. Just trust me, I can't really go into depth.
We are over-analyzing it. I think the people handling it know what they are doing.
We have not gotten to that stage yet. as I said, these people have not taken delivery of the machine yet. It's a process now. You can't do everything at the same time. So give them a chance.
No, right, let's pack it because it's going where it won't work.
Let me play a video and get your reaction to this, and let's change the conversation a little bit. Let me play this video, two videos about something, and then get the reaction of everybody here. This is the first one. Hold on. Okay.
Oh no.
All right, so that's a little bit of today's win by we see Argentina. Well, let's listen to this.
After the World Cup, come on this platform on our TV page and check. Write it down. I saw many nations scrambling for the World Cup, But at the end, I saw two nations were the two nations that were holding the World Cup, holding the football. That many nations were scrambling after. And these two nations was Germany and Belgium. They were holding and dragging.
You're wicked. I don't know why you do this.
So wait. My concern. One man.
Yeah, can I come in?
One man. My question is this: next Sunday, some people will sit down in that church again to listen to this man. Why?
Sorry, that's a space that especially agitates me. That last clip that you played, these are pastorpreneurs and 419 chancers that we have in Nigeria. So let me take you back to the election between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. So who was that guy that died recently? One of the big
Prophet TB Joshua.
TB Joshua. He told us that Hillary Clinton was going to win the election. It came out in public because all of the opinion polls were indicating that Hillary Clinton was going to win that election. So he told us that a woman, listen to that word, it is unmistakable, a woman was going to win that election. That was what TB Joshua told us. And then subsequently, Donald Trump won the election. Do you know what this guy did? He said he did not mean a woman. He said a wool man. Wool. W-O-O-L, man. A man with woolly hair. He said that was what he meant. So this is that space. So another 419 chancer. Remember that guy that said he was going to be the next president of Nigeria, whatever his name is, that the Lord told him, and he did not even win a ticket. So if the
Pastor Tunde Bakare.
There he is. So if the Lord told him that he was going to be the next president of Nigeria, and he told us that publicly, and he did not even get a single vote in the primaries, these are sheeples that go to these churches to go and hand over 10% of their hard-earned wages. If we're still in the Bible, a fool and his money soon to part. It's a con act. But well done, Messi. I wanted him to win that cup and won it.
Can I agree with one man's view?
Okay, let me go from Ovie. Ovie, go ahead. Yeah, I'll come back.
I mean, I don't know why everybody is saying it a different way the way I'm saying it. First of all, this person, so is a man like you. Him go chop. As first thing first, he has to survive, right? Now, how do you do that? You have to find a trade to do that. What that man did, exactly the aim has been achieved. We are talking about him. Many people will look to want to know more about it, not necessarily to attend the church. That is the whole point, right? It may not get it right, it may get it right, but the
point is, we are mocking him, though. That's the thing. Is that the point?
It's now you just like somebody will come to your platform and say the way you put up your airline is misleading. That's their own view, but you know what you are doing.
Is that your view? Are you having a dig at me? What are you doing?
No, I'm just setting an example. You understand? I'm just setting an example. That man is doing what he needed to do to survive. The church had to survive one way or the other. He has to survive. I see all these guys as businessmen. I said it before. I will gladly sign up for Oyedepo or one of those Bishop Business School first before I go to Harvard. There's something we need to study.
I think where the line. I think that it's all good that he wants to earn a living, which everybody is entitled to, but you have to take into account the effect it has on the society too. And I think this is where most of us, I think you in particular, miss
everything you do in life. You affect somebody else negatively, but
is the greater effect. That's what you have to look at. If everybody decides there is a reason, because if everybody goes into robbery today, there will be a greater effect, wouldn't there? Somebody has to stop it.
Whatever you do affects the next person, negatively or positively. You don't care because you have to survive. You think you are doing the right thing.
I know, but what you want to do is discourage it, isn't it?
This man is not put gun on your head to go to that place. You are not supposed to go to that church. You are not.
Can I say something? He's not letting me talk.
Hold on. No, it's not letting me talk. Now they are jack me. Now
forefathers.
I thought he has already made his point.
Nobody forced us to come here, right? Does it mean that everything that we are saying is not having negative effect on people out there? No, we don't know, but we believe we are saying the right thing. You understand?
Okay,
so
have you finished your point?
You are not older than that person. That's what I'm trying to say.
Have you finished the point?
All right, thank you, Ovie. Forefathers, you want to respond before I go?
Yeah, do you know that some things are actually better for society than others? There's a reason why you have society discourage certain things. If somebody is doing the wrong thing, that's why we are laughing at him right now. But it's not a laughing matter, because I think one man is correct. Because you can't just have people going out there deceiving people and you say that's a healthy society. That's living on false ideas. If a doctor comes here and tells you that, you know what, I'm going to inject you, but you are not sure what is in that injection, would you take it? Is it not because of precision that you accept that injection?
I believe the whole religion
is unhealthy.
Wrong for me. I believe the Christianity is wrong for me. Does that apply to everybody? No. The whole charade is wrong for me as far as I'm concerned. You are deceiving me. The whole Jesus is deceiving me. I have the right to say that. Does that mean I'm right or wrong?
Some things can be accepted.
Okay, let me hear from.
Let me hear from good or bad, my brother. It's just from your point of view. Christianity is not society.
Okay, hold on.
Not where to draw the line.
Okay, yeah, let's be careful now. Gentlemen and Our Lady, let's be careful. It's very easy to just talk about these things and throw whatever dirt we have. He has just shown us what is happening in the world today with some people. Some, not everybody, but the some we have brought out here with a proof that they have that he or else in that kind of prediction is a failure and does not have to be trusted. And good question. What are the members of that church going to say to him next week? Or what are they going to do about what he has said? Those are logical questions to ask. But does that mean that there aren't things that we can listen and then make use of for the betterment of the society coming the same way? There are. And if you are lacking in spiritual discernment or even any kind of gift in that area, do not say that others don't have it. There are fake people in different things that they do. That's why we have magicians. And people go there to watch abracadabra. They pay money. In those days, in Yaba, Lagos, we used to have the Pella group. And there were different names of those people in those days. Whenever they gather, they have prepared everything and people will be there to watch. Sometimes people pay money to go and see those things. There are fake prophets, definitely, and there may even be more than the real ones. But if in the course of you trying to agree with the fake ones, you now say there's nothing in that realm of our livelihood or what we do in life, then you'll be the one to miss, because there are some very truthful ones. Some people even experience it to a point that you cannot pull it out of them. The other time I shared with you people how a bird picked up a whole lion in something that I saw. I didn't know what that was going to mean, but it wasn't long when the queen died. I didn't know the Queen was going to die. And that whole thing has translated into what I saw as the removal of you
have to be
know
very
what the
careful.
lion does in the forest.
Sorry, Lexi, can I interject you
Yeah,
for a moment?
hold on. Let me
No,
just
you have to be very
finish
careful
up.
with those sort of vague.
Hold on. That's me talking now.
Hold on.
That I saw something, and I knew I saw it, and when it came, the meaning of what I saw came out to be real to me, and I have to do with it.
Did
What I
not,
have. I'm
though.
not going to go.
It did not, though, is what I'm challenging.
What I'm saying is there are fake prophets. There are many, for that matter, and there are many people who have been deceived with all these things. But we should not, in the process, now say there's nothing in what could be. In that same way, if it's real, there is something beyond what we can see and feel around us today. There's no doubt about that.
Can I
interject a question, Rodolphe?
Sorry, I did want to interject, but
I know that Alex now open the kind of.
Can I interject just for a moment?
I meant to.
Let me ask. Hold on, guys. I was thinking that we are going to look at this not just about the guy, the pastor, and his church, but try to extend it to a larger society, because I could also pick on one man and say that the same way that the people in that church will justify next Sunday whatever the pastor will tell them as the justification of why they should continue to go to that church, it's the same way that in other ways in our lives, we maybe politically, we justify certain things, even though we are seeing certain things and we are seeing it's happening in front of us. But let's first focus on Alexi, because I think you guys want to.
I did want to. Okay, go on, Ovie.
Go ahead, Ovie, go ahead. Ask
my
Alexi
question
a
is that
question,
if you say that man is bad for society because of the way he's carrying out his business, won't you see that Christianity is telling God we should trust God, that especially in Nigeria, we took it literally that we should pray God will solve our problem? Don't you think that is wrong for the society too?
Okay, Lexi.
That's not what Christianity tells you. The way you have simply put it, it's not what it is.
That's what I say. I
you
said
have
in
to
Nigeria,
understand more.
I'm sincere. I said the way Nigerians are preaching this word to God, every time go and pray, it will solve our problem. That is deceiving the society. That's bad for the society. Don't you see that?
Nobody's saying that what you just said. That's not what is being said. Your spiritual life is one thing, and it begins privately and you need to nurture your soul with what it is that you are believing. If you are getting the wrong thing, too bad. If you don't want to be involved, it's still okay, but you'll be the one to lose when you face something more powerful than you are in that way.
So now
if you want to go to
I'm the one to
blame
blame this
somewhere.
case. You are blaming that man.
Hold on, everyone. Alexi, yesterday on this show,
yes.
Rohan was trying to answer a question. I don't remember the question, but along the way, he just basically raised his hands and say it's up to God. We pray that God will. So I heard you. So the question is, when do we say raise our hands and say, okay, it's up to God, we are done?
Let me answer that question. Can I answer that question?
No, not you, Blackstone. We're not asking you. Alex is the person. Alex,
well,
go ahead.
I think forefathers, I'm tilting towards his stance about what comments he has about this. Now, you have to find your own salvation in what it is that you have. But don't start saying it as if you have all the answers. And I wouldn't do that. But I can always tell you what is true that I have experienced. And I can tell you what is true of the things that I associate with in that way. Now, for people who come out to predict and say things like that man said, he has been proved to be wrong. Now he has to answer the queries behind what he's doing. If he is duping people for money and pretending to be someone that he's not, then he has himself to blame, because there's, like the Yorubas say, that truth, lies have short legs. No matter how far they run, one day the truth will meet it. You can't You can't continue to deceive the people all the time. One day they will find you out. And I wouldn't want to be in the shoes of any such person. I wouldn't want to be the one to be found out because I have lied. No, I will not lie, and I will not make things, try to exploit anybody with lies.
Okay. Any other person? Okay, Blackstone, go ahead. You want to say something?
Yes. Okay, about this issue, actually, I'm in line with Mr. Leslie. Actually, you see people going to pay to watch people that are so-called emotional speakers, that set head speakers, start to encourage people how to live their life, how to change their life. You understand me? In all these things, I believe is that the most important thing is the belief you have. So people that go to that church, they believe in that guy. They will also go on Sunday because they believe in him. Even though he was strong, they will still believe in him. One thing we have to understand that all of us are religious in one way or the other. No matter if it is Christianity, Islam, traditional beliefs, we all have that spiritual alignment to some belief, right? So if things get difficult, people goes to find a solution, either spiritually or physically. And sometimes where we all miss it wrong, that the Bible is very clear in all these things. Only that the people do not read the Bible, right? Even in that Bible, it said that whatever you are preached, whatever you hear from a preacher, go back to the Bible, go and investigate it to see if it is right or wrong. It is there. The Bible is a complete book. There's nothing missing in it. Only that we are so lazy. We don't want to. The followers are called the lazy people. They don't want to study the Bible. If you study it, you will not be led astray. You understand me? No pastor can come and tell me what to do if it's not right, if I think it's not right. Because I know the Bible, I study the Bible, and I ask God. If you ask God a question, He will give you an answer. If you like to just ask God, say, Lord, this is a question I want. Give Him 3 days. He will give you the answer, one way or the other. But because of the belief that Christianity was the way Africa practiced it, for me, most of them is wrong. That's not how the Bible says we should practice Christianity. Some people have used it for businesslize it. They have monetized it, and so on and so forth. But that's not the basic principles of the Bible. That's not the principles of Christianity. Christianity is a way of life. That way of life changes people, right? I can tell you one thing. The Bible says a nation that's not righteous is dead. Say God value a righteous nation. Look at America today. You understand me? They preach Christianity in the right way. Look at the churches and everything. How they are praying for their nation. How they are putting their nation first. But in Nigeria, we put individual first. They are not praying for the nation, but they are praying for individual riches, which is against the Bible, which is the Bible principles. So it is your personal belief. If you believe it, good. If you believe your pastor, then you are not believing the Bible. You are not believing Jesus. You are not believing God. So if you are going to believe man, the Bible also lead you astray. So it is a personal conviction. That's a personal belief. Not what. That's the way I see it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let me welcome Last Man. Welcome to the show. Can you hear me? Can we see you? Okay. Rohan, do you have anything to add?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I hope you guys understood my statement yesterday.
It's
not controversial.
We do understand.
All right.
No.
Pardon?
No, it's not controversial. No.
All right. Okay.
Millions of Nigerians, they say it every day.
So, in the case of the pastors preaching, some people are saying they don't believe this, some say they don't believe that. Of course, generally religion is to men to curb the excesses of man. I think that is just a simple way I can put it. So any other person coming in any form to deceive the people is just because their level of understanding about life is being locked down. So they can easily sway them to do whatsoever they prefer. You understand? If they want to get money from them, they will get. If they want to get anything from the masses, they can go ahead and do it. So they are just those kind of people are just playing with the mindset of their followers or the citizens. So the most important thing is to get our people educated, and then they make the decision for themselves. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to point
Can I just add something quickly about this this thing? I think part of, if I'm to sympathize a tiny bit with what Obi said in terms of why people go there again, they didn't go there for those predictions. What I find is that I've seen cases where people call like all these horoscope people, and it turns out that the horoscope, all those people, they are supposed to read their fortunes and stuff, but most of the time they're just conversing, talking. These people are lonely. They need something to let them understand that they are not on their own. And there's the church environment offers a lot of things, even socializing as a socializing platform, as a way of people getting guidance and stuff like that. So it is deeper than that. This is why they go back again. And you can argue, if Ovie had made that argument that, okay, maybe there is more they are offering other than those predictions, yeah, you can, maybe there's a valid, but in the end, people have to be held accountable for things that they are doing. And I think the society that we run right now is not doing enough of that. And that is why I pushed against this.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. This idea that the Christianity or is not there to make money or any kind of a thing. Are you guys hearing me? One of the most richest institutions in the world is the Catholic Church. It's all about survival, whether you see it like that or not. You are blaming that man for predicting or in the name of God, you get it wrong. What about the platform that is stand and making all these false prophecies, if you want to see it that way? This platform that is stand on, which is called the Christendom, is responsible for millions of docile people in that country. Nobody is saying that because it's close home, we are Christian. No, we should not criticize that. Millions are being rendered useless economically because of the idea that God will do. And now people, they lead them to that belief. We don't see that as a wrong thing. Of course, because it is our way of life. Full animal way they raise cow up and down. That is his way of life, but it's dangerous to the earth and to the environment, right? Because we can actually see it. If you criticize that Christian, they'll say, oh, it's spiritual, you're not spiritual enough. No, this is life, this is real. You understand? There's a platform that encourages that man to keep going the way he's going, and it's called the Christendom. When are we going to criticize it? It's one of the richest institutions in the world. We are talking about, no, it's not about money, it's not about money. Please. Trump, the Pope is declaring around the world there.
Okay, you are wrong. Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. I wanted to reframe this, expand it, in a way. Because I hear what Ovie is saying, and some of you are hinting at that. The reason why I brought this up, it's not just about the church, and it's not even about the pastor. I mean, he's a young guy, nobody forced him to say this. Nobody said you have to come on Sunday and predict who will win the World Cup. That's not the job. But if you want to do that, you have to be held accountable. I brought it up because I'm also worried about the people who are in that church. Now, you can say, like some forefathers raised the issue, that they didn't go there just because of what the man is saying, predicting, that they have other reasons for going there. But this has a wider implication for the society.
Well, how do you hold him accountable, Rudolph?
Yeah, exactly. So not just that. I think we have a lot of people who are living in prison, and that we may have to free. I'm talking about maybe by giving them information, by some people who are stuck. I could be stuck in something, in one thing I believe in. I may not even know that I'm stuck in it. I think some people, if you are going to a church where your pastor will stand up and say, nobody prompted him, maybe he said God told him, this is the country that will win the World Cup, and they didn't even qualify for the quarterfinals. That should tell you something, and if you stay there, and you think it doesn't matter, what other things is he telling you? This is the one we saw. What other thing is he telling you? And people go out and act on this and believe in this. And I'm not picking on the pastor. It's beyond pastor. It's beyond the church. It could be politicians. It could be anything we believe in. It could be your, where you work, whatever they tell you. So that's the kind of conversation I'm looking at. Go ahead.
I was stuck. Me. I was stuck in this shenanigan of the church. When I was going through some situation, I was told, oh, because they pay your tithe, because you are not paying it full. They don't understand the financial crisis I was dealing with. The person that are saying it, they are pastor's wife. They are pastors. They are working. 2 families working in America, and me by myself with my crushes, trying to survive in the same cycle of able people. They put me there, and for a very long time, I was stuck. It almost cost me my life. When I was beginning to hear that the freeze, when I was beginning to hear that Sunday Adelaja, I liberated myself. So a lot of people are stuck in prison. They tell you to come and pray for a job in Nigeria, and there's no job being created. And at the end of the day, people are jobless. They will think that God does not answer prayer. You see women not dressing well, they make themselves shabby, and they are looking for a husband. Who will marry such? Instead of teaching them what to do to make them presentable for a man to approach them to marry, no, they cage them. A lot of people are caged. Let's say the truth so that we can liberate people.
All right, thank you. Spinner, you're next. Unmute yourself, Spinner. You've been trying to speak.
Yeah, I didn't know I would ever agree with Ozzy. I agree with him now in this topic. Listen, what Africans, from my experience, our people, when it comes to religion, whether Christianity or Islam, right? I've looked at it carefully. It's just like anything Africans touches. Africans touch democracy, they destroy. Give Africans, they give them nuclear bomb, they will use it to destroy themselves. Think about it this way. Actually, I used to go around telling people I don't believe in God, but eventually I figured out it's the idea of God has a function in the society, right? Believe you me, see America, if you remove the idea of God in America, most of us cannot live here. They will kill all of us. Do you understand? Some people need God in their life, to make sense out of the struggle of existence, right? But from my experience, Africans, everything they touch, they've turned it upside down. That's all. Now look at this. But because of that, you're not gonna say Christianity or Islam they do not have a place in society. Think about it this way, because I wrestled with this a long time. Our people misuse religion. Even in the north, they misuse Islam. In the south, they misuse Christianity to abuse everybody there. But the way I settle with it is this. Suppose you go to a bank, this particular bank, every day somebody comes and robs the bank. And they get away with Toyota Camry, right? Every day they rob the bank, Toyota Camry, rob the bank, Toyota Camry. Do you blame Toyota Camry or the makers of Toyota Camry? No. You blame the robbers. So that our people are turning things upside down doesn't mean that religion doesn't have a place in the society, right? That's how I look at it. But there is a philosophical debate that morality doesn't come from religion, right? You can have a very effective system of morality without Islam and without Christianity. You know, think about that for a minute, because that makes sense. Because look at the Nigeria, right? Buhari is a Muslim. Look at all those Muslims in the north. Look at what is happening in the south, mainly Christians, right? Yes, I mean, Yorubas are Muslim. Can you say there is a one-to-one correspondence between living a moral life and going to church? No, of course not. If you look at Nigeria, or going to mosque, right? So that's how I look at it. So I kind of agree with those here, you know, but like I said, one thing is our people, they take something, they turn it upside down.
All right, Spinner.
Yes.
Thank you so much. At least one thing we can agree today is that there could be some topics that people we don't agree with, we find ourselves agreeing with them. So sometimes that's why it's also important to have this conversation. There are people who want us to keep talking about one particular topic every day, and we can't just talk about one thing, no matter how important it is to you. The other things happening in the world, the other things we need to talk about as a complete human being. This is a show. I know this is online, but think about this as a network show. Meet the Press for those in America, or one of the Sunday shows anywhere in the world. You don't just talk about one thing because it's of interest to you. We talk about other things because we're more than one thing. You know. All right, the last man. Are you going to talk to us? Welcome to the show. I know you are the last man, so I'm trying to. All right, the last one.
Hey guys, I'm just listening. I'm enjoying the show, though. Yes,
okay. Thank you, last man.
I have something
Mr.
to say,
Scribe.
Doctor. I have something to say about this religion thing. I think, it may appear, you might have an opinion about the way people are going about, their choice of who they listen to and what they derive from the person. I think, whether you like it or not, one of the things that cannot be separated from what needs to be separated from religion is spirituality and the other things that religion gives. I think if spirituality there was a way to isolate religion from spirituality, absolutely, I would say then, whatever that form becomes, spirituality is most important. But I agree with Ovie and the rest that say, look, I mean, honestly, you don't have a right to question how people want to spend their money or what they want to, who they want to listen to or whatever. Because one thing you need to understand is people react to tones of voices and they react to things differently. Where we forget that we are not really objective; we're very subjective. You just see somebody and you feel a certain way. Somebody makes you feel a certain way. So some of these people that we supposedly define as being trapped, they are, whether one way or the other, they are getting something from it. So, and there are two basic laws that we cannot trample on as human beings: freedom of expression, freedom of association. So based on that, if you choose to go to a church. I haven't been to a church since I only go to church to do Godfather. That's what I mostly go to church now.
But hold on, Mr. Scribe. Hold on, okay? Because there's another way to look at this.
Okay.
If we cannot question, if people in that church cannot stand up and say, Pastor, what you said about the World Cup is wrong. If they can't say that, it's not likely that they are going to say to their local government chairman, what you are doing is wrong. It's not likely. We have to think about the culture of accountability. If something that is very clear, nobody can contest that this man was wrong, and the man will give an explanation the next Sunday that wouldn't make any sense, and people will continue to go there. If people cannot do that, they are not likely going to be able to say to the local government chairman, the governor of their states, that this is wrong. So it's a continuation. It's a continuity of this culture.
I think it's not culture. It's not culture. It's not culture. Mr. Shah, hold on, please. It's not culture. The religion itself, religion itself teaches you not to question the man himself. They call him the Bible calling him what? Is a son of anointing. That shall not
do not touch my anointing.
Do not touch my anointing. Yeah. So what you just said, where I see it happening was when I was back in the village at the Good Assemblies of God.
You know, so all those men for village, they no send you. They know when you go and bring you come as pastor. They don't even know when they boy you. Once you say anything wrong, I'm going to hear from back. You go talk about language. He's lying. Everybody will be laughing, right? But because that's an old man, it's an elderly man. What do you want to tell him, right? He's saying it the way it is. If you like, speak grammar. He doesn't care. He's saying it exactly the way it is. So the religion we practice actually caution us, maybe not ban us, caution us that no, don't question the man of God. So what I said, okay, the man made a prediction and it not come true. Big deal, life goes on. There are so many miracles that did not work out by Chris Okocha and the rest. They are still living lives today. So it is the religion. That's why I'm focused on the platform that they stand on. Why carrying out all this, whatever they are doing is the platform. The platform.
No, but the Nigerians are. Who is a man of God? Who is a true man of God?
Hecho, hold on.
Sorry, sir. When Jesus was talking, he differentiates the goat and the sheep. So this one that you are listening to that joined the politician to destroy Nigeria, they belong to the class of the goat and the sheep in wolf clothing. So let our people know the truth. We are hiding the truth.
And what Ovie didn't add, let me add this. What he didn't add was that even the Bible also stated that beware of false prophets. And as a matter of fact, he wrote about that even more times than the other way around. And Ovie, you are doing this regularly.
Forefathers,
when I say hold on. I am against the Bible itself. You understand?
But you know, you change the game. No, you're dangerous. The way you talk.
I am speaking from the problem. You they talk about the symptoms. Who cares?
Okay, hold on, guys. We have to have order now, please. Somebody came here and complained to all of you here. Hecho, if you're asked who is the true man of God, can you name them now? 2 of them in Nigeria.
Any man of God that sleep with women.
That's not fair. That question is not fair, Rudolph.
Hold on. Okay. That's what you say. That's what you're. Okay. Hold on.
Wait. You asked me a question.
You say you can't name anybody, so there's no need going for
that. Because mama when carry pikin, you not even feel venge for your pikin. Make I come venge for Oyedepo. When they build the ark. The money we're supposed to build facility, remove children from streets. Is that the person I would call a man of God?
Okay, thank you. Hecho, thank you.
Wait. When he lied to us, say, if you not pay your tithe, you go hellfire. Now I won't call man of God. A Suleiman when they sleep about. Now I won't call man of God.
Okay, thank you, Hecho. It's not that I'm trying to put you on the spot. Alexi, you are saying that.
I'm ready for that because I'm coming after them.
Alexi, let me come to Alexi. Hold on, Alexi. So you are saying it's not a fair question. So you are saying that we cannot point at. Oh, hold on. We cannot really point at who is good and who is bad. Is that what you're saying? So hold on. If that is
a man of God.
Can you name
nobody
one? Can you name it? Okay. So we can.
That's what I'm telling you. Nobody should assume that position.
Alexi.
Nobody should assume that position.
I'm not saying.
But we do.
I'm not saying.
Can I say something?
I'm not. No, hold on.
Okay. Who is talking?
Alexi. No, Alexi, I'm talking to you now. So you are saying that nobody can name.
I'm saying this. That nobody can arrogate themselves to that position of knowledge of who we can pick and say this is it. No.
Okay. I agree with you. No. I'm not saying that. Okay, Alexi. Okay, listen to me now. So we can't name who is a good pastor or not. We can name who is a good politician.
But it doesn't mean that.
Wait. Hold on.
Does not exist.
No, it's not about the truth. We're not talking about the truth. Someone has to go to church.
Okay.
And you are saying that that all these churches everywhere, we don't know who is good and who is bad. So what do we want people to do? What do? We just walk in there and hope that hopefully somebody will tell us the truth. It's like saying that no schools, all the medical schools are all messed up. We just go there and hope that we learn something and come out as a doctor. What are you saying?
Okay, let me respond to that. I have been I've been invited to a church where I sat, not being invited. I can sit in my own church where I worship, and the pastor will give the message for the day, and I will take only 2% out of the whole lot he said for the day. I'm using that as a very good test case of knowing what the scripture says and what it's supposed to be, what's supposed to be said about it. If the pastor has no good knowledge and is able to say the truth in the way it is, then the followers must know that it's not. I'm using the word follower to mean the ones that listen, because I don't follow anybody. I follow the word of God. So if you are there,
hold on, Alex, hold on. You got the point. The point I'm trying to get to is this: you are saying that based on your knowledge, you can know the difference when the pastor is saying something good and when he's saying something wrong. Okay, not everybody is as knowledgeable as you are. I don't have the same knowledge as you have. So when I come to that,
have you sought the knowledge? Have you sought it? Have you sought that?
It's not about me. It's not about me. I'm talking about other people.
Yeah, I know. I'm using that as.
Yeah, but people are in different places. So basically, we're saying that people will go to church and listen to a pastor talk, and then the pastor we hope that they have enough knowledge to be able to say, we have to drop this thing this man is saying and believe this other part. I'm trying to connect it to what is happening in the wider society, because it's not just about the church, it's about the politicians we are listening to. Kwankwaso that Ovie is following. If Ovie is going to say, okay, Ovie doesn't have enough knowledge to know whether what Kwankwaso is saying is right. This is real life beyond the church.
Yes.
You understand what I mean?
See, if it's that black and white in answer, then it will be very simple. But I know it's not that simple. So one of your guest speakers referred to Steve Jobs of Microsoft, right? When he heard what was happening in Apple, when he heard what was happening to people in a certain area, and he found out that these people were predominantly Christians, he went to his pastor. He said, "Have you heard about this?" The pastor said, "Yeah, this." He said, "But we can't do anything about it. If this is what Christianity is about, I ditch it." And he drops his Bible to his pastor, and because of Biafra, he stopped being a Christian. He went and joined the Buddhists. You see how different actions can come as a result of weakness on those who are presenting the word. That man left his faith and joined the Buddhists. It is written. He wrote it. It's not like it's something somebody is saying about him. So what I'm saying here is this: people must seek out their own salvation, as the Bible itself says it. And when you do, you have to know how you should stand with the truth. If you don't know how to stand with the truth, then you make yourself a victim of what others will be tossing you around. Don't depend on those people. If you heard something you don't believe or you question, go and find out what truly is what is being said, and hold on to that. Yes.
Okay. Ovie, go ahead.
I think that's a simple question, right? That's what I said.
Yeah.
I mean, he said that we're either naive or the best book we read in life is the Bible. That's why we are speaking like this. We are opposing the spectrum of the argument today because of what? Because it is religion. A lot of us like to argue based on the symptoms, right? The pastor right there, what he did, than me coming on my platform and say, "Oh, Cameroon and Nigeria is going to win the World Cup." They'll say, "Oh, I just lie," and they'll let it slide. Why do you want to criticize him? Because he did the same thing. Because he's doing it in the name of God. Of course, the environment is operating in, that is what is obtainable, right? Now, let's take religion out of it. My papa never go to church one day in his life. Does that mean he's not morally right? Does that mean you are more morally standard than him? Does that mean our forefathers that came before us, who don't even know what churches or Bible is, are just as stupid? They don't know anything. No, we adopt another way of life. We adopt another way of life. And just because some people decide to disagree with that, or say, "Oh, these people are on the wrong side." No, we should question the platform that man is perpetuating this on. Not necessarily the man. The man is just a symptom. Me and you argue are the symptoms. The followers are the symptoms of what they call religion. So we should question that. What good or harm is it doing in our society as we speak?
That is very debatable. If the so-called the Christian religion is doing good or bad in our society, we can see the effect among us. We don't have to read it anywhere. We are living with it and compare it the moral standard of today and when there was no religion.
So,
as I said, when this thing is close home, we tend to see that.
Hold on, Hecho. You just spoke a few minutes ago.
Can I say something?
Yeah, hold on, Blackson, I'll get to you. But Alexi, when you answer Blackson, I want you to answer this. Think about this. You just talked about personal responsibility in terms of being able to differentiate. And I'm thinking, I know you, I know everybody on this platform. We have access to information. There are a lot of people, our people in the villages, they don't have access to the information we have. They trust these people. Where do they, who will serve them? Anyway, Blackson, go ahead. You respond to that when Blackson says this.
Okay, thank you. What I have to say is that everybody has a follower, right? Just as we follow our politicians, either they do good or bad, people still praise them, people still follow them, people still sing their praises. So same thing with pastors. Pastors has followers, and their followers are humble to them, right? They follow what they say, they follow what they do, and then some of them have the audacity to challenge them, some of them doesn't have, right? So in the larger society, let's take for example the local government chairman just appointed. Tomorrow is building houses, he's buying cars. Is there anybody that can go to him and go and challenge him and say, why are you doing these things? The money you are being given to develop the city, the society, the area, our area, you are embezzling it. So this is the problem we have in our society. It's not only in the church. It cut across everywhere. because we don't have the audacity or the confidence to challenge who we believe in, who we trust, who we look up to in every area of our life. Person that's above you. Or if you have somebody, you can have a friend who cannot challenge you, even though if you are saying what is wrong, he cannot challenge you because he believes in you. So it's the belief we have on that people, on that person, that make us not to challenge them. We can say it's wrong, we see it's wrong, but we cannot challenge that person. Same thing is happening in every area, even in the civil servant. Nobody can challenge his boss and tell him, boss, what you do is wrong. You know, so okay. This is this thing cut across every area of the society in Nigeria. So that's the way I see it. Not only in the church or religion.
Of course. Oh, we don't question that. We don't doubt. We're not doubting that.
Villagers, you asked, Rudolph, who will save them?
Yeah.
Now we go save them. You understand? I will use me as an example again. Growing up in the village, some of the best structure we have in my village that time are the secondary schools and the primary schools. I didn't even know we have a police station because now only one room they rent for one place they do them. You understand? Everything was going right. How many churches we get then? Maybe we just have one Catholic church, like those were like go. Today, as we speak, some of the best structure in my village are the churches. We don't get school again. There are no schools. And the another best structure again, a police station. Even though my brother built them, I challenge him. That's not what we need. Then they complain that the moral standard has dropped. Of course, it has dropped. Where church is full everywhere, why you not go drop? Is that time we start telling our people that the Bible is not the gold standard? Let me finish. I'm just telling you my experience. It's that time we start telling our people what is the Bible is not the gold standard. Just because it's written in the Bible doesn't mean it's the gold standard how our society is structured. People who wrote the Bible, people who propagate that have a reason why they are doing it to their own advantage. It no help us. So now we will stop her. We need to start telling the truth. Explore your other way in terms of religion. The most important thing is good or bad. I don't need church to tell me what is good and what is bad. Not any religion. As if you are well bred up in a society or in a community, you should know what is right from good, from bad. So yes, now we will stop and we should start. It's that time we start telling these churches the truth. Say, come, this is nobody's stopping you from practicing your religion. But don't come and tell me just because the way I'm living my life, it's not tailored the way you are living yours, then I'm wrong. As I said, the pastor and I lie, and won't criticize them. I can swear do the same prediction. And if I get it wrong, then let me slide. Say, oh, he made a mistake.
But because he's standing on the religion, which, of course, I don't expect him to talk on down in the name of Obanta or Banla. No, he will use the name of God because it's the environment. Yeah, so the people just need to be exposed to other way of life, not just religion. Religion, they choke us. That's why I use my village. It choke us for village. Everybody on Christmas, on the New Year, on 31st of December, crossing to New Year. If you don't go church, you'll be witch. You are a devil. If you don't go, that's right. How bad the thing has become. So now we go teach the way those people they think. It's upon us, me and you, not just carrying the same Bible. No, there are other books. Go and read Sapien, the brief history of humankind, reading by a Jewish man who lives and teaches in Jerusalem, and you understand more about even where we are coming from. Religion are just how old is religion? Or this Christian you are talking about? How old is it? So
all right, thank you, Ovie. Lou, welcome to the show. Alex, I'll come to you next. Let me. Oh, Lou.
Can you hear me?
He's on the phone. He's
no, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Okay, good. Yeah, good.
Yes, thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I don't know. I haven't really gotten the depth of the conversation, but I was able to listen to Ovie, and I would like us to be very, to think about it this way. When you talk about religion, faith, and the ideology, you have to separate it from the individual, that is the person that propagates the message. We cannot take away the essence or the philosophy that comes with someone's belief just because of some totalitarian ideology or approach to things. You can see how it's very easy for anybody to pick up knowledge and interpret it to the masses. So the knowledge which is there has an origin to it. We should not taint it or mix it or try to replace it with the individual. That is really my own contribution. The same thing goes for science that we all use to make sense of reality. Science is knowledge, but it's very easy to twist it just based on the individual. You can see the same thing that's happened with the COVID pandemic. There was so much that came out of the science, the world of science. Of course, at some point we couldn't even believe what was going on, and everyone is here has follows the news, follows the different informations that comes out from different scientists. But there's an objective truth that is, so at the end of the day, it goes to the same thing with religion. It goes to the same thing with faith. We cannot mix it with the totalitarian approach to some of our African personnel, with the pastors. Unfortunately, they have hijacked it and subjected people to some sort of like slavery. That's the case, but at the end of the day, that should be separated from the essence of what it is, and it takes intention from the individual to actually research and figure out and establish that relationship with with the transcendent being. That is really it, the transcendent being, because we are all subjected to something. We don't know, we don't see it, but there's something that is bigger than all of us, and that is what governs everything that we see. So let's separate the individual, that is the totalitarian image, to the knowledge that comes from the experience, that we get from our religious practice or belief. Thank you.
All right.
Can I add something to this, please? I don't understand how this is confusing. From what I saw of that in that video, the guy said something that was inaccurate, and we are confused about that we should have a culture of accountability. This is the problem. We hate our leaders for every day. We hate our societies for every day. There's a reason why Western societies have more accountability. As a matter of fact, the merit of science is based on accountability. In other words, you have to verify everything and make sure things are accurate. Accuracy is important. And when somebody is in a podium in a public forum and is in a position of power over other people, their level of accountability also increases. You have to increase because the magnitude of their errors is magnified in the effect it has on people. We can't pretend as if these things are not relevant. And when we talk about religion in terms of in terms of removing the platform itself, in terms of religion, if you want to remove the platform, you have to have something to replace it with. And currently, even with this different types, we have to strategize and say, what direction are we going to go before you replace the one that is there? The Chinese, they decide that, we're going to throw everything out and just have no religion at all. So is that the direction we want to go? If we decide what direction we want to go, we can do that. But when we just say remove stuff and just throw stuff away, it's just not realistic until we get to that point. However, in terms of the accountability aspect, that is realistic. You can tell pastors, you know what? Stop discrediting, lying to people. Stop giving people wrong information. Don't go and start impregnating your members of your church. All kinds of nonsense that they do that you hear about, or exploiting people, lying to people openly. That is kind of stuff that is not appropriate, and we should be calling it out. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Dozie. Dozie, welcome to the show. Dozie, can you hear me? We can't hear you, Dozie. Maybe you are.
Yeah, Doctor, good evening, everyone. Doctor, good evening.
Okay. Yeah, hi.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so what's your contribution?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Doctor, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
You must be obedient. You must be obedient.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. What I'm gonna say about this religious, what I would say about these religious issues is that Black people, we are very gullible. I've said this last time I was on this show. I said Black people, we always take whatever that's presented to us without asking questions. My brother here, is he forefathers or something? He made a statement and say, "Oh, if we take off religion, what are we going to use and replace it?" My brother, the question you're supposed to ask is that who were you before that religion came to you? Because something was there before that, this so-called Christianity. Something was there. And the reason why I'm saying, I want to ask our people, we are all of us here, well, like a lot of Igbo people are here anyway. My question is that before Christianity came to our land, our forefathers were they not answering Osuchukwu, Uzochukwu, Chukwude, Chukwubueze? Were they not answering those names? Was it white people that told us that Chukwubueze? Which means our forefathers, they have known God before the Christianity. Christianity was of yesterday. Yeah, during the time the Christianity, during ages when the ancient Greek was world power, Christianity was not in Africa. Christianity came to Africa through Europeans, through the United Kingdom where I live, and the Roman people, which is the Italian. They brought it. In fact, the King James Version of Bible was translated in 1611. The Anglican Church of today, which is that Anglican Church over there in Africa, is called Church of England here, which is the monarch here, is the head. And that church was established between the year 1823 and 1825 by King Henry VIII. So what was our forefathers doing? Were they not worshiping God in those days? Black people, we need to wake up now. Another thing we have to think about. The people that brought this religion to us, how are they practicing it? If that Bible is really working. Because I don't believe that my conqueror can show me a way to succeed. If the whole power is in the Bible, do you think that white people will bring it to you? The same people that wants to be ahead of you at all times in everything? Black people, what is wrong with us? Okay, another thing about this religion we have to look into. Most of our pastors there, I don't blame them in one way because many of them are ignorant of what they are doing. Many of them don't even know the history of Christianity. And they don't care to know. And some of them knew about it. But the reason why they will never speak the truth about it is because this is where they are feeding themselves and their family. It's their business. Some of them are intentionally lying to our people. I will tell you, I will give you one example. One thing our reverend fathers back home there and the bishops are doing to the poor masses over there that doesn't have the knowledge that we have. Look at this. Rome is the capital of Italy. When a reverend father is traveling from Igbo land or any part of Nigeria or any part of Africa, when they are going to Italy, instead of telling the poor masses over there that, oh, I'm going to Italy, they don't mention Italy. They said they are going to Rome. So many of our people there ignorantly believe that, some of them, they are, up to today, some of them think that Rome is in the heaven. When they are going to Israel, instead of saying, oh, I'm going to Israel, they say, oh, I'm going to Jerusalem. So many people back there think that Jerusalem is in the heaven, but they don't know it's a state in Israel. Some of these pastors and the religious leaders, they are intentionally doing this in order, to brainwash our people so that those ignorant people.
All right.
Let me answer.
Can I just respond to something you said?
I did not say they should remove religion or remove churches. You can't even do that. So, I am just saying that stop forcing it on my people. Stop using it to victimize my people, calling them stupid, gullible, illiterate, just because they don't want to follow the way you are practicing your religion. That is not acceptable. Practice your religion separately, just like Allah said. I believe what Allah said. It is in you. Do it the way you understand it. Don't come and making sure that everybody is more follow that way. And if they are not doing it, you start calling them names. You start doing everything within your power to make sure those people look less in the society. That's not acceptable. I believe what Yvonne Noah Harari said. He's a Jewish guy that wrote the book I talked about, the Sapiens. Bible is just the story of the kings and queens of the Israelites. He's part of them. He's their son. He's telling the truth. And I believe that guy. Practice your religion as much as you want. I practice my own. My tradition, and I do it the way I want. I never come to tell you, say you have to do it. And if you don't do it right, then I start demonizing you. That's what we are saying.
All right.
When he said not doing it right, we're talking about somebody lying. And sorry, this is an interesting point because the previous speaker addressed something that what did our forefathers have before the Europeans arrived. Yes, we had these different kinds of worship. If you want to return to that now, a lot of people are not going to be worshiping under the same roof anymore, and you're going to have more divisions and all the rest of it. So if you want to go back to a situation where that left us even weaker than we were before, you're going to have a lot of problems. You see what I mean? That is why you have to think about the societal consequences of saying that you should just remove what is there right now. There's a reason why people go to McDonald's, even if they know it's bad food. Because it's what is available right now. You have to have an alternative first.
Ovia, hold on. Let him finish. Forefathers, are you done?
I wasn't done. You have to have an alternative that is workable in the current context. If you don't have that, you are running the risk of even weakening your societal links that will even result in worse outcome for our people. We don't need that. And I think our people need to be thinking at such level before they understand the kind of decision that is required to move things forward.
Sorry, Spanner, before you come in, let me correct something here. Right? Let me just correct something here. Nobody is saying the way you are putting it, forefathers. Right? It is not that the way you are putting it that everybody should. The idea that you people still believe that if we are still where we were, we foresee dead by this time. It's called evolution. Human being evolve. People evolve. Do you know what we have? We have people. We have our ancestors who create what they call pot. If you go villages, pot where they use clay make. It's as chill as fridge that you are using today. We have generation who actually use clay to build us that no matter how hot it is outside, if you go inside, it will chill. We will not be where we were if to say we see data place. No, we evolve. That's human life. Even the animals on the forest evolve. If you think that if they will go back to our way we are practicing our religion, we foresee they do and the way they do, and then you are mistaken. Then you are not reading books. Human being evolved.
All right, thank you.
But that is a false narrative. What is the religion that you have in place right now to replace Christianity?
No,
so if you're not evolved,
forefathers, hold on. No, Oh yeah, hold on, everybody, hold on. It's not just two of you that are here. Let me hear from Alexi. When I come back to you, forefathers, the question you're trying to, I want to understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to say, because you think it's the easy way to make us unite, so we deny ourselves freedom to do what we should do, what we want to do. Also, you're saying that all the empires that were in Africa before, they all have one religion. That's what kept them together, that they can't function with multiple religions. But anyway, that's when I come back to you. But let me hear from Alexi. Alexi, what do you want to say? Unmute yourself, Alexi.
We are even misquoting the conversation we're having here, agreeing and disagreeing with one thing or the other in the wrong way. You see, there's a difference between faith and religion. Everyone should note that. Faith and religion are not the same word. Don't mean the same thing. If you pick up the Bible, there's nowhere you will see the word Christianity written inside it. But you all carry it as if that is something now to be thrown into the dust, because Christianity. If you understand what is in the Bible, you won't be saying that the white man brought the religion to us, because that's not how it came. It may have been accelerated and used for whatever purpose they used it for, but the truth about this life is more important than where it came from to you. And that is my take. I have more faith than the religiosity that surrounds how I practice it, like going to church, for instance. There was no church in that way at the time when Christ walked this earth. There were synagogues, there were temples, but the way we have it today is as if the church we build is where the whole thing and the truth is resident, and so everybody's going there to go and get it. No, it's words of wisdom. The knowledge of God is the beginning of wisdom, and if you follow that and get what you need to get from it, it will help you a long way to tell the difference between all that we are saying here. You are putting everything in a box, but it doesn't belong there. Understand the life. How did we all start breathing the way we are breathing today? If you go into the scientific part of it, you will get things that will correspond with what you now know as life, even in the religious definition. It's not a controversy, but there are people who are controverting the whole thing and saying, oh, science said it. Science is not denying anything that the faith, as I understand it from the word of God, is given to mankind. You just have to take your time, expose yourself to it. But I think the relevance in the question you asked me about people in the village, we who have been given the knowledge, we owe those people something. And what we owe them is not what is happening today that everybody is now shouting about. That's the much I can explain. It's not something to be argued. If you have something in you that is making sense and is directing you, and you are seeing how powerful it is, it would be foolery to throw it away. The historical stories about Israel, like Ovie said, yes, there's history of those people there, but it shows something that today is very relevant to the rest of the world. Say, go to the ends of the world. He didn't say stop in Israel. He said take it to this and that and the other place and to the furthermost end of the world. It's not the white man in Britain that made the Bible. No. He heard about it. Now, if he misuses it, he will pay for it. The time will come. And we are all seeing what's going on. That country is not where it used to be. And it's still losing today. Now, those of you who are saying, oh, our forefathers, like someone mentioned there, they knew God. They mentioned God in their faith. And they trusted him the way they understood him. Now the whole thing is marrying itself together. So I don't see why we should be arguing. Anyway, we are discouraged from arguing about these things. So if we can resolve it in a very simple way, let everyone seek what they want to seek and see what is there. As for me, I know what I found is faith. The religion part of it is man. But that faith, I will hold it strong. No one can take it from me. Thank you.
Rudolph, can you let me talk because I have something I have to do? Hello?
Of course, I have to do Spinner. Hold on, Spinner. Welcome to the show, McBoy.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph.
Okay.
And thank you, members.
Yeah, Spinner, I'll come to you next, but I want to hear people we've not heard before. So what is your contribution, McBoy?
Yes, sir. So to be honest, I've listened to every one of us speaking since, and in terms of the religion that we have today, that we majority of us practice today, there's nothing really wrong with the religion, but I would say most of the things that is wrong with what we call the religion we have today are the people practicing it. If you like Alexis was saying earlier today, Mr. Alexis was saying earlier today, he discovered that the Bible that we take as our main book that we refer to today, the information there does not contradict a moral life that we all agitate for or we are aspiring for. The information there are things that people of the, I would say, Middle Eastern-ish area, what most of their leaders or most of their people practice, and it worked for them. So people that have access to those books, they brought it to our region, and hopefully it was supposed to work for us. So practicing those things, in my opinion, would have, well, if we practice it verbatim, it would have also helped us in a great way as a people. But it doesn't mean that we would deny who we are for the sake of whatever is coming from the other side of the world. In my opinion, there could be a way of marrying both information from there with the information that we already got, bring the best out of it, and become a better people. Then, in respect to that man that predicted the soccer thing, in my opinion, I would say the man was simply taking advantage of the gullibility of the people that he was talking to. I actually listened to the video. The man actually said, record me, put it down. He was trying to say authoritatively, I heard the word. So that's what he was trying to say. And the people that he's following, also, we're also saying, and we're also believing that, oh, he heard the word, that word must be it. But eventually, the people, the prophet, the so-called word he was talking on, before we know it, the people did not go far in the tournament. So if the man wanted to go by what he read, because most of the people today, they read that book and they don't understand it. So because they don't understand it, they take that misunderstanding and share it to other people. And that's the havoc we're seeing today in different societies. So the best thing is to understand that book before you even share information for that book. So another thing the man could have simply done was simply be a man, come back and say, oops, I thought I got it right. Guys, forgive me. I did not get it right. So that kind of morality, when other people hear it, they will start copying good stuff, and guess what? The society will be a better place. But instead,
okay, I have to stop you. We are running out of time. But I want you to I'll come to you. I'll come to Spinner first. But I want you to remember this if you get a chance to speak again. You talked about marrying. Alexi talked about that too. Marrying something in our culture with what we have now. I don't see much of that marriage happening. Are you not worried about that? That's a question for you.
Okay.
And then the other part that we haven't talked about is that if that guy had been successful in his prediction, if Belgium and whatever team had Germany, if they were the finals, the guy could tell somebody who is sick not to take any medication and the person won't take it.
That's correct.
And the person will believe that he had something from God when it's obviously that he's basically talking about something he prayed. He just thought that would be what will happen. Anyway, so if you get a chance to, Alexi and McBoy, you guys can talk about that. Spinner, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I like what you just said. Have anybody here heard of what is called liberation theology? Huh? Okay.
Yeah, I've had it. What does it mean? Go ahead. We don't have much time. Well, we have to leave in another 18 minutes.
Okay. Then I will be quick. You always cut me off, but you don't cut other people. Listen.
That's why everybody feels like it's only them that they will cut off. Go ahead.
Listen, everything we do is subjective. Everything is subject to interpretation. The way you read the Bible, you interpret it the way you like. I interpret it the way I like. The pastor, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Like I said in the comment, you cannot sit here and tell me what will happen tomorrow. If you sit here and tell me something will happen tomorrow, I will look at you as a madman. I brought up about liberation theology. It's a book written by a Catholic theologian from Peru, right? There are two claims in that book. If you have time, read the book. And when he wrote the book, the Catholic Church attacked him. First, they attacked him. About 20, 30 years later, they agree with him. He made two claims. He said that Bible should be interpreted from the point of the poor. You get that? Bible should be interpreted from the viewpoint of the poor. Well, I mean, think about that for a minute. Because why he said that is in Peru, where he was, there were a lot of people poor. He was trying to help the poor people. And actually, it's the same situation we have in Nigeria. The leaders there take all the money. A lot of people were suffering. Then the second thing he made, the second claim he made in the book is that, today, everybody knows that salvation, right? Salvation is based on individual. People go to heaven or hell. But the man claims in the book that the Bible should be interpreted such that communities will go to heaven or hell, depending on what the community, how the people are treating one another in that community. But anyway, that's all I have to say. Think about that. The problem I have with Africans, we don't take something, interpret it to help us. Instead, we take it to harm one another. That's the problem we have. You guys can dance around it all you want. Anyway, that's all I want to say.
Thank you. All right, Lou, you're next.
Yeah, so I think it's not necessarily an African thing. I believe it's a human condition. It's very easy to hijack any movement, any ideology, any sort of belief, and of course have a following. It's all about followership and leadership. And like we see it in our politics, our leaders haven't really been the best. It's an idea. Politics is an idea. It's set by itself. It's how you apply it. So the application is a situation. At the end of the day, is not an African condition, it's a human condition. So it's who we find in those leadership positions, from pastors to government to presidency, whoever it is, goes back to even a primary school or secondary school with your head captain or class captain. It depends on how they are as an individual and how they decide to govern everyone else. So I think that's just really it. It goes back to religion too. So how you decide to interpret it is, it's up to you it's up to you as a person. So you have to do your investigation and go through, the experience by yourself, of course, before anyone can impose any sort of impose their own ideology on you. So that's my contribution.
All right, thank you. We're rounding up now. So the Blackstone, your final thoughts.
I think everybody have to take time to think over some issues before reaching a conclusion. No matter what the pastor says, no matter what you hear from anybody, go back and investigate it, read it. Religion, people have already actually misused it in many ways, and I think that it is not the religion that is the problem. It's how the people use it, how the people interpret it, how the people push it to people.
Hold on. Blackstone, hold on. I hear this every time. It's not the religion that is the problem, it's the people, how they interpret it. If something is not clear, because why is it that people don't understand it? Who understands it? I've asked here, who is the good pastor? Nobody can tell me one. And you said it's not the fault of the religion, it's the fault of who?
Everybody's a pastor. No, Mr. Rudolph, everybody's
if
a
all
pastor.
of us here cannot say, yeah.
Everybody's a pastor.
No.
Because, no, excuse me, let me finish.
No, hold on.
No,
we don't have time. That's why I'm trying to cut it short.
Everybody's a pastor because everybody has the Bible. Everybody have access to the Bible. So read the Bible. Not everything that tells you from the
Okay. The black son. If that is your theology, okay, if that is what you believe, why are you not preaching it? Why are you supporting people going to church? Why are you not telling people don't go to church? You're a pastor. You don't believe that. You go to church. So I'm saying the structure we have today is that we have pastors. Everybody here, we can't say this is a good pastor. We don't know who is good. What do you expect people to do? You want them to just go anywhere. It's like saying that you don't know any hospital that is good. I'm sick. I need treatment. I will just go anywhere and hope that somebody will heal me. Can you think about that? I think that's fundamental.
Yes,
this idea that we're throwing away the responsibility. We can't identify who is good. And we don't think we can do anything about it because it's not a problem of the church. It's not a problem of the religion. It's a problem of people. If we're the problem, then we should look for something else. It's like saying the car is not good. If the car is not good, it's not good. Find a car that is good. Anyway, thank you, Blackstone. We have to go. I have a meeting in the next 10 minutes. H.O., go ahead.
When they brought Christianity, they brought the Bible, they brought school, and they brought hospital. But when Africa took it, they turned it to ATM machine and fake miracle. So we need to examine our head. The so-called daddy Jews, they know the truth, but because that is where they fund their lifestyle, whereby they cannot ride private jets. That is why they pretend they are teaching us the truth. It is now a business center, nothing more, nothing less. They open university and they went to take, what did they call it? They register it in form of a charitable organization where the government was expecting that the money they make from the university to be used to serve humanity. But that's not the truth. The truth is that they use it to fund their lifestyle. The poor man cannot attend their school. So let us tell ourselves the truth. Nigeria is what it is today. The politics and the religion is the one that has destroyed us. And until we tell ourselves the truth and liberate ourselves, we will still be where we are today.
All right, H.O., thank you.
Let me give you my closing remarks, Rudolph. Let me just my closing remark.
I'm coming to you next.
It's more a form of a question. I'm not going to go on and on and on. You understand? Okay. I understand, Mr. Alex, that yes, even this current religion, some people will argue that is the evolution of what we used to have. The question I'm asking is that who is in charge of who is leading the evolution and who are the followers? If you figure that out, you understand what this is all about. Unless you don't understand how history evolved and how the current world works. Again, to counter Mr. Alex, it is not the prediction of the Bible that is coming true because America is declining. No, American empire is declining. It has nothing to do with the prediction of the Bible. The history of the world involved. The Dutch Empire come and gone. The Spanish Empire came and gone. The British Empire will say and go. America is not going to be an exception, even though the one that will come next before. So this idea that our religion, just because there are so many and they call them all kinds of names now, they are evil. No, we are not smarter than our ancestors, unless you don't know your history. Those people exploit wealth. Fine, we have a superior race that came with not the superior race, people who come with a superior machine gun and all that, decide to conquer and all that. We agree with all that. But we are not saying the only way we can unleash ourselves from that conqueredness is for us to actually pay attention to the kind of religion that we are practicing now, even the language we are speaking. The fact that we are even proud going against each other with the underman language shows the problem right there. And the education. These three things goes hand in hand to conquer, to keep oppressing anybody in any society.
So if you see it from that way, you know go they blame that man say he lied. The man did not lie. What it make a prediction that's supposed to come in the future, it don't come to pass. We all do it. The only problem here is that you can drag him on the floor is that he's saying that in the name of God, which the Bible says is don't use the God name in vain. I mean he lied. So we should actually pay attention here. Is the platform that the man is standing on. That is the problem here. It is because all of us can relate to that platform, and we want to separate ourselves from that man. That's not right. Knowing that even the people that will say they are guilty will follow him, not because of now we pay so much emphasis that book you have to follow it dot to dot. That is the only way. And if you miss a step out there, then you are no longer worthy of it. Then your community or in this world, which is a big lie.
Okay,
that's
thank
where I'm
you.
coming
Thank you. Roman, I saw you. I can see you there. Alexi, let me come to you to give a round of final words. But there's something that Ovie said here that I wanted to address. I know you said it in passing, and I kind of shook my head when you said that the collapse of America and Britain. People say that all the time. It's because they turned their back on Christianity. We know that the next country coming up is China. They are not Christians there. And they don't even know what you guys are talking about when we say Christianity, but they are going to come up and nobody can stop it. So I want you to address that in your final words. Go ahead. Alexi, unmute yourself. Alexi, yeah.
You see, that's the thing I'm talking about. You just said about Chinese, that they are not Christians. You may be right from what we can understand, but if you go into the history of China, to the very beginning, you'll be shocked how the story of Adam and Eve, which is what the Bible tells us, is also in what they have. There are things that we cannot just bring out as solidly as we think they are, because there are other things surrounding them. The whole world, okay, let's put it this way. The 10 Commandments that we use today as Christians, tell me which country where they will let you break those laws because they don't believe in what you believe. Stealing, is that a normal thing? In China, they will kill you. But we are playing low on that. Thou shalt not steal. You just said it now. Don't use the name of the Lord thy God in vain. That man used the name of the Lord God in vain when he tried to popularize himself by predicting match. Even it's a very high risk area he went into, something that was going to be proved in a day or two. He went and predicted who was going to win. And what he was saying, he just used a permutation of what he knew in the past about teams, how strong they are. It's like in those days when they used to play pool, and you say, oh, this team is very strong. This one is next to it. So when they play, I know this is who's going to win. That's what he did. And he used the name of God. The platform he used is strong. And he used that trying to get people to follow him and believe in him. So let's not quarrel over this thing. God does not want his name to be used in vain. Javier, thank you for reminding us of that. That's what that guy did. Thou shalt love your neighbor as yourself. Where in this world is any...
That only applies to Christians now. That don't apply to me.
It applies. It's a universal application. I'm telling you, the whole world, the whole world has.
Alexi, we don't have a lot of time. I wanted you to address
respect the standards that Christianity is telling us, and I just brought out the 10 Commandments as an example, that you should love your neighbor as yourself. That's what we preach in our traditional way. When a child is born in a village, he's loved by all and brought up. And in fact, there was more love amongst us in those days than today. It's not Christianity that told us to start eating and killing ourselves.
That's common sense.
Okay. So the word of God is common sense. Is common sense applicable to everybody in the whole world? But
Alexi, but the Christendom will condemn you just for saying the name of God.
Hold on, okay. Alexi, we're rounding up. Let me direct it to address.
I mean, you are helping me. Thank you. You see, all the things that we consider important in the human society. It doesn't have to be a Christian thing for you to know that that's what is right to be done. But now we are holding on to Christianity, did this, did that to us. Did the white people tell us to start killing ourselves? Instead, Mary Slessor, when he came to Nigeria, when she came to Nigeria, stopped us from killing our twins. And that's a good thing. There are good things from what the Word of God is telling every human being. But now, when we start labeling it with Christianity or this other thing, and we start partitioning and begin to label it as what is causing all our problems and so on, that's where we go wrong. Those ideal things are there. They will remain there forever.
Alexi, can you hear me? Can other people hear me? Am I the only one?
We can hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, because I'm confused. Okay.
Oh, Leslie's network is gone. Leslie's an obedient. His network is gone.
Let's go to forefathers. Forefathers round up for us.
Yeah, sometimes, Ovi, I think you should have been a pastor at this rate.
No, it's still on my card. It's not all of it. No, it's still on my card. And my last
you talk from both sides of your mouth, man. How do you manage to say somebody did not lie and lied at the same time?
Now my hope, now my last card be that if I know Hammer before
I'm genius. I had to make it clear for somebody. Man, I had to make it clear for somebody just now. Man, that is scary. See, the point is that the guy lied. He lied in the name of God. Clearly, he said, in the name of God, this vision is going to come to be. And you manage to argue for and against it in same sentence. That's scary, Ovie. You do that quite a lot. In terms of religion, for me, you have to think about, you have to go a little bit deeper. Why our forefathers even started it in the first place. I feel like they saw the world and they tried to explain it the best way they know how. And it started from scientific ideas and then emerged into, organizational and stuff like that. Then it became what it is. That's why religion contains a lot of truths. And but Western societies took it further and made it so that it is repeatable and testable. That's why you have science. Science is a form of religion right now. They define our paradigm. They define the size of our universe, how time flows, and all the rest of it. So if we as Africans want to move forward, we have to confront that reality of life. We can't totally separate it. We can decide that, okay, we want to get rid of this religion. We want a different form. If we want that, we have to have one that gives us enough strength to confront the challenges of today. So that's why I say, if you want to do away with religion, you can replace it with a scientific system, a technological system, and a customary system that are meshed together so that it is repeatable and testable, because people that have quality information are the ones that are going to rule the future. There is no two ways about it. And we can pretend as if about something and a pastor can say something here that is not repeatable. That is why we lost. If it's repeatable, then it is true. Even scientists don't fully understand the world, but they use the ones that are repeatable to craft technologies. And that is the direction we have to be looking at. And I don't have any dog in the fight. For me, all I care about is the health of our communities and our society to be able to confront the challenges of this century. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Lou, you're next.
Yeah, my final remarks will be, I just believe that you as a person, wherever you are, whoever is listening, should be more open to asking questions and investigating and finding the truth for yourself, so that you can create your own interpretation of what it is. And this goes to religion, politics, just generally. Let's not mix things up with the totalitarian view of things. Let's not mix that with what the information is. The transcendent information. We are here for a reason. We are subjected to something. We don't know, we don't see it, but it's definitely something. The laws of science is governed by something we cannot see. And that's why it takes investigation to get to conclusion. So it goes back to religion at the same time too. So let's be open-minded to that too. Our people, it takes time, but with just the intention and with education and just exposure and just talking, engaging people like what we're doing now, we would enlighten more people to open their minds up, not to be shackled in the construct of what we have currently back home, where pastors or individuals take advantage of people's circumstance or the economic circumstance. Thank you.
Thank you, my boy.
Yes, sir. So, first of all, before I state my closing remark, I want to quickly, which Alexis already, I think Alexis or Forefather already partially did, like the man that spoke concerning the soccer match, I would say, to be honest, he lied. Um, has other people predicted before? Yes, they do. But for his own, he was trying to use a system that's been established to kind of expand his market. That's what he was trying to do. And eventually, in my opinion, I'll say God step in and say, no, you can't use my name to gamble. Then to react to the question you asked earlier, Dr. Rudolph, you asked a question about...
Hold on. He said, but we can't go back to that. He said that God was the one that stepped in.
No, I just borrowed that word. No, it's a borrowed word. Yeah, borrowed opinion.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we clear that one, because it's another kind of prediction. Predicting that God stepped in. Okay.
So now, regarding the question you asked earlier concerning two questions you asked. He said if he had succeeded in that prediction, what could have happened? What could have happened is his market would have increased, and the level of lies would have also multiplied. It would have, in fact, it would have been endless. But I would say personally, thank God I didn't go that way. So a lot of people might learn a little bit of lessons from that, to say it's not everything that anybody says that you will fall for. So that's for that area. Then the area of marrying the information from the other side of the world with Africa, there's a scripture that states that he that knoweth to do good and does not do it, to him is a sin. Whether in Africa, whether in the Middle East, whether in Europe, whatever it is, there's a common denomination. We all know, sometimes to a great extent, what is right from what is wrong. So, and that's what the scriptures also teaches, knowing what is wrong from what is right. So, if we extract what is wrong from what is for what is right, trust me, we can have that balance that we need to have, and we'll live a successful society. That's why I love the word that Mr. Lou said earlier. There are things that are greater than us that exist. Science understand it. People that practice true religion, true faith, they also understand it. So what we need to do is to unite as a community to follow basic principles of life. And so the bottom line is simply for us to be able to have a stable community that every one of us can dwell in, whether white, black, Asian, whatever you call it, Hispanic, whatever race or color or creed that you are. We all want to build a human society where we all can dwell in. And to do this, we have to have that common denomination of fairness, equity, justice, and that is where faith comes in. And that is where I would say science also play a major role in that area. So those are my submissions.
All right, thank you. Roman, before you speak, let me play this video and so that people will understand the context under which I raised this issue.
But I will try to be simple. Power generation is not rocket science. It's just generator. So just remember and imagine that your I better pass my neighbor in 1 million times its capacity, but in one place. So if you can make that size of 1 kilowatt, you can make a power turbine of 1,000 megawatts.
Very simple, and people believed him. I thought he would do it. I mean, and this is physical world, and people who believe that pastor, who are in that church, who believe that this is a man of God, they believed him and they thought he had from God. And people voted for them to win because they have the solution. So the implications of this is more than just the church. So Roman, I'll give you enough time to speak for maybe 2 minutes because I know you've not said anything. Welcome to the show, by the way.
Yeah, good evening. How is everybody? Listen, I've been trying to comment since because you actually touched my constituency. And it's appalling that sometimes we want to catch a snake and we start in the middle. No, you don't do that. Let me tell you, God is not a Nigerian. Okay? And the assumption that he lives there and anybody can come up and say whatever, and so many people start to follow him or her is baffling to me. I have listened to you guys over time. The same people that are commenting on politics have now turned into pastors and predictors and religionists and atheists, etc. It is inconceivable that it is happening, because I think it would be better to leave the matters of God to those who have researched, who have been regenerated, who are now convinced that God exists. For those who don't believe, for those who don't know, it's all right. You can excuse them. Listen, God is not a religionist. The Bible is not a Christian book. As a matter of fact, Christianity is a man-made phenomenon. God does not recognize Christianity. God recognizes his creation and the life that creation lives under his principles. So we all, I'm a Nigerian, I'm an Igbo man, and we have translated our Dibia Babalawo mentality into what we now call religion, and everybody's following it. That has nothing to do with God, from creation to the historical aspect of Israel, to the exodus of that information to Europe, Asia Minor, and then eventually Africa and America. Listen, it will continue and nothing will stop it. If you don't like, don't believe. God does not force you. Let me just address a few people. Alexei, don't defend God. He's too big to defend himself. Don't be an advocate for him. He can advocate for himself. Ovie, listen, I know you're a young man. You don't have to answer to everything. And you don't have to pretend to have opinion on everything. Okay? I like your political posturing. Is entertaining. And I know you do it deliberately. You know, I've been to one man show once or twice and I saw you there. And it baffles me that you are there with another opinion. When you come here, you are something else. Great. And you're not the only one. I watch a few of you here and there, and people pretend to be something in other fora. And when they come here, they are something else. The same thing that you are doing in tackling this issue of religion. But let me just say this before I close. Time, matter, and space are the fundamentals of our existence. The one that made them is existing outside of it, namely the God factor. Until you decipher how time, matter, and space come into existence and where they come from, you will not even begin to read the history of Israel, not to talk of the prophets and principles that guide physics and biology and chemistry, before you come to what you now call religion, which I don't subscribe to. But I believe in God, and I believe in the ordinances and providence of God, beginning from my understanding of creation and science to start with. Science discovers, they don't create. They can change their mind every time. They can come out with proof and disprove, and they confirm what has already been said by God's recordings in the Bible. Christianity is in competition with other religions. That's why I don't like it. But God's life and life of people who have been regenerated, who have been justified, who have been sanctified, and are living their life according to God's principle, will be the one that will earn, if there is anything like reward, and a peaceful life here on earth. Please, guys, listen, forget religion. I'm tempted to say forget Christianity. And I'm even tempted to say forget the Nigerian version of Christianity. It is nothing to do with the Bible. I can guarantee you that. When you discover God and discover the way to follow worship and live a life of God, you will never respect any person that calls himself a man of God or pastor or anything from Nigeria. I mean, what is someone dealing with predicting football? Again, a play. You see, this is how much they have captured the psyche of the Nigerian people. That this is how much they have adulterated what should have been a proper providence and ordinance of good life. And it has become a huge industry where anybody can start, gather those who are depraved, poor, misinformed, maybe uneducated, and sell this fast to them. And it's growing. Don't take that to be the truth. The truth is fundamental and it exists outside of all of us. Okay? You may reject it, but you can also find it and make use of it in order to live a better life here and in the life to come. It is not a Nigerian creation. But you see, anybody can exploit the truth and exploit them even before those who don't understand better. I will advise those who don't believe to just say, I don't believe, and probably stay clear. And for those who think they believe, but are half-baked, no information, no proper understanding of the origin of man and how man is supposed to continue in order to have eternal life, you're going to have to go back and do your research more. So when you come to a forum like this, you have the right information to pass on to the other guy, not to convince them, but at least to leave a deposit in them to go home and say, maybe I have to look more into this. That's all I have to say, unless anybody has any question.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I know you. Hold on, guys. Okay. I said I will leave at 5. In 5, I'm already more than 15 minutes.
Sorry, I came in late.
Let me ask you. Yeah, Roman. We actually have a conversation around this. I'm thinking maybe on Sundays after the main show, we just dedicate an hour or two on this. There's something. The only question I have for you, not a question, a comment, is you said we should stay away from Christianity or discussion on religion. The problem with that I have is that we can't. I mean, it's impacting people, our people. It's a major factor in what we have in the country. So is that, and people say the same thing about other issues. You know, if you want to talk about certain topics, they say, don't stay away from that. Staying away doesn't stop it from being a factor. And I think what I think I understand from what you said, and it's important, is that when we want to have this kind of conversation, we open it up and make sure that people who maybe have knowledge about that, we join. But we can be as good as the people that join. We don't bring people. We can invite people, but we don't force them to come. You know. So I understand that. But I just wanted to make sure that you understand our predicament, that we can't just leave something as big as that. It has more impact on our people than anything else, and politicians even, I think. Go ahead, Ovie.
Yeah, if there's anything we all have in common, maybe it's God. Even though everybody believe you have your own different type of God. So the idea that just because you are well-versed in talking about your own God, and every other person's opinion about his own God is wrong. It's just, it baffles me. You are here, we say we should not just be. And again, it shows that you are expert in talking about your God, that's fine, but you are clearly poor at judging another person's character or what he's about, just the way you categorize me. But that's the part. Another irony here is that we should not talk about God because maybe we spend so much time talking about politics and all that. But the man that we or you guys are criticizing today is a pastor, but he's talking about football. He is not a professional footballer, he's not into that profession, but he just make a predict in that environment, and the whole everybody is guys like it. But of course, we are not qualified to talk about the God that we believe is in our life. It's universal, as the people will claim say. So it goes away to show that all of us actually have a lot to learn about this life. To claim authority that just because you understand God and every other person is what I don't understand. Yes, we can demonize our governor, juju, and call out or whatever. But guess what? Now those people serve my ancestor well. That's why I'm here today. And it would be so prosperous of me to now look back at them because I'm seen the world today and I say, oh, that their own time is bad. No, I said it and over again. We are not smarter than the people that came before us. And guess what? We are not going to be smarter than those that are coming after us. So God is relative as far as I'm concerned. Practice your God the way you understand it. But my problem with that whole process is that for the fact that people are not seeing your God the way you are seeing it, and that person now is not evil or doesn't deserve to actually get the same respect you are getting, is what I don't understand. That's what I don't understand. Prosperity has nothing to do with God. I mean, it's obvious what everybody is saying. It's just like what Dr. Ramiji said about China. I've dated a Chinese girl. I made the show I'm waiting Bible day about. But she's smarter than me.
Roman, before you send, hold on, Roman, hold on. Let me hear from my boy because you can address them together and then we move on to Alexi. Ovia, you made your final confession.
Fashola make promises. The pastor make predictions. Two different things. Fashola make promise based on what we have, that he can use what we have to give us this. That's a different case. That's a promise that we need to hold him accountable for. But a pastor who make prediction, who cares about what he knows nothing about anyway? So it's too different.
The pastor is even more relevant because he's in the name of God. Don't you understand that?
That is your God. He's in your God. That is your own God. He's not my God. I don't have a problem with him. I don't have a problem with him using the name of God. He's not my God. Fashola is my minister. It's two different things.
Okay. All right. Ovia, hold on. My boy says, go ahead.
Yeah. So, in respect to Ovie, yeah, I love you so much. So, but the truth be told, the pastor, the platform that he used, was simply, it was trying to, it wasn't predicting, it was what it was prophesying. So it was quote unquote trying to prophesy, but somehow deep in him, I believe he knew that what he was saying, in my opinion, I don't know his heart, I don't know his faith, I don't know what he was saying or what he was not saying, but from the heart of heart, I believe he knew that what he was saying was just some calculation that he put together. He feels this one play with this, the other will play the other. There was a day we had a conversation in this platform, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, and Dr. Damages asked us to choose a team that will win. And eventually I picked a team. Trust me, that team was kicked out. So I think I picked Brazil. Brazil has been kicked out. So they said, if I could have just said that day that, oh, I'm going to prophesy that Brazil is going to win. I will know. Trust me, I'll be lying. So that's what that man did that day. And the reason why we are talking about it, it's not because of me. I have my faith. I have what I believe. I know what I believe. I know the extent I can go and what I cannot go. But for the sake of other people that could fall a victim, they could be my cousin, your cousin. They could be my neighbor, your neighbor. They can even bleed to breeding some certain personalities in the society. So that's why this conversation is very, very important. So that people that make false word or false prophecy like that, they should be called out. That doesn't mean they are not people that are gifted to give good prophecy. Those that are gifted to give good prophecy, they do it. But those false ones should be called out so that other people don't fall prey of them. Then one quick last word I would like to say is the issue that I don't subscribe to it, that some so-called white people or whatever, the Caucasian, whatever, they brought Christianity to us to enslave us. I don't buy to it. There was no meeting held in United Kingdom or wherever they came from and say, oh, let's go and enslave them with Christianity. That did not happen. If you look at history very well, the set of people that colonized and the one that brought Christianity, there were two different sets of people. Some came militarily, while the other people came with religion. So those are two sets of people. The one that came religion, you see what they did. They built schools. They changed some of our culture. Like, for example, killing of the slave. Like Ovie said earlier, that it was our smarter than our forefathers. There are so many things that our forefathers were doing that were not really right. For example, like Alexi said earlier.
Okay, Mark Boy, I have to stop you. I thought you have a question for Roman, not for you to go back and do another. No, that's okay. That's okay. Thank you very much. Roman, go ahead. Victor, I'm coming to you. Roman, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Ovie, if you thought I spoke rudely to you. That's not what I meant, but it concerns me a lot. Yeah, it concerns me a lot. when I know you have a lot to say, but when a question is asked, it's better to address that frontally. I watched your exchange with forefathers yesterday, and the fact is that you have something to say, but you use another fundamental base to address what has always been in your mind. That's what you do most of the time, and neglect the issue in question. You've done just exactly the same now. I did not tell you that a religion is superior. I did not say that at all here. All I'm saying is that it is good for someone who professes to believe in an entity to have the right information, or at least convincing information about that entity before they come. And they shouldn't suppress your own opinion about what you believe in or what you want to accept. But you make some sweeping statements sometimes and no one challenges them, but it's all right. Like, no, we are not smarter than our forefathers. I don't know where you got that from, seriously speaking. And the ones coming will not be smarter than us. I don't know where you place us. We live in the information age at the tip of our fingers. We have vast entropy to be released in our generation. And I keep saying
Roman, he said our forefathers made a pot that can freeze water and make ice blocks. So that's why we're not The point is that you can't challenge everything everybody people say here, but there's some
no. The
I know. The fact is that every generation
said that before the eventual...
It's not an exchange. Please, calm down. It's not an exchange. Please stop. Okay. Listen. Every generation will live according to its own time. The ones to come will have more access to information and may do better. Seriously, that's how it works. We are living in better time than the ones that were before us. The one that will come in the next 20, 30, 40, 100 years will even fly with wings. I can guarantee you that. Okay, so please, because they did something you're holding on to does not mean that is the best. My conclusion is this.
Roman, before you conclude, Ovie brought that pot to he has that pot with him in
So you guys are getting it twisted. You understand?
Okay, hold on. Let him conclude. Ovie, hold on. Let him conclude.
My conclusion is based on the fact that truth is fundamental. I may not believe it, you may not believe it, but it exists outside of all of us. We all subscribe to it or reject it. It is as simple as that. But before you want to know what is true, you must go back to the origin. And if what you believe in does not trace you back to the origin of man, then I can tell you to forget it. Everything you believe in must be traceable back to the origin of the first man or the first woman. And that's where you then get matter, time, and space before every other thing began. That's all I can say.
Can I ask one question, please? You seem to have... Sorry, just one question. This is just one question.
Ovie, stop. If you ask me a question, then we have to go back to him. And I've been trying to live here for the past 30 minutes or more.
This actually goes to everybody. It's a take-home question. You understand?
Okay.
You don't seem to have problem with me making comment on things I'm not expert about, which is great. But you have problem with a man who also make comment on things he has not any expertise about. Don't you see there's a problem that because he used the name of God? That's your God. That's fine.
But that is fundamental. This is annoying. See, if somebody on the street diagnoses you with malaria and a doctor diagnoses you with malaria, if one of them gets it wrong, that one has to be held accountable. Which one?
Yeah, the professional has to be held.
That is what the pastor is. Don't you understand?
No. Oh, he's trained on football. He has any expertise on football. So why would you hold him accountable for that?
Okay, yeah, guys, let's go to Victory. You are next. Victory.
I don't know if he was talking to me. I never mentioned this morning. I never did.
Thank you, no. The pastor lie. He lied.
Okay, Victory.
Why not lie?
Thank you, Doctor. Very funny show. Doctor, I must thank you for everything that you're
You would
doing.
think, hold on, Victory. You think that you have control over VA and forefathers, then HO will come out from where she is, and you lose it. Go ahead, Victory.
Yeah, Doctor, I
All right,
must thank
Roman,
you
thank you.
for everything that you're doing for the community, I would say, and the diaspora people. I watched the entire show of last week with Dr. Franklin, and I thought that was a golden session. That I think that session should be taped and should be spread widely for people to watch. He basically went through everything that people have been breaking their head for, and screaming all about. And this is the whole idea of sharing ideas. You share ideas with other people, and you get other people's opinion, and then you kind of analyze it and you say, okay, oh, maybe this guy does make sense. So I really want to thank you. It was such a wonderful session. I literally blew my mind away. Like I sent it to a few people that I know. Go through this thing. That's the solution to your problem. But anybody that go through that entire session and stay going on with this whole agitation, then the person is simply a mad person. That's what I would say. As regarding to the issue of religion, it's so funny. The white men came to Africa. They brought the Bible. At the same time, they enslaved us. So how do you contrast these two things? Somebody giving you the Bible on one hand, and they're taking you to captivity on the other hand, and using you to work for over a period of 100 years. And when they find out about the steam machine, they say, "Oh, we don't need you anymore." And that's how they actually abolished the slave trade. And the people that actually owned the slave were compensated heavily for it. And even up to, it was even about 4 years ago, even here in the UK, they were still paying them for the compensation. And this is the same Bible our people read. So sometimes I wonder, is it that our people don't analyze things? Don't we read? So can we look at things and say, why certain things this way? And we start asking questions. If you look at the Nigeria situation, per ratio, per population, I don't think there's any country in this world where people go to the mosque every Friday to pray and they go to the church every Sunday to pray that is more than Nigeria. Yet the country is you can't even imagine it. So what are they telling them in the mosque, and what did they tell them in the church? And this goes back to where a pastor that has anything nothing to do with football is predicting the football. And like you said, if Germany was to go to the final and they played Belgium and they won, that man could tell anyone anything, and there would be more people going to his church that this man is the real deal. And this is what we have in Africa, and especially in Nigeria, where people, anybody the easiest way for you to make money now is to become a pastor, and you just perform all the true miracle. You can get people to fake miracle. I mean, it's the whole thing is ridiculous. And because our people don't read, and we refuse to read, or sometimes we will read, we don't even understand what we're reading, right? And then this goes into my other story, whereby I used to tell people that Jesus Christ is a black man. They start looking at me funny. Like, they can't even believe it if I say Jesus Christ is a black man. They say, where did I get that from? Well, exactly. Do your research. Everything is there for you to go and read, right?
It doesn't
Where I
matter.
work, hang on. Where I work, they did an article about this thing, and I can tell you the week they did the article, the newspaper that certain people will normally take that week, they didn't touch it because of that story. They didn't touch it. Like the newspaper, there was a pile of newspaper there. Normally that newspaper, because normally they bring it out every Friday, and the staff member will normally take it as they are going home. But when that week they did that story, they didn't take that newspaper. So and this is the thing, our people don't read, and as I say, we don't read, we don't even understand it. So my question is that I always tell black people, what were we practicing before the Christianity came into Africa? What was it? Can we at least go back? Can we trace our root back and see what we were doing before? It might not be the best, or maybe what we did then, but at least we had some kind of fundamentals, what we followed before this whole Christianity thing came in. And I cannot square these two things. That one man gave me a Bible, and the same man took my people into captivity. It's I mean, the rationale until today, people don't talk about those things, right? That's
right.
my problem. That's my issue.
All right, Victory, thank you so much. We have to round up. We're going to come back to this conversation, obviously. Alexei, you're next. I think you're the last person. Mr. Scribe, are you there? Okay, Alexei, go ahead.
Okay. You see, we are just wasting our energy over things that we shouldn't be. America, the country we live in today, I don't know how many people are in America on the screen. This country fought Britain. When Britain was trying to subdue them, they tried to use religion and all that. But they withstood and freed themselves from Britain. You people are still complaining about how they used the religion or the Bible or Christianity to conquer us and all that. You're still complaining about it today. Why don't you free yourself from the British? Free yourself from the oppressors that are now trying to take your land, trying to stop you from existing. People cannot go to farm and get food home. Even jobs are no longer available, and we are dying, and the government is killing the people. You are here talking about the religion and whatever. America freed itself. Most nations that are free today freed themselves from their oppressors. And that's where we should be concentrating our minds on. If you don't want to believe in God, that's your business. But eventually, we see who wins in that whole thing. So let us free ourselves. We have oppressors over our head. When George Floyd was simply, as it will look, killed by someone who put his feet on his neck, a policeman, the whole world knew that was wrong. Nobody was saying it is wrong in Christianity, it is right in another belief. The whole world reacted, demonstrated, shouted, yelled. This should not be. Something worse than that is happening in your country, in Nigeria. Somebody used hammer to kill his fellow man, breaking his skull and testing his brain particles. I mean, look, this Nigeria, as it is today, is a very big problem to all, whether you are north, west, east, or whatever. Let us do something about it and come out of the mess that we're in. It's not by political voting and all this, because eventually you'll see what will happen with all this voting we are talking about. Structurally, we were put together for the interest of somebody else. And we have been killing ourselves since then. Now the government is participating in that killing. And we are keeping quiet because we think it's happening to certain people. We don't want to call the government and say, stop. But some of us are calling other countries to say, somebody is in your country that is causing people to be killed in this country, when people are dying in hundreds every day through the activity of the government. Some of us are satisfied with that because we think they deserve to die. We have a big problem in our hands. Religion is not the problem as individuals. We may use it to come together to kill another group, but I know that no good religion says go and kill another man. Murder is a universal offense, and it is happening in our country every day, and we are doing nothing about it. Some of us are even happy about it. Even on this screen, we think it is right because so and so is doing so and so. Look at this man celebrating that the agitation thing is somebody who is crazy that will continue with it. What do you mean by that? Agitation against evil is what you are trying to defend because you had something last week on this screen? Man, something is wrong. And that's how it comes up on the surface for us to see. We had better come together, sit down, and do something about Nigeria that is killing everybody. A country that is not moving, and you people are still hoping that it will move, it will go forward, if you change the leader. It is not that, it's more than that. Let us free ourselves, and let's see what will come out of that. I have said it before, we can always configure ourselves after this. Let us come together, decide what to do, whether we're going to live together or not. And whatever we decide, we are still free to make changes within this period of time. We have seen that the country has gone down, down, down. All we are trying to do now is to revive it. And everybody is expecting Obi. Obi is just one of us. How much can he do? He's a good man. He did well in his state. But is that going to be the case? Is that going to happen when he comes in? How can he? Let us think again and do the right thing. I rest my case with that.
All right, thank you so much. So sorry, I was looking for a video. That was why it looked like I left him to talk for a long time. I was looking for a video I wanted to play at the end, and that was Mama G.O., who actually said some more outrageous things about the World Cup that we didn't get to, but I couldn't find it. But I want to thank everybody who joined us today. I really appreciate all your contributions. And we are going to find a time to discuss religion on a regular basis, because I think it's very important. Whether we like it or not, whether we practice it or not, it influences our people. Did I miss somebody? Is anybody? No, I didn't miss anybody.
Are we going to discuss my God too? Because I worship the sun.
Yeah. That's in general. That's one.
That will give you. I also have another God. It's called Uru. I have a stone I worship in my village. It's called Oruku, one of the biggest stones in my village. Check it out.
We will discuss them all, and but it's very important. I think the only thing I disagree with Roman is that we shouldn't talk about it. I think we should talk about everything, and you don't have to be expert.
Me? No. I've come from one village called Ososo.
Minority of the minority.
Why your name? Why is your name Ovie then? That's not the Robo name.
Ovie no be Isoko name.
Okay, sometimes.
All right. Mr. Scribe, thank you so much for joining us.
What you mean? At the same meaning. I'm not from I get that a lot, but I'm not from there.
Thank you so much for joining us. Hecho. Forefathers, thank you so much for joining us. McBoy, thank you so much. Ovie, thank you so much. Victory, thank you. And Lexi, thank you. We will have a show on Saturday and we'll be off on Sunday. On Saturday, we have, I'm getting Tony Nadi to join us. I think it's a very important conversation to have now as we prepare for the election. Then on behalf of everybody here, those who watched at home and the comments, they were on fire. And one of the things they were saying on the comment section for all of us here is some people wanted us to talk about the killings happening somewhere in Enugu. I don't know if there's a new one. They're saying there's a new one happening today. I'm not aware of that. But the point is that we have to talk about so many things. There are so many things going on. We can talk about one thing every day because you liked it, but we'll look into that, and maybe on Saturday we'll discuss that. Thank you, guys.